There we go. Hello. There we go. Hello. There we go. Apologies. Hello. How's everybody doing? Go ahead. That's good there. Gotta pull the chat back up. Hey there, Nell. Halo. Lulu. Oh, it's finally done. Can you believe it? It's insane. Sorry, I'm just tidying up my my thing here. I've got a lot of pages. There we are. Okay. Can I? No. I mean, last night when we were listening through the epilogue after we finished doing it, I got a little teary-eyed. Of course, I didn't cry because I'm a strong, independent demon. But I got a little emotional. But yeah, hold on a second. Let me make sure. Let's just turn this on for the time being. There we go. Now we got some noise. But yeah. However, what I will say, Nell, is that there is way more planned. This is just the beginning. I've got 7 contracts, they're gonna be their own little novellas planned that will tell my life as a mercenary, all before the Fall of Eternity. I'm glad our story was able to elicit emotion. Cry! Oh, so the way we're gonna do this, as you can see, I have a little stopwatch. I'm gonna actually set the stopwatch forward a few seconds. Like that. And then once the actual video gets to that point, I'll start the stopwatch again. And then we'll go from there. So Acts 1 and 2, as you no doubt know, are considerably shorter than the Act 3. I mean, heck, the epilogue is almost about as long as the as those two. But so what I was thinking, what Matriarch and I were talking about doing was basically to do we'll watch through Act 1. We'll stop at the end. We'll talk about it if you guys want, and then we can go back and I can like gush about my favorite scenes. And then we can move on to Act 2, do basically the same thing. So what I do is just let it play through because I don't want to interrupt it. And then Act 3 has a lot of notable ending points because it's so long and there's so many different scenes in it and like perspective changes that I think it's director's commentary. So what I was thinking is that for Act 3, we can actually just stop at the end of each scene because they're practically the length of each of Act 1 and 2 on their own. So what do you guys think of that? Does that sound reasonable? Sounds great. Awesome. So Lulu, have you watched Act 3? I don't think you have. Okie dokie to me. Lovely, lovely. I know that Nell has. I know that Melon has. I don't think Melon is here, but I know that he has. Nag hasn't, but Nag isn't going to be here either. Watched a little bit. How much? Give me a time. Oh, we haven't started yet. We're just getting going now. But yeah, welcome in, MC. Sorry if I'm late. How far did you say? What do you mean by how far did I say? Are you asking how far have we gotten? Because if you're asking that, we haven't gotten anywhere. But yeah, so as I was saying to the other ones who are already here, we're gonna basically do Phobos! It's my boy. Gorsh. Welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. So yeah, like I said, you're alive and well. I'm glad. I'm very glad. I was a little worried about you. Matriarch was telling me about how you are struggling with sickness, right? Ear infections suck. I can't. Hold on, stop talking. Hold on. I just realized you can't hear the matriarch because it is set to the collab room from Lulu's collab. My apologies. Speak, matriarch, please.
Yo.
Now she's back. Apologies, they missed all of what you said, but on the Brit side you didn't say anything, so we're good.
Hi.
I actually didn't say much, so we're good there.
Yeah, Phobos is a kid at heart. Only kids are supposed to get ear infections.
So yeah, matriarch is here as well. She's on Discord. She'll be watching it on her own alongside us. Ugh. Yeah, I'll turn the volume way up so you can hear. Oh my gosh. Okay, so before we get into it, that was like one of the greatest points of contention when we were editing the videos between me and the matriarch, was me not wanting her to turn the volume down so much. I swear we almost came to blows.
Every time I try to turn, I'm like, no, you don't understand. You have to watch the audio mixer. You can't just go, that seems fine. I'm like, no, you can't. You have to keep it like in a certain range. He's like, oh, you're turning it down again? I'm like, oh my God, I'm going, okay. I would hide. He would like walk away to go to the bathroom, and I would like straight across the board. I'm like, gain down by 1.
My issue more was that like you were flattening out all of the music. So the music,
for some parts,
yeah, the music by and large has a lot of like rises and falls, and like so a lot of parts will crescendo and like get really loud and get really intense, and we were flattening them out completely. So that made me feel bad. I didn't like that, but it worked. It's fine. It sounds good. Scott Buckley is absolutely freaking amazing. All the music we used in this is royalty free. Like, that's the one thing we didn't spend any money on, and I kind of am okay with that.
Well, we will, though, because he's got a Patreon.
Yeah.
We'll go back and do that.
But it's amazing. I mean, like, this is some freaking, like, Hollywood cinema level music, and it's just like, oh yeah, you can have it. Go for it. Just credit me. Actually, if you look in the description of the stream, you will see that that I put a copyright abatement section just in case, because apparently Scott Buckley has like an automatic like bot that hunts down any music that plays that is his and checks their description to see if it's in there. All of the music is correctly credited in the videos, but we're playing the videos on this stream, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get all of the music credited in this description. The music was all on YouTube. We found all the music on YouTube. Scott Buckley, he does royalty-free music, and he streams about making it and stuff, and it's really good. He has a website as well. If you look in the description, you will actually see I think, hopefully the links work, to his Choto Mate. Hopefully the links are working, and they're not, but you can just highlight them and put them into your thingamajig, your search bar. But yeah. I know. I had to like shrink down a lot of the other stuff that's in there. Like I abbreviated the rules, so don't break the rules or I will smite you to the Shadow Realm. Because I was out of room.
Void.
Yeah, to the void. It's very spicy in there. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yours says, I don't care if you awooga.
Yes.
I've never read yours.
No, it's actually, hold on guys, let's actually read the rules today. So, oh, there's a complete break there. Hold on. Whatever. So be respectful is number 1. 2, if you advertise yourself, don't go overboard. 3, no spoilers. 4, no backseating. Save that for the matriarch. Unless I request it.
Please. Please.
And then 5, I don't necessarily mind if you bring up other VTubers, as I do like to talk about them, but please don't compare them to me. That's just rude and thus breaks rule number 1. No racism, bigotry, sexism, or politics. No spamming. No children under 18, and no doxing. There was actually another one in here, but I think I might have moved it. Technically, this project has taken 2 years. Total, including all the writing. So, yeah. Let me actually see. Hold on. Let me see my other. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the sexism, the no sexism rule. I don't care if you awooga over a character. That's what that one is. Yeah, it took us a while though to find the music. I've been listening to my Fall of Eternity playlist for ages now. Yes, MC. I've been working on the lore, like writing down all that happened since 2 years ago at this point. Okay, sorry. I'm making sure I got everything pulled up so I can eventually public the epilogue once we get to that point, because the epilogue is going to be released today at the end of this, once we're done with Act 3, and we'll watch that together. And then yeah. So I think that's basically all I've got right now, so I think we can pretty much start. Like I said, we're gonna watch Act 1 first, then we'll pause at the end of it. We'll go back, talk about whatever we want to talk about. I'll probably just bring up some of my favorite scenes that are in Act 1. And then we will watch Act 2, do the same thing. At the end of it, we'll go back, we'll talk about whatever we want to talk about, gush about how awesome Zagiel is. If you don't know Zagiel, he's really amazing. Absolutely freaking love him. I just saw Mage's message. Welcome in, Mage. I'm so glad you're here. Thanks, MC. I appreciate it. Let us be the motivation for you to do your own amazingness. You can't see me raising my arms to the sky as if I'm praising the sun. And then, so yeah, like I was saying, Act 3, though, because it's like 2.5 hours, because of course it is, because yeah, we will do every scene. So like there's like notable part breaks. And we'll stop at those, go back, talk about the scene, do the next one, do the next one, do the next one. Excuse me. And yeah, so does everyone have their necessary popcorn and or snacks and drinks? Zagiel. I thought I was best boys. Phobos, you are best boy, but you're best human boy. Intermissions to get popcorn from the lobby. Exactly. Burrito blanket mode. Perfect. Absolutely great. Everybody get cozied up. I'm gonna turn the music off and then we will begin. As you can see, the timer at the bottom is at 5 seconds. Once the video gets to 5 seconds, I will resume the timer so that it'll be as close as I can get it to lined up. If you want to watch it yourself on your own like program, that's fine. I'd even appreciate it because, you know, extra views. We are running a business here. But otherwise you can just watch it in here. There will be sound because I own this. So yeah, best boy on Mortal Play disposal. Take it. Good. Water in bed ready. Awesome. Okay. All right. Turn off the music, and if everybody's ready, Matriarch, you ready? Don't forget to like. We want YouTube to see it. All right. But yeah, Matriarch, are you ready? I think you're muted. Oh, okay, good.
I'm just gonna stay muted.
Okay. All right. Make sure. Okay. Okay. I think we're ready. I'm almost nervous. I might stop talking and fall asleep. That's fine. If you fall asleep to it, that's awesome. Okay. And a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Oh, what are you doing?
Smaller and the video bigger?
Yeah, I could do that. It'll kind of squish me, but
You're squishy.
I'm not squishy. It's like 3:24 a.m. I get it. The VOD will be there, so if you want to come back and watch it later, that's fine. Okay. I think that's basically the biggest I can get it without completely crushing me against the side of this wall. So, all right. Meg, she left my door open. Typical mother behavior. Okay, there we go. Let me get my own blanket. I got it. Food on its way. Hold on. We hold for Phobos. Phobos, how long is it gonna take? Oh, yeah. Oh, comfiness. Sorry, I took a drink. DoorDash. So it could be 3, it could be 10. Matriarch, entertain them.
Hello.
I play Matriarch in attack position.
Okay, let's go. Let's see how long I can talk for without shutting up.
Do it.
Okay, probably a long time. I don't shut up very often.
This is true.
How long do I have to entertain them? Shit, they just around the corner. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
What'd you get? What are we getting?
Well, he can't say because he's gone.
Well, I know, but I promised I would just keep talking.
True. Any points before we start about like anything you want to mention?
Me?
About the lore, about like doing the lore and like the process and all that kind of stuff.
His favorite food? Mac and cheese.
Totally. That is the best thing you
Definitely.
humans have ever come up with.
He'll take homemade, restaurant, barbecue pork in it, craft, mac and cheese, anything.
Mm-hmm. God, my throat is all scratchy. One sec.
I can hear him from the other room.
Don't out me like that. Oh, gosh.
Oh, hear me. That's right. You could hear me. Don't. I'm so excited this is done. Oh my God, I'm so excited this is done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has
30.
taken a long time. Act 3 was an absolute monster to get through.
Like, we couldn't
Spaghetti and
move
cheese?
stuff around.
Interesting. I don't think I've ever had spaghetti and cheese. Spaghetti for where we are is always been like tomato sauce or mozzarella sauce. Wow. No.
You used the wrong cheese.
I see.
There's no such thing as a wrong cheese.
Is there not?
Well,
What if you used what if you tried to use brie?
Try to use blue cheese.
Yeah,
Just got blue
exactly.
cheese crumbles. I don't know why this isn't melting.
What's your favorite MC, what's your favorite food? Making me hungry. Well, you better bring snacks. Macaroni, literally same ingredient. Well, I get it. It's just a different style.
Ooh, no cottage cheese on pasta. No, thank you. Cottage cheese is good by itself, yeah.
Fried rice? I don't blame you. That's really good.
Yeah. Make a sandwich. Bring him my phone. Good enough. That'll work. Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Why?
You ready?
No, we're waiting for Phobos. He said he'll be right back.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want to have Phobos miss the opening. The prologue. Hey, Phobos is back. We can start.
What you got? What are we eating?
Type quickly.
Let's pass it around. Did you bring enough for the entire class?
Yeah, exactly.
Gib. Yeah, I had some cheese and crackers, and Pyrite had a bowl of cereal.
Yeah.
We're good to go for hours.
Stuffed burger and onion rings.
Oh, I love
That
onion
sounds a
rings.
lot. That sounds pretty damn good. All right.
All right, I'm muting.
All right. Okay, everybody ready? We're gonna start now. Ugh, you are a dirty, dirty man. Let's all right, let's start. Make sure this is all the way at the beginning. We're good. And a 3 and a 2. Sam is here. I'm so glad we waited. Welcome in, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing with the stuff. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Start. Start better. Start better? The Fall of Eternity. Era of Diabolos, Age of Raken, year 670. Prologue. In the realm of Terra Picatus, demons reigned supreme. At the behest of the Demon King, 12 noble houses ruled the many regions of this realm. Some houses held control through domination and military might. Others did so through the employment of powerful hereditary magic. House Perpetuum was one of those magical houses. Once the most powerful house in all Terra Picatus, the great fall of Perpetuum 1,000 years ago saw them pushed back to all but the last vestiges of their territory. Now, the quiet mountains of Inmorinahe in the far northeast are all this once great house has left. For the last millennium, House Perpetuum's casters and the legendary Spellweaver Council have studied and perfected their powerful summoning and teleportation magic. Isolationist after the fall, this house refused any attempts from the larger military houses to share this magical power through marriage, and while this refusal was often met with disdain by the greedy houses outside, the mountains surrounding the Perpetuum Keep, filled to the brim with summoned stone Goliaths and teleportation runes, kept any invader far from the old house. That was, until they were betrayed by one of their own. For reasons unknown, Spellweaver Sargal of the Spellweaver Council betrayed his people and guided House Imperiosis through the labyrinthian mountain pass, right to Perpetuum's doorstep. With the traitor's guidance, Imperiosis has come to finish what began all those years ago. Act 1. Pyrite tightened his grip on his bloodstained glaive. The bridge connecting the Perpetuum Keep to the mountain pass stretched out before him. It wasn't a particularly large bridge, but that was by design. When the vanguard of House Imperiosis had attacked, they had to funnel in to cross the near bottomless pit the bridge spanned. Now, the 50 or so legionaries littered the black brick.
That seemed too easy,
said Spellweaver Osgodoth as he walked up beside Pyrite. His purple hooded robes embroidered with the silver Perpetuum covered his wrinkled features. The towering stone behemoth he had summoned stomped past them. It returned to the head of the bridge, its club-like arms stained with Imperiosis blood. It was joined by 4 considerably smaller stone Goliaths. Pyrite cast him a sidelong glance. That was only their vanguard. Auxiliaries, most likely. They were probing us. Probably wanted to see if we would just surrender, Pyrite told the ancient demon. Osgodoth was a powerful caster, and he was fairly well-traveled, but he lacked knowledge of battle. He had, however, been the only one from the Spellweaver Council to volunteer to help defend the keep. The rest of them were busy evacuating the house's denizens via ritual teleportation. Osgodoth looked at the bodies lying motionless on the bridge.
But if that was merely a probing attack, why did they not retreat when they realized they could not win?
Pyrite glanced past the bridge at the path beyond. He saw one of his fellow mercenaries approaching. Because they knew a worse fate awaited them, had they done so. Osgodoth shuddered at the thought.
To be able to spend lives so needlessly,
he breathed. The armored demon ran up to the pair.
Pyrite, they're coming. At least 10,000 by my count,
came a breathless female voice from beneath the visored helmet. Raising the visor, she added,
Lord Segred is leading them.
A nervous chill ran through Pyrite, and his eyes grew wide. Osgodoth looked between the pair, confused.
What? What does that mean?
Pyrite gave a long breath out. If Lord Segred Imperiosis is here personally, then I don't think we can possibly win this. Osgodoth bristled. He wheeled on Pyrite and grabbed him by the gorget that sat around his neck.
So you would simply surrender? I thought better of you, Peter.
Pyrite glared down at the smaller demon. Keep your voice down, Spellweaver. I never said anything about surrender. Osgodoth released his grip and backed up a few steps.
Forgive me, Pyrrhus.
He began. My name is Pyrite. The Spellweaver looked at him for a few seconds before continuing.
Yes. Well, what's our plan if we can't win?
Pyrite turned away from him and examined the forces he had at his disposal. 1 stone behemoth and 4 stone Goliaths stood shoulder to shoulder at the head of the bridge. They were so still that had he not known any better, he would have guessed their roughly sculpted rock forms were a poor excuse for statues. Behind them, the Perpetuum Guard were recovering from the initial engagement. They numbered only 30, a testament to the disdain the house held for the barbaric military arts. 10 gargoyles lined the side of the bridge, 5 on each side, built directly into the architecture. And finally, a ways behind the mouth of the bridge, stood the volunteer casters. Numbering 12, there were 10 summoners, from whom the Goliaths had come, and 2 evocationists. Pyrite glanced at the female demon who awaited his word. Anid, did you see any casters among the invaders?
I couldn't get close enough to count them, but I saw a few hoods in the ranks. Archers, too.
Pyrite turned toward the bridge and raised his voice to a shout. Listen up! Every horned head in attendance turned to him. Warriors, form shield wall, 20 steps behind the summons. 10 wide, 3 deep. Keep the ranks tight. Go! The guards jumped to their feet and ran to their places. Pyrite turned to the casters. Evocationists, you're our firepower. Stay with Osgodoth and smash their lines for us. Just don't hit us in the back. Summoners, stay together and find cover. The moment a Goliath goes down, I want another one ready to take its place. The 2 evocationists ran to join Osgodoth, while the summoners found cover behind a rock face. Osgodoth nodded to the 2 casters who joined him, and looked back at Pyrite.
And what about me?
Pyrite met his gaze and smiled. Your job is the most important. Pyrite stood just in front of the wall of tower shields. On the right side of the formation stood Anid, her spear in hand. On the left was Daran, the 3rd and last member of Squad Pyrite. They were to ensure the corners of the formation didn't fall, while he would hold the center. Such a ragtag band we are, Pyrite thought as he looked at his squad mates and the forces they led. Why they followed him he never could figure out, but they did nonetheless. May we all survive this. With a sigh, he looked forward. He could hear it. The marching. The first row of Imperios' soldiers rounded the corner and stepped into view. They were followed by another row, and then another, until the path was filled with armored demons in perfect formation, shields at their sides and weapons still sheathed. The wall of invaders marched forward endlessly from the mountain pass. The officers, mounted on nightmares, rode alongside their soldiers. While the individual Imperiosis legionary was never too impressively powerful, it was their sheer numbers and instinctual discipline that made them such a great threat. The demons behind Pyrite were realizing that firsthand. Even now, before their enemy was at the other end of the bridge, he could hear them muttering behind him. Both awe and fear gripped them. Pyrite turned and faced his forces. Hear me, brothers and sisters! These invaders are many, I'll give them that. But it is not numbers that will decide victory this day. Are we going to roll over and give in because our foe is many? Are we going to let them march into our home and slaughter our people? Murmurs of defiant anger rippled through the ranks. Pyrite raised his glaive, and the Perpetuum banner manifested upon its haft, unfurling and flying in the frigid mountain wind. Look to our banner and remember who we are! We are House Perpetuum! We are the bulwark that has stood since the dawn of time! We are those who stood against the gods themselves! And these invaders think to attack us with their numbers? They think that will be enough? He pointed his glaive at the oncoming legion. They will rue the day they delivered our vengeance to us! They will look back on this day with fear and shame! It is here we make our stand and show these invaders why we are called eternal! Cheers erupted and sword blades slammed against shields in thunderous applause. Pyrite noticed Anid giving him a thumbs up with a wry smirk on her face. Smartass. Pyrite gave her a wink and turned back to the enemy. They had reached the bridge and, in perfect order, switched from march columns to rows of battle. He looked past the stone construct standing between the 2 armies and watched as the enemy formed rows 10 wide and hundreds deep. Finally, they drew blades and marched forth. Suddenly, there was a percussive crack as bowstrings loosed, and Pyrite looked to see a cloud of arrows rise high into the sky. Shields up! Pyrite shouted. The front row of shields slammed into the brick, reforming the wall that had faltered during the cheering. The back ranks raised their shields above their comrades before them, presenting a solid sheet of protection overhead. Duran raised his shield, Anid closed her visor, and Pyrite manifested his helmet. They fell like rain. Hundreds of arrows slammed into the raised shields, biting into the darkwood. A few deflected off of Pyrite's armor, showering the forces behind him in sparks, but he didn't flinch. Osgodoth, give him a proper Perpetuum welcome, Pyrite thought.
As you wish, lad.
The Spellweaver replied telepathically. 3 fireballs, one considerably larger than the others, shot out from behind the Perpetuum line. They soared overhead in an arc, and the invaders raised shields in vain. The flames fell upon them and exploded, sending the front ranks flying outwards. Those on the flanks of the formation were sent careening over the edge and fell screaming into the pit below. The legionaries who weren't killed on impact cried in agony as their armor melted to their skin. 2 officers who had survived the blast began shouting orders from atop their demonic steeds. Pyrite looked at Anid, who nodded back. He poured his meager magical power into his weapon, and the broad-bladed head reformed into a long, winged spear. Turning his weapon over in his hand, he and Anid reached back as far as their armored forms would permit. In unison, they took a step forward, their steel-plated boots cracking the brick underfoot. And then, they threw. The spears rocketed forth, flying between the Goliaths and Behemoth and into the officers. The pair were carried off their mounts and pinned to the brick beneath them. They hadn't even had time to scream. Pyrite manifested a new glaive, as well as a spear which he threw to Anid. He looked back to Osgodoth. Their front line is broken. Send them in and start targeting their archers. The Spellweaver gave a telepathic grunt of affirmation, and the statue-like constructs moved forward. Led by the Behemoth, they gradually increased in speed until they reached an earth-shattering jog. The bridge shook beneath Pyrite's feet with every step the giant elementals took. The invaders saw the lumbering rock forms barreling toward them and formed the best shield wall they could manage. It mattered as little as it had against the fireballs. Once again, the front line shattered, crushed under stone feet as first the Behemoth and then the Goliaths smashed through the line. The Behemoth came to a slow halt and swept its club-like arms through the legionaries, sending them flying back into their own formation, their screams drowned out by the smashing of stone arms on black brick and the marching of boots. A second trifecta of fireballs soared overhead and landed in the enemy's rear lines. They exploded and sent charred demons flying into the rock walls that they hid beside. Keep at it, Spellweaver, Pyrite thought. Osgodoth did not entertain a reply, likely busy evoking a new ball of fire. That was fine, though, as Pyrite had his own problems to deal with. Stragglers, legionaries who had managed to get past the constructs, started to filter through the stone grinder and charge the Perpetuum line. Pyrite readied his glaive as one of them ran toward him. The demon put his shield in front of him and tried to ram into Pyrite. Pyrite stepped out of the way and swept his glaive low, catching the armored legs of the invader and sending him falling forward. He gave a screech of surprise and fury as he fell onto his shield, skidding to a halt before the Perpetuum formation. Desperately, the invader tried to swing at Pyrite from his prone position, but Pyrite stomped on his arm, pinning it in place. Pyrite glared down at him, demonic energy flowing from the eye slits on his helmet. With the butt spike of his weapon, he plunged it into the back of the demon's neck, killing him. Just as he retracted his glaive, another 3 invaders reached him. Together, they swung at him, converging from left, right, and above all at once. Pyrite caught 2 of the blows on his glaive, one on the blade and one on the lower haft. He blocked the last with his left vambrace, the blade biting into his armor. With a grunt, he shoved the 2 on his right back and swung his glaive around, slamming the blade into the armored head of the remaining invader. The demon rocked back, stunned by the blow, and lowered his shield just enough. Pyrite swung again. This time his glaive bit into the unarmored skin of the invader's neck. It cleaved through with little resistance, and the demon fell to the brick, head rolling away. Pyrite turned to face the 2 others, but found them being cut down by the Perpetuum guards. He gave silent thanks to them and refocused on another invader charging him. With shield raised, the invader also attempted to ram into him. Pyrite slammed his glaive down from above, and it dug into the darkwood. The force of the impact staggered the demon, and with one motion, Pyrite wrenched his weapon free and spun it. The back haft caught the side of the shield and forced it away. Pyrite continued the swing and decapitated the now vulnerable legionary. With a moment to breathe, Pyrite looked around and took stock. He saw his squad mates finishing off their respective opponents. The rest of the formation was embroiled in battle, but from where Pyrite stood, it seemed to be going in their favor. He was impressed. He hadn't really expected the inexperienced Perpetuum guards to hold so well against Imperios' legionaries. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a massive boom sounded from further along the bridge. Pyrite looked and saw that one of the Goliaths had crashed to the black brick, toppled by the hundreds of fighters that surrounded and clung to it. There was a sudden and short outpouring of blue energy, and Pyrite knew it was dead, its core destroyed. The rest of the summons fought on, sending swaths of soldiers flying off the sides of the bridge or crushing them into it. But they were battered. Entire chunks of their stone skin had been smashed to dust by the endless onslaught of Imperios' blades. The behemoth, in particular, was crawling with demons that looked like insects crawling on a carcass. They hammered at its chest with heavy spiked pommels, trying to chip away enough stone to expose its core. "We can't lose the behemoth," Pyrite thought. He knew Osgodoth wouldn't have the mana necessary to summon another. "Dadan!" Pyrite shouted above the chaos. He found his companion pulling his sword from a dead legionary. The demon turned his head to look at him. "Take command of the front! I'm going to help the behemoth!" Dadan nodded and quickly turned back to the fight as another enemy charged him. Confident Dadan would handle it, Pyrite took off for the summons. Another Goliath fell, and its core was quickly destroyed, releasing an outcry of magical energy. As Pyrite ran, more invaders tried to intercept him, and he readied himself to meet them. A large stone arm swung over his head and crushed the enemies into the brick. Pyrite looked back and was greeted by a newly summoned Goliath. He noticed the formation closing the hole that was made for the elemental to pass through. The Goliath lowered a club-like arm toward him, and he climbed on. It raised him up to its shoulder and continued its lumbering run toward the enemy. Pyrite held on to the misshapen boulder that made up its head as it picked up speed. As they reached the line, the Goliath lowered its arm as a ram and smashed into the backs of the invaders who surrounded the rest of its embattled brothers. Pyrite leapt from the Goliath, passed over the heated battle below, and landed on the behemoth. As he did, he brought his glaive down on one of the many demons who clung to it. The weapon caved in the demon's helmet, crushing his skull and mangling the blade. The demon fell to the ground and was crushed under stone foot. Pyrite imbued his damaged weapon with magical energy, and the blade straightened, returning to its razor-sharp form. And then he got to work. Like swatting carrion flies, Pyrite swung and stabbed at the invaders, sending them falling to the ground below. Slowly, he cleared the behemoth of attackers. Suddenly, a blindingly bright flash ripped across the battlefield, heading straight for him. He saw it coming only a split second before the electrical blast blinded and smashed into him. Thunder shook the air around him. He was thrown off the behemoth and into the raised edge of the bridge before, at last, the magical blast subsided. Pyrite let out a deep breath and pushed himself up with his glaive. A runic talisman of magical protection, interwoven into the lamellibranch plates that made up his chest armor, fizzled and burned out. He tried to ignore the ringing in his ears and searched the cliffs on the other side of the valley. A group of Imperios' legionaries ran at him, but they were smacked away by one of the Goliaths, who now formed a circle of protection around him. Finally, he found them, the team of casters he had been waiting for. 20 or so by his quick count, stood together and began flinging fireballs at the Goliaths. The uncaring flames consumed friend and foe alike. One of the Goliaths, the one who had carried him, was hit in the chest and magical energy exploded out. It fell to the ground, crushing the enemy beneath it. Pyrite knew that House Imperiosus would keep their casters together, in one easily controlled group. They always did. In matters of march and discipline they were unmatched, but they were not a magic house. They used casters as batteries of concentrated firepower, and cared little whether or not those casters were actually suited to offensive forms of magic. These were all the casters Lord Segred had brought. If they had any who were skilled in the schools of transmutation or conjuration, they would be in this group. And that was what Pyrite was betting on. Pyrite stood up straight and shouted, his voice rising above the intense melee. "Gargoyles!" The statues along the edge of the bridge began to tremble, little cracks forming on their heads, until, at last, the stone broke, and their heads snapped around to look at him. Pyrite pointed at the casters with his glaive and uttered the order. "Kill them!" The gargoyles looked from his weapon to their prey. Once their beady red eyes locked onto their target, the stone that surrounded the rest of their bodies began to tremble, falling away in chunks. Red, leathery wings stretched out, and with a heavy beat, the 10 creatures lifted off into the air and bore down on their targets. As they converged, fireballs and lightning blasts were hastily shot toward them. The blast slammed into them, but the gargoyles shrugged them off, having taken little damage, their magic-resistant skin allowing them to cross the distance. Like ravenous birds of prey, they landed on the casters and began to tear into them. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion on the cliffside. It stained the entire battlefield a deep orange and sent sheets of rock tumbling down into the black abyss. A self-destruct spell, Pyrite concluded. Even despite the gargoyles' natural resistance, they likely wouldn't have survived that blast. But the gargoyles had done their job, and, thanks to them, As Perpetuum had a chance. Pyrite turned his attention back to the innumerable enemy before him. The two remaining Goliaths that protected him smashed the legionaries surrounding them. The behemoth was ringed with slain invaders, their armored forms bent at terrible angles. Despite this, the Legion continued their attack, trampling over their fallen comrades and leaping onto the great stone elemental. Pyrite left the protection of the Goliaths and ran to help the behemoth. The Goliaths, noticing his intent, cleared a path with sweeping club-like arms. One legionary, with different armor from the rest, chain rather than segmented plate, avoided the blow and came at him. The invader swung, his blade sweeping flat. Pyrite raised his glaive to guard. The metal blade gave a loud crack as it bit into the darkwood haft of the polearm. Pyrite shoved out with the weapon, pushing the blade off, and realized his mistake. The legionary let the momentum carry his blade back, redirecting it so that it swung down on the opposite side. Pyrite tried to bring his glaive around, but he was too slow, and the blow smashed into his gorget, denting it into the padded coat he wore beneath. Pyrite groaned as pain from the blow radiated out from the quickly bruising spot. The invader reached back with his shield and plunged the bottom of it into Pyrite's helmet like a spear. Pyrite fell back, dazed, his vision blurry. What he could see through the eye slits of his helmet was the dark sky above. Finally, he realized he was on his back. He turned his head to see the legs of his attacker approaching. He gripped the haft of his glaive, gave silent thanks that he hadn't let go of it, and swung. The curved blade streaked for the armored shins. Right as it was about to reach the target, the invader slammed his shield into the black brick, catching it. Pyrite, one hand still gripping the glaive and his other planted firmly on the brick, got his feet beneath him and stood up. He spun his glaive first back and then overhead, bringing it down toward the crested head of the enemy, whom he now realized was a centurion. The centurion raised his shield and caught the glaive once again. As it collided, though, Pyrite suffused the weapon with magical energy, and the blade deformed, curling into a hook-like shape over the top of the shield. He yanked, and the hooked blade dug into the back of the shield, pulling it and the centurion forward. The centurion released his grip and raised his blade high before bringing it down. Pyrite ripped the hooked glaive from the shield as it fell to his feet. He spun the weapon in front of him, deflecting the incoming blade away. He saw the red eyes of the centurion go wide from beneath his helmet as the demon realized his mistake. Pyrite plunged the butt spike of his weapon into the unprotected throat of the centurion. The demon grabbed the staff protruding from his throat and spat up blood. For a moment, he glared at Pyrite before his eyes went dim and his arm limp. Pyrite pulled the polearm free and reformed its blade. He looked around and was pleased to see that two new Goliaths had joined the melee and, together with their fellow summons, had re-established the front line. No wonder we weren't interrupted, he thought as he glanced at the dead centurion. He took a deep breath and looked back at the Perpetuum line. They had taken serious losses in his absence. The first rank of 10 demons had fallen, and roughly half of the second as well. It seemed, judging by the number of Imperios' bodies lying before them, that quite a lot of the invaders had gotten past the summons when the elemental line had faltered. Nonetheless, they would hold, for now. Pyrite turned his attention back to the enemy before him, searching through the endless tide of uniformed foes. Lord Segrid was still nowhere to be found. Bastard, Pyrite thought. He had wanted to wait until Segrid was on the bridge to enact his plan, hoping the Lord would get involved once he saw his forces weren't making sufficient progress. Evidently, he had misjudged the Lord's patience. Pyrite considered his options and decided. Osgaroth, he said telepathically.
Is it time, lad?
The spellweaver returned. Before Pyrite could answer, a thunderous boom rang out through the entire mountain range. It sounded distant, but it had shaken the bridge beneath his feet. Pyrite looked in the direction of the sound. What? He fell silent as he heard the waxing whistle and saw the black objects flying toward him. Just before impact, a giant stone arm thrust in front of him, and in the next moment, exploded. Knives of rock slammed into him, finding gaps in his armor and plunging deep into his flesh. A larger stone smashed into his chest and sent him flying back. As he flew, time seemed to slow. In a moment of confused clarity, he wondered what had just happened. Was it more casters? Had Segrid separated them after all? Was he about to die? Had they just lost? Finally, his back hit solid brick, and he skidded. Sparks leapt from the shrieking metal of his lamellar back armor before he slammed into the edge of the bridge and lost consciousness. When Pyrite's eyes opened, two things hit him in sequence. First was the searing pain all throughout his body. The second was the agony-filled screams of demons dying. His helmet was gone, and Dadan knelt above him, wrapping bandages around his bleeding arm. Above him, a series of fireballs sailed over, exploding soon after. Pyrite got up, pushed the protesting Dadan back, and saw chaos before him. He had awoken behind the dwindling Perpetuum line, which was being overrun by Imperiosa's soldiers. He watched as the remaining stalwart defenders were slaughtered. The entire bridge was filled with invaders. The behemoth stood alone, crawling with armored bodies that slammed pommels into its chest, searching for its core. One of its club-like arms was gone. Pyrite looked at Dadan. "We need more Goliaths!" Dadan looked past him and pointed. The summoners are dead. They were hit in the first salvo from the cannons." He shouted above the chaos. An incoming arrow ricocheted off his shield, and he flinched in surprise. Pyrite turned and saw the collapsed rock face far behind their line. It was then that he processed what his comrade had said. Cannons?
House Provectus cannons. I'm sorry, Pyrite. I didn't see them.
Anid shouted as she joined the two. She shook blood from her sword, her spear long since broken. Pyrite looked back at the writhing bridge, fully realizing the direness of their situation. "Osgaroth! Destroy the bridge, now!" he shouted, both telepathically and out loud.
Understood.
The three watched as the behemoth, whose stone skin looked black under the bodies that clung to it, reached back with its one arm and brought it down. The entire mountainside shook. Fighting stopped. All eyes turned to the elemental. Again, it raised its arm, and again, it slammed it down. A massive crack splintered through the black brick structure. A third time, it raised its arm. But this time, the crack came before it brought it down. 3 cannonballs slammed into the behemoth. Chunks of stone fell from its chest as it stumbled back, lumbering stone leg over stone leg, until it hit the raised edge of the bridge and fell over the side. The screams of those invaders still clinging to it echoed up from the pit. At last, silence fell over the battlefield. Pyrite forced himself to breathe. It was over. He had failed. A trumpet call sounded through the mountain pass, cutting the silence like a blade. All at once, as though possessed by a single mind, the tide of legionaries parted down the middle of the bridge. Even the dead were dragged from the opening. Pyrite looked on with renewed horror as Lord Segrid Imperiosus, mounted atop a nightmare, rode on to the black brick. His 4 heavily armored honor guard walked alongside him, their cloaks billowing out behind them. Each gripped ornamented great axes and wore skull masks, marking their status. One of them, the largest, wore blood-red scale armor.
Is that...
Osgaroth asked as he and his evocationist joined the mercenaries. Pyrite didn't even look at him. His fuming gaze was locked on his target. He gripped his glaive, imbuing it with magic once more.
Spellweaver, throw everything you have at that bastard.
His words came as little more than a whisper. His glaive's curved head had reformed into a spear point, and in his other hand, a new spear assembled itself. Osgaroth nodded, and he and his casters turned toward one another. Holding out their hands, a ball of flame ignited between them. The 3 casters stepped toward each other, muttering incantations in unison, and the flames began to spin and condense, forced inward. Gusts of wind were sucked in to feed the ravenous flames as sparks began to erupt from the shrinking orb. It turned from orange to blue, then purple. Finally, they raised their hands, and the ball obeyed, rising above them. As it rose, so did their voices. They shouted the final magical word, and the ball of furious light ripped from their arcane grasp, shooting toward the oncoming lord. It slammed into the approaching demons and erupted. Purple light exploded out, throwing those legionaries near their lord off the edge of the bridge. Electrical arcs spidered from the blast, jumping from invader to invader, frying them in their armor. As the smoke cleared, they saw the foremost honor guard lower his braced arm, the runic talisman forged into his vambrace smoldering. Lord Sigrid and his honor guard were unharmed. Pyrite and Enid, with her fresh spear in hand, reached back and aimed for the chest of the lord just past the honor guard. Together, they stepped forward, stone cracking underfoot, and through. Even faster than the ball of plasma before, the spears streaked through the still ionized air until they reached their target and stopped. Pyrite's breath caught in his throat. He looked from the immobile spears to the two honor guard holding them just inches from their lord's chestplate. Without a thought, they crushed the hafts and tossed them aside. Pyrite looked at what remained. All that he had left were those standing with him now. "Forgive me," he said. He manifested a new glaive and looked at his comrades. "Shall we then?" He noticed them exchanging looks of resigned acceptance. Osgodas stepped toward him and placed a hand on his shoulder.
You have nothing to apologize for, lad.
Pyrite looked from the hand to the ancient demon.
But it is not your fate to die here.
Pyrite looked at Duran and Enid. "What are you?" Duran held his gaze and said, "These casters won't last a second without a vanguard. We'll take down as many as we can, boss." His eyes showed worry behind his determination.
Thank you for everything, Pyrite.
Enid added, a slight quiver in her voice. Realization dawned on Pyrite as he felt the magical energy flaring in Osgodas' hand. "No, Oz, don't!" Pyrite reached out, but it was too late. He was no longer on the bridge. Around him was the grand foyer of Perpetuum Keep.
Protect the matriarch. It's been an honor, lad.
I see I was muted. Welcome in, Lowland. Hello. I figured it out. We're good. So what do we think of that? What do you think of Act 1? You're good? That's good. I was supposed to be muted for the actual watch of it, though, so that's fine. Oh. It's so funny when I go back and first time I listened to it, that's great. I'm glad. It was awesome, boss. Awesome, bossum. Yeah, when I go back, it's like it feels so monumental, and it is. But at the same time, compared to what happens in like the other in acts 2 and 3, this one just feels so much smaller, but at the same time it's so much actually happened in it. Also, Matriarch, are you gonna unmute?
Oh yeah, I was just waiting for you to say stuff.
Okay. Any favorite parts?
Me?
Either you or chat.
Gargoyles.
You like the
I love
gargoyles?
them. Freaking love them. And I love Lad. I freaking love Osgaroth.
Yeah, Osgaroth was always nice. That's fine, Lowland. You just arrived after all.
Even after so many times of listening to this and going through it line by line by line by line, every single, like just millions of times. Holy crap, it still gets me at the end.
Mm-hmm. MC, kind of. It's, yeah, I think it's pretty well explained. You can take down an army? Lovely. I needed that on, I know. Yeah. Their story, Anita and Daran's story is going to be explored in the contracts. Like how I met them and why they're with me. But
Yeah, like some of it's hard because you don't want to give away spoilers for the rest of it.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like hopefully you have just enough information for it to still be a standalone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, protect the matriarch. Osgaroth. Oof. Osgaroth is a G. Like, oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah. I know. I hate the way that I look without the horns. It looks terrible.
Yeah, Nell, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's going to be like, because there's so many references to things that happened before this. Through all the acts. Mm-hmm. Oh, the silent banks. Yeah. Yeah, I think my favorite part was probably the part where when I leap onto the behemoth. Actually, to be honest with you, in general, I think my favorite part is just the summons overall. The summons are so, I don't know. I feel like the summons are such good characters in their own right. Like, they don't have any lines because they can't speak at all. But like their protectiveness of me, and I don't know. I freaking love that. The gargoyle scene is also good. What?
The loyalty.
The loyalty. They have, like, to me, they give me like pet vibes, like your dog trying to protect you, or just like being really excited to see you, or something like that. Like the behemoth thrusting it. I don't know if you guys caught it, but when the cannonballs were fired the first time, and I was almost hit by them, it was the behemoth that protected me. It thrust its arm in front of me. Yeah. And then the Goliath picking me up and carrying me down the path, and then them like protecting me, or as after I get hit by the lightning blast. The summons are your Belgian Melanose pack. What is a Belgian Melanose pack? Oh, I should probably restart there. Pause this. You'll have to explain that one to me. I might not. I don't think I understand what that is. But I will just say yes. And hope that I'm okay to say that. Fair enough, Lowland. Yeah, the music hits too. That final song.
They're shepherds. Like German shepherd, but Belgian.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Exactly. That last song that plays is called I Walk with Ghosts. Yeah. Better at everything than a German Shepherd. Gotcha. But yeah, that last song is called I Walk with Ghosts. And it's been, for me, that song has been like the Golden Ghosts, which is the mercenary band that I was a part of back before this, like a long time before this. It's where I get the little golden caps from on my horns. And the whole story involving them is perfectly encapsulated in this song. And so playing it at the end of this, all right, now see you later. That's fine. The VOD will be there. But yeah. Any more favorite parts? Lulu said it's packed with action, but I love how impactful the end is. Yeah. But that damn bastard Akaroth teleporting me away. How dare he?
Oz.
I know.
You said Akaroth.
Yes, I freaking love the idea of the Golden Legion. It's like I know. I can still say his full name. But yeah, that's why I like the idea of the Golden Legion name so much. Because the Golden Ghosts were, practically speaking, what started it all. Yeah. Okay. All right. Also, one last moment of appreciation
yeah.
for the absolutely stunning art made by Goopoi. She did an amazing job.
Amazing. She's amazing.
When we first got the sketch for it, we were like, "This is amazing!" And then every time she would give us an update, it was just like, "You've outdone yourself. How did you outdo yourself?"
Like, all of the soldiers are individually drawn. There's no, like, repetitiveness in them. They each have, like, some have, like, breaks in their armor, some have, like, blood on them, their heads are at different positions. It's insane, the amount of detail she put in this.
How you can see them crawling up the behemoth. The gargoyle in the background. Yeah, it's freaking insane. Perpetuum Keep in the back. This Goliath here, who's blocking arrows, I freaking love him. Let me put this over here.
This one was, how much was this one?
How much was this one? I forget.
This one, I think she charged us $450. I think we gave her a little extra. The second one, we gave her almost twice what she asked because we were like, no. It's too much. It's just too amazing.
Yeah. What's up? But yeah, the art in Act 2's art is also freaking amazing. Okay.
Like, we gave her like kind of like story and like kind of ideas, but she came up with the design like on her own. Like, we gave her like, hey, we're kind of thinking this for the gargoyles, we're kind of thinking this for the Goliaths and whatever. She came up with the design of like the keep and the mountains. It's just freaking amazing.
Lowland, I have not. I've not seen the your lore. I didn't know you had lore. I'm trying to do this. There we go. That way the chat is there, but not in the way.
Act two.
But yeah, all right, let's we're gonna continue into Act 2. Again, I'm gonna set this to like 5 seconds, and then at 5 seconds I will resume it. Roland is from Library of Ruina. I don't know that, I'm afraid. But yeah. Yeah, so if there's nothing else, does anybody need to go use the bathroom? Does anybody need to go get some more drinks, get some more popcorn from the popcorn place that I forget what they're called. Big stretch. All right. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Again, I'm gonna be silent. I'll chit chat in the chat box, but I'm gonna be silent until this is finished, and then at the end we will do the same that we just did now. That's what mobiles are for, right? What do you mean mobiles are for? Like phones? I'm confused. Okay. Act 2. Let's continue. Go ahead and mute myself. Take... Oh, yes, exactly. All right. I'm muting myself, and then we will start. Lolan, please keep on topic. The Fall of Eternity. Act 2. No. Pyrite dropped his glaive. His heart pounded in his ears, and he ran to one of the tall windows that flanked the keep's large, dark wood doors. Through the glass, he saw the steps that wound down the mountain. Even despite the physical barrier before him, he could hear the cries and explosions coming from the bridge below. The bridge where his friends were dying without him. Oz! Oz, please! He pleaded as baseless hope held on. Pushing all reason aside, he watched and waited, hoping Osgaroth's croaking voice would intrude on his thoughts once more, to tell him that they had won, or escaped, or anything. But no voice came. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupted from the bridge, and Pyrite knew. And he screamed. He slammed his fist onto the windowsill, crushing the stone to dust and sending a crack splintering through the glass. His cries echoed through the empty halls, until finally, he fell quiet and hung his head.
Protect the matriarch.
Osgaroth's order echoed in his mind. Pyrite looked up, his eyes fuming. He knew the Spellweaver was right, and he would not let their sacrifice be in vain. He pushed off the sill, and the keep shook violently as a crash echoed through the walls. Dust fell from the high ceiling as 4 more cannonballs followed the first, pounding the walls of the keep. Pyrite heard a shrill screech and watched as stone-covered creatures slammed down just in front of the window. The last line of gargoyles, no doubt animated by the cannon fire, roared out their fury and took off down the steps. Pyrite gave a wistful smile as he turned to do that which Osgaroth, Anid, and Dadan had entrusted him with. Pyrite grabbed his glaive from the floor and looked at the room around him. It was a disaster. Random papers covered in magical theory littered the marble floor. Bookshelves, overturned by the cannon shocks, lay with their books spilled like the blood of the fallen warriors outside. He pushed the thought out of his mind and set off down the Hall of Eternal Glory. As he ran, he passed the many portraits and statues that sat enshrined within recesses along the walls. Matriarchs, patriarchs, spellweavers, the whole lineage of this place and its noble denizens, and it was going to be destroyed. The thought filled him with fury, which he appreciated as it drowned out the grief. Finally, he reached the end of the hall, where, beyond a set of large doors, lay the room he was looking for, the astral atrium. Just before he entered the room, a bright white flash shone from around the doors and dissipated just as fast. Pyrite slid past the doors, his eyes adjusting to the dim blue of the towering room. The astral atrium was the centermost point of the keep and served as both grand hall and nexus. Where most atriums had a grand skylight as their roof, the astral atrium had no such skylight. Instead, its large domed ceiling displayed an accurate, magical projection of the cosmos. The ancient demons, those of the Spellweaver Council, stood around a large ritual circle in the form of an 8-pointed star. The embroidered robes they wore sparkled as the light from the star fizzled out. The demon on the far side of the room, Tolmak, noticed Pyrite and regarded him.
Pyrite? How fares the defense?
Another, the one known as Ulvan, turned and asked,
Have the invaders been repelled?
Pyrite's grip on his glaive tightened as he fought to maintain his composure. He had failed, and now he had to tell the council. Pyrite, his voice shaking, said, They've broken through. I'm the only survivor. There's not much time. Gasps echoed through the room.
Coward! You ran?
Roared Ugrath from his place on the right side of the circle. Pyrite's glaive cracked in his grip as his anger flared, but the Spellweaver carried on.
It was foolish to trust the defense to a barbarian like you. A failure, like you've always—
That's enough,
bellowed Zagil, the eldest member of the council, from his place beside Ugrath.
You are acting a newborn, Ugrath.
The old demon calmed his raging eyes and looked at Pyrite.
What happened?
Pyrite peeled his glare away from Ugrath and returned Zagil's gaze. Segrid himself is leading the invasion. We held as best we could. We were going to destroy the bridge to halt their advance, but cannon fire from House Prevectus cannons destroyed the behemoth before it could do so. Osgarath teleported me here to ensure the matriarch's safety.
Osgarath has fallen?
Ulvan asked, more to herself than Pyrite.
House Prevectus has allied with House Imperiosus?
Demanded Somar from the left side of the circle. I don't know. All I know is Segrid has their cannons, Pyrite replied. Zagil stroked his beard.
Segrid himself.
Is the evacuation concluded?
Yes, we just teleported the last group to House Neveus lands. They are honoring the agreement. Our house will endure,
explained Tomak. A dissatisfied grunt came from Ugrath, who muttered,
We wouldn't have had to run at all had this useless cur not failed.
A blast of pure magical energy slammed into the side of Ugrath, and he fell to the floor.
The fault of this falls not on Pyrrhus.
Zagil glared down at the groaning Spellweaver, the crystal embedded at the top of his staff still glowing.
Were it not for him, House Neveus would never have agreed to shelter us in the first place. Sargal's betrayal is to blame.
Though he was grateful for Zagil's intervention, they had no time. So the matriarch has been evacuated, Pyrite pressed. The Spellweavers exchanged concerned looks. Pyrite knew what that meant. Where is she? Ulvan took a step toward Pyrite.
We tried to persuade her.
Pyrite's eyes grew wide as the Spellweaver explained.
She's convinced she can complete the summoning. You know how stubborn she—
Where is she? Pyrite interrupted. His voice was cold, each word drawn out as he restated his question. The Spellweaver looked down.
The Tower of Kulvath.
Suddenly, the entire keep shuddered as an explosive crack rang through the hall behind Pyrite. As the ringing echo died away, it was replaced with the shouts of marauding demons. He looked at each of the Spellweavers. They're here. Get yourselves to safety. I'll get her out. Somehow. Without another word, he ran past the Spellweavers and headed for the far door that led deeper into the keep.
Pyrrhus,
called Zagil. Pyrite stopped and looked back. The Spellweaver tossed a shining crystal to him.
Good luck.
Pyrite looked at the crystal for a moment, surprised, then nodded and took off down the hall. Zagil watched the young demon go and let out a long sigh. He turned and looked at the other council members. They patiently awaited his word.
Ugrath, destroy the bridge to the eastern wing. Azgiol, you destroy the western bridge,
Zagil said. Azgiol gave a solemn nod, while Ugrath, back on his feet, stared at him, a look of both horror and shame upon his face.
So it has come to this, that we must destroy our own home?
Zagil returned his gaze.
So it has. The least we can do is prevent our foe from accessing all of our secrets.
Perpetuum Keep was divided into 4 sections, each separated by the chasms between the mountains they rested upon. When the castle was being built, space atop the mountain quickly ran out, and so bridges were built to connect the main keep to the small peaks surrounding it. The central keep, where they were now, made up the bulk of the castle. The western keep consisted of multiple dormitories for the many casters who had once resided within these ancient walls. The eastern keep housed many of the magical laboratories and classrooms where those casters learned their craft. And the northern villa housed the Spellweavers and matriarch or patriarch. But more importantly, within the eastern and western keeps lay the entrances to the crypts that run deep beneath the mountains.
Once the bridges are destroyed, activate the anti-teleportation fields around the crypts. We can at least spare our honored dead from Sargal's greed. Once that is done, teleport to House Neveus lands. The rest of you, go now.
Zagil could hear the approaching demons from the hall. Without another word, the remaining members of the Spellweaver Council teleported away, white light flashing one by one as they retreated from the atrium. Agiel and Ugras teleported to complete their respective tasks, while Ronad, Tolmak, Volgon, and Solmar all teleported to the relative safety of House Neveus. When the final flashes concluded, only Zagil and Ulvan remained.
And what about you, Zagil? You left yourself out.
Ulvan asked, concern in her voice. Zagil sighed once more.
Ulvan.
She walked over to him, her voice urgent.
We will need your guidance now more than ever.
Ulvan, enough.
Zagil said, and Ulvan stopped.
Pyros will need time to get the matriarch out. He won't be able to do that with these marauders right behind him.
Zagil glanced at the door behind him. The invaders were even closer, the steady march of the boots now echoing into the atrium. Ulvan crossed the room and stood beside him. Her voice was gentle.
We both know that's not really why.
I cannot do it again. I will not run away a second time. It will fall to the rest of you to reclaim our lands. But I will not abandon our home. Not again.
He saw understanding in his granddaughter's eyes and smiled.
Besides, my dear Ulvan, someone has to greet our guests.
Ulvan's eyes grew cloudy.
You old fool.
She groaned.
Go, my dear.
With that, Ulvan vanished in an outcry of bright light. Zagil took a deep breath and walked to the center of the atrium. With crooked staff in hand, he pulled his hood over his head and waited. As he did, he looked at the astral projection high above him, the display he had built. How fond of it he was. He had spent centuries completing it, making sure each star burned in the correct spot. How proud he had been when he had completed it. He had never expected it would be his tomb. He let out a dry laugh.
Who could ask for a better mausoleum?
The atrium doors swung open and the invaders marched in. At the head walked Lord Segrid Imperiosus with 3 honor guard at his side. Zagil looked up from beneath his hood.
It has been a long time since House Perpetuum received guests within these walls. Longer still since I was the one to greet them.
Segrid met his glare. Zagil, the Void Spinner. His forces lined up behind him, blades drawn and shields before them. Do you wish to surrender? I could use someone of your capabilities. Zagil gave a hoarse laugh.
Is that how you convince Sargal?
Segrid glanced at the astral projection up above. I imagine the riches helped, but no. It was the recognition of his abilities that convinced him.
Yes, well, he always was the egotist.
Zagil cradled his staff under his arm and clapped his hands together dramatically.
You two must get along swimmingly.
Segrid's eyes snapped back to the ancient demon, his brow furrowing. Join me, Spellweaver, and you can have back that glory and prestige your house so misses. Or you can resist and die. Zagil ignored the threat and continued, his voice dripping with contempt.
Oh, I will not be joining you. But tell me, Lord, when the dust settles, what will you have gained from this invasion? You spent all these lives on what? One single keep and a sliver of territory?
Segrid's scowl deepened.
You know exactly why I'm here. Did you think you would get away with it without anyone noticing? The Hellbeast of Perpetuum will never be allowed to return. Your house will never return. House Imperiosus is the true power now.
Zagil let out a hearty laugh.
Lord Segrid, is that fear I hear? Are you afraid of what we will do once the Hellbeast returns?
Zagiel's eyes burned with ancient fury.
You should be.
Segrid cut him off.
We destroyed your pathetic house once before, broke your grip on power, and left you a bleeding corpse.
The Lord took a breath and composed himself.
And now, history repeats itself.
Zagiel's contemptuous smile faded, and he glared at the invader, the fury of House Perpetuum clear on his ancient features.
Do not dare to speak to me of history, child of Imperiosis. I was there when the Demon King betrayed us. I was there when your house and all the others turned your talons upon us like the vultures you are. You think history is repeating itself? I promise you it is.
Segrid scoffed and waved a hand dismissively.
Yes, you're going to proclaim that House Perpetuum will rise from the squalor we left you in and reclaim your eternal glory? Your house is naught but dirt and ash, a footnote in the texts. What hope do you have? We are without number.
At his word, the legion of demons at his back raised their swords and marched forward, passing their lord and bearing down on the lone spellweaver. Zagiel, spellweaver of House Perpetuum, and the one known as the Void Spinner, glared at his approaching foe.
And I am without mercy.
His red eyes flashed to pure black, and his staff dissolved in his hand. He reached out with his mind to the place between dimensions. His hands gripped the space before him, and, without even a word, reality tore open. Void energy shot out as a beam and smashed into the oncoming lines. The first 3 ranks of legionaries dissolved on impact. The next rank stepped over the barely recognizable remnants of their comrades. Zagiel opened another 2 rifts in the air before him, and the black energy shot forth, burning into the flanks of the approaching shield wall. The spellweaver held out his hands and, grunting with effort, pulled them inward, willing the portals to follow. The 2 beams sliced in like shears, bisecting the lines of demons as the blades of dark energy closed in towards Segrid. Shields bearing gold and green colors slammed down around the Lord. The void energy dispelled on contact, sending a wave of violent feedback into Zagiel's outstretched arms. The spellweaver let out a surprised gasp and was sent back, falling to one knee. Before him, a new group of legionaries lined up, spanning the entire width of the circular room. They were different from those before. Each one wielded a throwing spear, and their gold and green shields were lined with inlaid carvings. Their very presence clouded Zagiel's mind, filled his mind's eye, which viewed the battlefield from above, with static. Segrid looked to one of the demons who had shielded him, the flaming crest of Nightmare Mane atop his helm marking his station.
Centurion Rannick, bring me his head.
The Centurion nodded and walked to the front of his formation. Behind him stood the signifier. The tall standard in his hand displayed a great horned beast and glowed with magical energy. The Centurion raised his spear and cried,
"First century! Forward!"
An officer at the back of the wide formation echoed the order, and the legionaries marched forward as one. Zagiel stood, opened a new rift, and let it go to prevent the inevitable feedback from hitting him a second time. The void energy spewed out toward the Centurion.
Shields!
The Centurion shouted and raised his shield along with the rest of the front 3 ranks. The instant the beam hit the shields, it collapsed, sending feedback into the rift and closing it. The anti-magic runes inlaid into the dark wood shields glowed with power. Zagiel, untouched by the spell's collapse, scowled.
Runes. Fine. Then how about this?
Reaching forward, Zagiel poured magical power into the space before him, and it began to glow with dark energy. The Void Spinner weaved his hands around the black orb, like a spider spinning silk. It grew larger as he suffused it with more and more power. The room around him flared, the blue glow of the astral gallery growing bright as it empowered him and allowed him to pierce the veil of anti-magic that interfered with his mind. The orb of magical energy began to twitch and warp in his arcane grip, and he released it. It shot out, splitting in 2 and halting high in the air between the opposing forces, and then opened. From the darkness, long, skeletal hands emerged, reaching out and gripping the edges of the tears in reality. Kotos and Dracaina, the twin Void Titans, pulled themselves free from the void. Starlight exploded out as they landed on the atrium floor, blasting both Zagil and the invaders back. The Titans' bodies were long, chitinous forms, like that of centipedes made of solidified darkness, with rows of skeletal arms and hands as legs. Their heads were gigantic skulls that twitched and rotated unnaturally as they looked at the prey they towered over. Zagil steadied himself and reached out with his mind. The Titans felt his intrusion, and their heads twisted around and locked eyes with him. The ancient demon flared with power as he took hold of the great Titans. The two monstrosities of the void groaned and clawed at their heads as Zagil imprinted his will upon them. The pair unleashed a telepathic scream directly into Zagil's mind, and he recoiled, barely staying upright. Despite the Titan's struggle, however, Zagil maintained his focus, and, at last, the pair stopped writhing and turned to face the invaders. Kotos gave a terrible, screeching cry that shook the entire keep, and together, they launched forward, taloned forelimbs extended and grasping. The first two ranks of demons locked their shields together, forming a solid sheet of protection. From his place behind the Centurion, the signifier raised his standard, and it shone with power. In the next moment, a wall of golden light projected before the shields. The two Titans slammed into the warded formation with a thunderous crash and recoiled back, screeching in pain and fury. The demons before them were unharmed, and before the twins could recover, the row behind the shield wall threw their spears. The weapons flew into the beasts, most deflected off the great chitin plates that covered them, but a few found their marks and plunged into the dark flesh. Kotos swiped viciously at the ward. Each time his talons ripped small tears into the wall of light. Dracaina coiled back, opened her massive mouth, and let loose a blast of void energy. It exploded against the wall, shaking the keep and showering starlight over the legionaries. The blast had opened only a small hole, but Kotos lunged forward, grabbed the slowly closing edges, and pulled the barrier open. Dracaina took the opportunity her twin had provided and crawled in. The great beast landed in the midst of the formation, crushing armored demons beneath it. Those legionaries surrounding her charged and began hacking at her limbs. She swiped at them with her many clawed hands, twisting to hit as many as possible. The anti-magic shields wielded by the demons were useless as Dracaina tore through them. Kotos tried to follow his twin in, but the barrier slipped from his grasp and closed. The beast screamed as he watched his twin fight without him. He reached back and slammed his forelimbs against the barrier over and over. The formation of demons split into two groups, those spearing Kotos outside the barrier and those fighting Dracaina within. The front ranks, led by Centurion Ronak, ignored the fierce fighting behind them and began to wrap around Kotos, bending into a crescent moon shape. Zagil's hands danced, and 4 unstable rifts opened around the signifier. The legionaries beside the signifier slammed their shields into the portals, forcing them shut. The Spellweaver cursed their reaction time. He had barely been able to open the portals within the anti-magic interference in the first place. He needed that signifier taken care of. Kotos was covered in throwing spears that had found gaps in his armor, and Dracaina was already bleeding heavily from the many wounds that scored her limbs. The latter let loose a blast of void energy, but it dissolved against the shields. Zagil knew these creatures were tough, but these legionaries were doing far more damage than expected. Suddenly, 3 throwing spears shot towards Zagil. He waved his hand and the weapons vanished, reappearing behind the large formation and spearing 3 unwitting legionaries through the back. Were it not for the anti-magic interference, he would have simply sent them into the signifier, or perhaps Segred himself. A thought occurred to Zagil, and he opened a small rift and sent a blast of concentrated magical energy into the barrier. The blast exploded in a shower of sparks.
It's not anti-magic.
Zagil cast his mind's eye to a different region of the void. He swiped his hands before him, and the air far above the battle rippled. He reached out, took hold of the fabric of the universe, and ripped it apart. Green energy poured from the great tear and shot down toward the battle below. It cast the room in a sickly glow. The signifier saw this and raised the standard above him, spreading the barrier over the top of the now 2 formations. Zagil smiled. The barrier shattered on impact, the null beam sapping it of all energy before dissipating. Kotos exploded forward, leaped over the formation that encircled him, and shot straight toward the signifier. His talons skittered and tapped furiously on the stone floor as he closed in on his target. The signifier tried to bring the standard back down, to recast the ward, but before he could, he was separated from his legs with one snap of Kotos' sawtoothed jaws. The legionaries around the late signifier were sent flying by the Titan, as it carried on toward its embattled twin. Before Kotos broke free of the formation, Centurion Ronak threw his spear, and it gave a sonic crack, ripping through the air and pinning the rearmost segment of Kotos into the brick. The beast reared up and roared, coiling around his pinned tail and slamming his enormous fist down on the Centurion. Ronak sidestepped the crashing blow and grabbed hold. He pierced his sword into the bony forelimb and hauled himself on. Kotos tried to shake the demon off, but the Centurion held his grip, his flaming crest rippling violently. As the limb leveled out for an instant, the Centurion left his sword behind and was gone, charging toward the segmented body. Kotos tried to twist his arms around, to slap at the demon sprinting toward his head, but the legionaries surrounding him had grabbed onto his limbs and, by sheer force of numbers, held them in place. Twisting his head unnaturally, the Titan opened his still bloody jaw and shot a barrage of void energy toward Ronak. The first blast the demon sidestepped, the second dissolved on his raised shield. As the Centurion reached Kotos' head, a spear flew through the air before him. Ronak grabbed it and, skidding across the chitin, reached back and launched it straight into the closing mouth of the Void Titan. The spear ripped into the flesh within the gaping maw and through the bone on the other side, severing its spine. The beast recoiled, his limbs spazzing and twitching as nerves misfired. Finally, he collapsed, dead. Centurion Ronak nodded to the legionary below who had thrown him the spear. Zagil watched in stunned horror. He tried to will himself to cast something, to do anything, but his concentration was momentarily shattered, his mind no longer cast to the void. An ear-splitting cry shook the very mountain. Pillars upon which the roof of the atrium sat quaked as Drachyna dove for her fallen twin. She was on the Centurion in an instant, smacking him aside and looking down at her motionless sibling. She reached out with a cracked and bloodied forelimb and nudged Kotos. When he didn't rise, she let out a long, mournful wail and, grasping her twin's lifeless head, opened her jaw and bit down into it. The entire room froze, processing what they witnessed. On and on the Titan ate, consuming the remains of her twin without hesitation. She snapped bones, cracked chitin, and drank void black blood. The grotesque sounds echoed through the atrium. Even Segrid seemed stunned. Zagil himself didn't know what the Titan was doing, nor why it was doing it.
I didn't know they did that,
he whispered. Centurion Ronak started shouting orders to his legionaries and charged toward the remaining Titan. In the next moment, he was struggling from within her enormous hand. She had moved so fast, it had taken Zagil a moment to notice. The Centurion struggled in the Titan's grip, but she ignored him and continued eating. After Drachyna had devoured half of her late twin's body, she reared up and began to twitch. Her chitinous form started to shift and change. Her skull elongated, and multiple sets of glowing eyes formed in place of the original 2. Limbs joined together at the bottom half of her body, shifting into a large round form. And 8 long, chitin-plated legs sprouted and planted into the ground. Zagil realized what was happening. This wasn't just an act of twisted void spawn cannibalism. It was an evolution, an apotheosis. The great Titan, with the torso of a 6-armed demon and the body of a greater arachnid, looked at the struggling demon within her grasp. And that was when the many rows of sword-length teeth parted, and she spoke.
Insects,
the creature said. Its voice reverberated throughout the atrium and within the minds of every being in attendance. She reached down and rested a hand on her mutilated twin. Kotos began to morph, folding in on his remains until he resembled an enormous skeletal scythe. She picked it up and slammed the end into the brick, sending cracks spidering out.
I am Drakaina, Warden of the Great Vastness, Keeper of the Deep Void, and I will be your death.
She clenched her fist and crushed Centurion Ronak, sending out a shower of viscera. Then, hands still dripping, she gripped her scythe and launched forward. Zagil watched as Drakaina bisected an entire row of charging legionaries with one swing of her scythe. He no longer had control of the monster before him. He had felt her rip free of his control when she spoke. So far, it didn't seem to be a problem, and he wasn't going to risk trying to take back control of the Titan. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, recentering his mind. He tried to view the battle through his mind's eye, tried to get a bird's eye view of things. Yet still, his view was full of interference. The anti-magic runes on the shields of the legionaries and the armor of Segred and his honor guard still blocked his sight. But rather than the opaque blanket it had been at the start of the battle, it was now more of a translucent sheet.
The runes are reaching their limits.
Zagil cast his magic sight to the 5 figures standing in front of the far door. They were black, featureless forms, still cloaked from his sight beneath the runes on their armor. No matter what he did, he would need to deal with the runes first. Suddenly, an overwhelming feeling interrupted his focus, a feeling he knew to be danger. His eyes snapped open to see a gleaming blade descending for him. Zagil snapped his fingers and portals opened on either side of him. The sword, along with the arm swinging it, went into the portal on the Spellweaver's left and came out the right. Zagil closed the portal, severing the arm. The legionary's red eyes went wide and he howled with pain. Zagil took a step back while clapping his hands together in front of him. A shimmering rift opened from within the legionary, splitting him down the middle. The screaming stopped, and the 2 halves fell to the ground. 2 more swords came at him, one stabbing from his right and one swinging in from the left. Zagil vanished, reappearing 10 steps away, his back against a pillar. He breathed out a sigh of relief. He was lucky he hadn't teleported inside the pillar or floor with all the mental interference. In front of him, a section of 7 legionaries closed the hole in their line and charged after him, shields raised. Evidently, they had split off from the group that killed Kotos and pursued him directly. Zagil berated himself for letting his guard down. His eyes rested on the approaching demons, and he placed a hand against the pillar behind him.
Truly, did you think 7 of you?
He paused and glanced down at the pile of gore they stepped over.
8, rather, would be enough to kill me?
The room shook as the enormous pillar slipped into the open rift beneath it. Another portal opened above the first, and the pillar fell, continuously, descending over and over, falling in an endless loop. The legionaries halted their charge, looking from the blur of marble to the Spellweaver standing unfazed just in front of it. The rearmost legionary spun his spear in his hand and reached back. Zagil thrust his hand forward, and the top portal aimed at the invaders. The massive spear of rock shot free of the rift and past the Spellweaver. The legionaries turned to mist as the pillar smashed through them. The pillar carried on straight at Segred, as Zagil had planned. The honor guard wearing red scale armor launched forward and split the pillar in 2 with his great axe, never taking his eyes off the Spellweaver. The 2 halves of stone embedded into the walls beside the Lord, sending up a cloud of dust. Zagil sighed and walked forward. He looked out at the pandemonium before him. Screams and the clanging of metal against chitin echoed through the chamber. As the dust around Segred cleared, Zagil saw more legionaries marching in to reinforce the now beleaguered First Century. Those who remained of the original force surrounded the great Titan. Corpses, reduced to little more than gory mush, lay around Drakaina, piled into a growing mound. Drakaina herself had spears protruding from each of her bleeding legs, as well as her arachnid lower half. She reared back and speared 2 legionaries with her frontmost legs. A wall of spears pierced the chitin of her back, and she staggered forward into the demons ahead of her. 5 more spears pierced her belly as she stomped over the invaders. Blood poured from the wounds. The great beast opened her mouth and roared, letting loose a blast of void energy that she swept across the room. Once more it evaporated on raised shields. Zagil could feel the waning power of the runes as his mind's eye grew clearer.
She will not last much longer. And so our dance draws to a close.
He could not hide his disappointment as he sent the telepathic message.
Patriarch, forgive me. I'll no longer be there to advise you. It is up to you now.
A female voice answered him.
What? Zagil? What do you...
The spellweaver cut the connection and manifested his gnarled staff. The ancient wood assembled itself, fiber by fiber, until at last the arcane gem blinked back to life at the top. He glanced around himself, and once satisfied he would not be interrupted, closed his once more black eyes and began his chant. The walls echoed his words, and the astral projection turned red. He swept his staff first high over his head, and then low, as though stirring and scooping a thick liquid. And that's exactly what he was doing. Deep within the void, dark power began to churn, rotating against itself, spinning and sparking in agitation. Thunder rippled across the space between dimensions as white-hot lightning shot through the growing clouds of nebulae. Dracina stopped mid-swing and shivered, looking from the 3 demons she held within her grasp to the glowing spellweaver. Zagil opened his eyes, and starlight spilled from them. He turned his staff skyward, and reality began to twist. The fabric of space rippled as distant thunder pounded from the other side. One of the honor guards shot from Segred's side, clearing the distance in mere seconds, and leapt for him, great axe raised. Red lightning ripped from the sky. It tore through the air and crashed into the descending demon. Before the runes in his armor could activate, the blast had already thrown him, and he slammed into the wall far to the right of Zagil. The air above them shattered. Chunks of reality fell away as void lightning smashed through the barrier between worlds and fell upon the invaders. Shields rose to defend, and runes burned. The 2 honor guard around Segred shielded him with their armored bodies. Red clouds of nebula descended from the break in reality, and the void storm filled the room with thunder. Lightning continued to spider out, slamming into the formation of shields. Each streak of red light collapsed upon contact, sending feedback into the storm. Only this time, the tear didn't close. Rather, the reversal of energy only made the storm more violent. Blazing solar winds swept down and slammed against all those who stood against the anger of the void. The legionaries' skin blistered from within their armor. The demons who had just entered the atrium burned to ash under the bombardment, completely lacking any form of anti-magic protection. Dracina shrank back as void lightning crashed down around her. Zagil ignored the torturous pain of his boiling skin and continued to will the storm to turn, pouring more of his power into the vortex. The lightning showered down upon them like rain, and the legionaries began to falter, each thunderous blast bringing them closer to the brick. The runes burned white. The brick beneath their feet began to crack and melt. The legionaries screamed as the runes burned out. Zagil could feel his power ebbing away, and he struggled to keep his burning arms raised. Suddenly, an axe flew at him, tumbling end over end as it sliced through the air. Zagil saw it coming and cast a portal. The axe sliced through it, carvings etched into its glowing blade. Zagil didn't have time to react, and the axe cleaved through his right arm and lodged into the brick behind him. His staff fell to the ground, still grasped by his right hand. Zagil staggered back and fell. He hit the ground hard. The storm calmed, and, with a few last outbursts, faded completely. The tear in the fabric of reality healed its wound. As it did, the Astral Gallery's light, which had burned for centuries, faded out. The remaining legionaries rallied as a second honor guard walked from Segred's side and took command of the disorganized forces. Dracina looked up at the opening above her, then at the honor guard walking toward her. She raised her scythe and roared out a challenge. In the next moment, her head hit the brick, separated from her body by the swing of a great axe. Her body twitched as it fell. The same honor guard now stood behind her, wiping void black blood from his axe. Zagil watched this from the ground where he lay. He was barely conscious. His whole body felt numb. He saw past memories, the time before, when House Perpetuum was the greatest of all. He saw when they assisted House Diabolos in uniting the realm. And he saw when they were betrayed by the Demon King they put on the throne. Zagil slowly lifted himself up. His one charred arm shook under the strain as he got back to his feet. All eyes turned to the lone demon.
I am Zagil,
he whispered. Blood dripped from the stump of his right arm as his heart pounded with effort.
I am not dead yet.
The astral projection flared back to life, growing brighter and brighter until the room glowed with power. He stood up straight, his eyes ablaze with eons of fury, and, voice bolstered with magic, he declared,
I am Zagil, the Void Spinner, Spellweaver of House Perpetuum. Let us greet death together.
Zagil reached forth, hand extended toward the fallen Dracaina, fingers splayed out. Energy sparked around the beast. The closest to Honor Guard ran for him.
Collapse,
he whispered, and closed his hand. The Void Titan, a being of condensed void energy, began to shake and twist as the singularity deep within her began to pull her apart. The black hole grew larger, and crushing force pulled everything near it in. Legionaries were ripped apart as they fell past the event horizon. Segrid pulled his sword and drove it into the brick, holding himself in place. The honor guard with him, and the one who killed Dracaina, did the same with their axes. The last one, however, no longer had his axe in hand, and he was dragged across the atrium, straight toward the black hole. He grasped wildly, but his gauntleted hands found no purchase. His already burnt out runes did nothing as he was pulled into the abyss. Zagil watched as the atrium around him was torn apart, as the astral gallery was pulled into the crushing sphere like the death of a star.
goodbye, my lovely.
He opened his hand, and the orb turned from black to white.
Supernova. Okay.
So, bring him to YouTube, please.
we Sam, we talked about like we're gonna need like our own VTuber agency to bring all these characters to life for the humans of this world. But yeah, we're not doing that. That's a lot of work.
I can, however, say that Zagil will be getting his own full-length novel.
Yeah.
After I'm done, probably after I'm done with the contracts, I'll be working on his full-length novel, which will show Perpetuum from his perspective. Supernova again. That is Zagil's ultimate spell. I'm certain he could play Bioshock better. Probably. So yeah, his novel will show Perpetuum from his perspective, like when he was growing up, at like the height of its power, and then also him witnessing it fall during the first fall, as well as then later, a little bit later of his older life. Yes, shots have been fired. That is true. I'm not gonna lie, I had chills the entire time, and I've heard this like probably like 20 times at this point. I got a little teary-eyed there. I am not even gonna lie. Zagil is such a fucking badass. And yes, Mage, you are absolutely correct. I think it was Mage who said it. He's mastered his school of magic. He is a master of teleportation and transmutation. And
To
also,
the void and back. Yeah, go ahead.
what I was gonna say as well is like, I don't like them. I'm not giving them any like honor or credit, but like, goddamn, first century. I would love that. Holy crap, I'd love that. But yeah, I mean, like, ultimately these demons, while individually pretty weak compared to like the Titans and Zagil himself, they still brought them down. I mean, like, the thing you gotta remember is that these are beings that fought off their own gods. So, fear not a man. I fear not a man who practiced 1,000 moves. I fear the man who practiced one move 1,000 times. Yes, exactly. Yeah. God, he's so fucking cool. His final fucking stand-up where he stands up, one arm, announces his... I love how he announces his name twice. Like, the first one, he's, like, out of breath and can't say it. Then he's like, I'm done. No, this is it.
No, best line, let us meet death,
together.
The Titans are void spawn, so technically they exist outside of the realm. As far as we know, I mean, there's only so much that we actually know about it. Zagil would have been the better one to ask. But to our knowledge, the Titans are separate. They weren't made by the gods. They just kind of came to exist through the condensing of void energy. But that's all I know, like, genuinely. You'll have to ask Zagil in his novel when he debuts as a VTuber. Do you have anything to add, Matriarch? We hope he knows.
We hope someone knows.
Yeah. Akami Yoshi, I don't blame you. Oh my god, he's so freaking cool. He's such a fucking badass. And oh my god, the rage baiter. Like, honestly, him mocking continuously Sargal, or not Sargal, Segrid. God,
Hold
that's
on,
fucking funny.
Just wait till you see Zagil's parts.
Sam, have
within
you seen Act 3? I really hope you haven't seen Act 3. I would love for this to be your, like, your first experience of it.
I'm not gonna be the one to challenge him, Sam.
Oh, he's such a good character. I can't get over it. God.
Oh yeah, just wait for Act 3. The parts Zagil has in it. Oh my god. You guys you go back to this and just cry harder.
Honestly. Oh, it's right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
okay. That's okay. I'm
Sam
completely
knows.
blanking.
This is why it's already the Kamiyoshi.
Mm-hmm.
It's already.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He's just so freaking dedicated to Perpetuum. I couldn't relate.
That
all
was my
right,
favorite too.
hold on. Matriarch, entertain chat. I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Just gush about Zagil or something.
Freaking love him. It's fine. The week as well. No, yeah, no. Sam, your comments, I mean, your freaking notes. Like, you put like a second comment with a warning at the top for spoilers so you could put individual comments that you came up with during your listening to it. For fuck's sake. That's amazing. It probably will be spoilers, Mage. Yeah, there. Oh, I can't say anything because it'll be spoilers. But I love him. I love Zagil. He's my favorite. I think he is actually my very favorite. He's a better character than Pyrite and I, which is a problem because when you're writing, like, when you're writing down the story about your lives and then there's other people that are better than you, I guess that's okay. I guess it's okay. I cannot wait for his own novel. Oh my god. The recounting of his life. Holy shit. Zagil meet and greet. So we've conjured him from the void. Apparently you have it here. It's in the form of all the black cats in the world. Oh, you know what I was thinking though, Lulu? Okay, so we were talking about doing emotes. My ADHD would make me forget. I know, me too, Sam. I still get confused on like what order the Act 3 goes in because it's so freaking long. Yeah, you know what I want to do? I want my emotes to be Zagil and Ven. Yeah, for YouTube. I want them to be the different characters. They will be me too some, but yeah, no, I want my emotes. I want the anger one. That's got to be Zagil. The anger one. Holy crap. Me, that'll be crying. I'll just be crying. And I'm also, Lulu, I'm going to take the clown nose one from you. Not from you. I'm not going to steal yours, but I do want the clown nose. Anybody that's watched my streams will know why. A little bit of a clown. Yeah, do you think I should have some Zagil emotes? Yeah, I think that would be great. You can use it. Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are you back, Pirate?
Just sat down, yeah.
Whoa. I'm totally going to have Zagil emotes.
Setting up your support characters in a story like that is the way to go, though. Yeah, you don't want to see like an enemy protagonist straight at the gate. Exactly.
It's not copyrighted.
Yeah, I agree. I remember when I was actually writing this part out, and again, you know, recalling it, I had to write it down. I was a little concerned actually because I'm like, because I had the idea. I'm like, okay, we have this. We could cover Zagil's Last Stand as Act 2. But he's kind of cooler than us. I'm like, shit. Now they're gonna want Zagil as a VTuber, not us. The fuck are we compared to this absolute beast? Yeah. Oh, and also the song at the end, that little piano, like dun dun dun. It's called A Kind of Hope. Maybe Zagil can be like Gandalf. He comes back, yeah.
Ooh. He's just hanging out. He's hanging out in the void. First time playing Skyrim, Elden Ring. Just 0 deaths through both of them.
He's a total fucking badass.
Zagil, I was made to be a gamer. Just saying.
Oh man. His moves, man. He's called the Void Spinner, right? Because his ultimate move is the Void Storm, and he spins up the void and makes it upset and has it crash through the barrier through the world. And however, he also fucking has a black hole and a supernova spell just in his back pocket as a backup. He's been isekai to a different world where he also became a VTuber.
My God, we find him one day. We're just like, all right, so apparently we're going to collab with this VTuber named Zagil.
Well, no, it wouldn't actually say Zagil. It'd be like one of those like XX something, like username XX.
420. Blazing.
XX Void Spinner XX.
Make world record speedrunners play games with Ezekiel's model. Oh my god, that'd be freaking hilarious. Why does Ezekiel's voice change every game?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this isn't a lore brick or anything. Because I had to voice these lines because we don't actually have Ezekiel here. But this act sucked to make. It didn't take nearly words.
Perfect.
This act sucked to make though because my mic would not cooperate. It hated Zagiel's voice and it hated Drakina's voice and it hated Ugrath's voice. It hated all the voices. It would cut out almost every single line because noise suppression would just eat it. I had to literally go back. I redid it once with noise suppression on. I did it again. Had to go back and do the voices again with noise suppression off, which meant making sure there was no background noise at all. It sucked. It's just a Blue Yeti. Like, it's not exactly good.
It's great for streaming, unless you have a high-pitched
It works
voice.
for streaming. I will say that.
But for doing really low voices or really high voices, like or really loud voices, you have
grumbly.
you have to change all the settings.
Yeah, if you're doing a growly voice, it just goes. It's very annoying.
Incredibly annoying. Because then you like he would give me the footage to edit, and I'd have like one word out of a sentence, and then one word out of the next sentence that wouldn't go through and would just be garbled. So he'd have to redo the whole line. Then you have to do the whole line. Oh my god, it was hell. Because like Sam, you asked how many hours to do that? Like it can't even be counted in hours. Like
Yeah,
days.
it took days. I mean, shit, Act 3 took months. Not continuously, of course, but I mean, overall. Yeah.
And then it got so big because then, okay, so I'd edit it, and my schedule is I'm mornings and he's up at night. So I would edit it and I would make notes. Must redo this line, redo this line, redo this line. And then he would give it back to me, and it got so big. Trying to find where each one of these goes and then making sure, and then he would skip one or I would skip one to redo, and I'd be like, okay, wait, this is still missing. And we'd have like these lists of things that, oh my god, we're not professionals whatsoever, and this got to the point where I was just like panic attacks when I had to sit down to do it again. I'm like, oh my god.
Yep. It was a monster, and yet it's here. We finally did it. What I will say, I do agree that Zagiel is the better. He's probably the best character in this. But Act 3 does really, I think it's still the best act. Even despite it being the longest act, like it has more of an opportunity. I feel like so much happens in Act 3 that like you're not professionals, cap.
Listen, in order to be a professional, you have to be paid for something you do.
True.
And it helps to have actually been trained in it.
pulls out hats. So anyway, donations.
Really? No. Wait, is Act 3 have the there's a voice where it sounds like there's two voices in you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you all read the Aragon series? I watched the movie.
Long time ago. Years. Decades, actually.
I watched the movie a lot though.
Yeah.
So our love is not payment enough? No.
Honestly, no. It is, Sam. It totally is. Oh my god, to see you guys like it. Oh my god.
That's true. That's true.
It's so good.
Please, there is no Aragon movie.
It's only the books. We have the books.
I had one of them.
The blue one. We have
I had the red one. Yeah, I had the red one.
Yeah.
The second one, I think it is.
I think we have both.
Yeah.
Those two. I think they're downstairs.
I think it is.
Who of you in here is tied up downstairs? Can you check?
It's Nag.
I know, but I think we've sent others to the basement too.
Oh, also this fucking scene. How he did the picture, by the way. How it focused on his infinity symbol on his belt.
His
right?
glaive.
Oops, let me get that. And then zoomed out from there to this. Suzuki-o's the Brahm of our story. Old fella super OP, more interesting than MC. Yup.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But then because we were hiding the Titans, we didn't want to spoil the Titans. And then finally, when he starts summoning the Titans, it just zooms out. It's like, oh, there's even more to this immense picture. Oh, yeah.
Just the freaking detail in his beard, man.
Oh, yeah, hold
I
on.
don't know what resolution you guys are watching it on. You see freaking individual hairs. Goopo is just she's a goddess.
Yes.
She is a supernatural being of all supernatural beings.
I also love, one of my favorite things in this is that with Kotos and Dracaina, you can totally tell they've got different personalities. Like, they don't speak in the initial part, and Dracaina speaks at the end, but she doesn't say anything of particular importance. But the fact that, like, through their actions, Kotos is clearly, I don't know if you guys notice this, but I notice it every time I listen to this. Kotos is clearly the more just unhinged and angry one. Like, he just flips out and screams and just pounds his hands against things, whereas Dracaina more uses the void breath.
Like, he gets so pissed off because he can't get to his sister.
Yeah, and then his sister eats her, or eats him.
Yeah, as you do.
Sibling love. An average sibling interaction.
The void is a strange place.
God, that thing was that fucking scene was so cool. For those of, well, I guess for any of you actually, did you expect that to happen? The void cannibalism?
There's no way
Average
to expect that.
sibling. Kotos is Kratos, absolute rage monster, exactly. No. Yay. Totally unexpected. Yeah, because she's reaching down to him, picking him up and like mourning his death, and then all of a sudden, chomp. Yeah. No one ever expects the cannibals. Awesome. Okay. Well, does everybody have everything they need? Do we need like popcorn or anything like that? Any refills? I'm heading to the counter. I can get some. Actually, for that matter, Matriarch, are you still there? I heard your mute go. I'm still wrapped in my mind around their existence and a munching happened. God, they're so cool though. Look at that. Like, you can see them coming out of the portals behind them. This art is so amazing. Caffeine meter is full, ready as I'll ever be. Matriarch. I think she probably went to go get food or something. Hopefully she brings me food. I would like food. Food is tasty. I hear her moving. Yeah, I know. It's such a stark break from the first act's colors. It goes from like the orange dominated like sunset to the fucking purples of eternity. The little bit of red of the void storm. Did you get that also, that the red colors in there is a reference to the void storm? Love that. Watch the VOD later. All right. Have a good sleep. I can't get over it. Matriarch, I see you chatting.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
Bring me food.
We got no food. I have no way you want me to bring you. Spoonful of peanut butter, piece of cheese,
Make popcorn.
piece of bread. I thought about it, but we'll see.
All
All right, act 3.
right, fine. I was thinking we could do a little intermission where we go actually get food and like not go anywhere and get food, but go make popcorn. But fine. I heard you mute. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
Mhm.
I was just gonna mute if we're gonna play it.
Okay.
Okay.
You say so.
I'll feed you later.
Feed me later. Popcorn.
If you're lucky.
Of course, it starts here. Hold on. Whee! All right. Turn this back on. How have the audio levels been good? Like, are they loud enough? I'm trying to keep them from like blaring your guys' eardrums out, but let me know, and I can turn it up or turn it down. But yeah. So begins Act 3. Like I said at the beginning, we are gonna do Act 3 in chunks because it's 2.5 hours long. And so we will do the first part, and then at the break, which there's a pretty notable break, we'll do this little get together, powwow, get around the campfire, cross-legged, talk about what happened, enjoy it, gush, all that jazz, and then begin again, do it again, do it again, do it again. Okie dokie. Oh. Let me get comfy. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, by the way, hold on. Hopefully this doesn't show anything. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but each one of the descriptions actually like gives a little synopsis slash like kind of lead in to the thing. Have you guys seen this? Or seen these? The final act of the fall of eternity. Despite the monumental sacrifices made, Imperiosis has broken through the Perpetuum defenses. And now all that stands between Segrid and the Matriarch is a lone demon, once scorned by the very house he now protects. The ritual remains their last hope, but time has run out. And though Pyrite will not fight this battle alone, the Matriarch and Pyrite will both have to face down the demons of their pasts. In the climactic final act, there can be no doubt that the end has come for eternity. And now the question is, will Perpetuum stand eternal? Because every other one is, it says Perpetuum stands eternal, just like as the motto. And now we're not so sure. Okay. Not yet. Hold on. Okay. All right. Matriarch, you ready? I get. Okay, you're. All right, you're. Okay, good. Let me go ahead and start this just a sec. Okay, that's good. And then 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a go. The Fall of Eternity. Act 3. Pyrite felt the mountain shake. Before he could fully turn in search of the source, he was blown off his feet and crashed to the black brick beneath him. His breath caught in his throat, not because of the impact, but because of what he saw. The astral atrium was gone, replaced by an enormous explosion of dazzling colors. Much of the central keep was consumed by the ever-expanding sphere of light until, all at once, it vanished. Pyrite was left in the waning light of the evening sun. Snow began to fall on the besieged castle. Pyrite sat up and held out a hand, watching as a snowflake landed on it. He clenched his fist and got to his feet. He wasn't sure what had just happened, but he couldn't afford to remain distracted. He turned from the eviscerated ruin of the central keep and ran down the black brick of the northern bridge. The Spellweaver's villa stood tall before him, and his eyes caught on the circular stained glass window that looked out from between the tall pillars. On the window was the sigil of the house, emblazoned in purples and silvers, the image of an overturned hourglass, its sands no longer falling. Pyrite turned his gaze down from the proud emblem and pushed past the large entrance doors. The foyer was empty and dark, like that of the central keep before. Unwelcome memories pushed their way into his mind as he looked around the room. He suppressed them and ran up the grand marble steps to the second floor, and then deeper into the villa. How many generations of spellweavers had passed through these halls, he wondered. The weight of history pressed upon him as he ran down the corridor. But, despite his wandering mind, who he was looking for wasn't in the villa, but past it. Pirate opened a final door at the back of the villa and was greeted by cold, tempestuous wind slamming against his exposed face. It grabbed the door from his grip and ripped it off its hinges. It fell away into the blanket of snow that poured over the mountains. Through the blizzard before him, Pirate could see the sky above rotating like a cyclone. Whatever that explosion had been, it had disturbed the sky, causing this white hurricane. Seriously? He asked. He manifested a heavy cloak, pulled the hood over his face, and stepped onto the black brick. The Tower of Kulvath loomed beyond the short bridge. He used his glaive's spiked lower haft to steady his steps as he forced his way through the snow and wind. The violent gusts threatened to throw Pirate over the edge, but he pushed on, manifesting spikes that extended from his boots to dig into the growing blanket of white that covered the black brick. Finally, he reached the tower entrance and was practically blown inside. Pirate pushed the door closed and set his hand against it. He willed the door to change, and it attached to the stone wall, locking it shut. He knew it wouldn't stop the invaders, but it would at least give him some warning. He turned and glanced around. Unlike the villa before, magical lights hung suspended in air and cast the steps before him in a light blue glow. As he ascended the tower, he wondered what he would say, wondered how he could explain. The spellweavers were one thing, but the matriarch was something else entirely. Pyrite's chest grew tight as he imagined their coming conversation. He reached the top of the tower and extended a hand towards the door, but he hesitated. And that's when he smelled smoke. His own worries overtaken, Pyrite shoved the door open and rushed inside. He looked around the room, searching for both the matriarch and the source of the smell. But the room was empty, barring the many open cabinets and spilled catalytic ingredients. Panic gripped him. Where was she? The spellweavers had told him she was here. Pyrite's thoughts fell silent as his eyes found the source of the smell. He rushed to the open window and saw flames. The entire central keep was on fire. Eons of history burned bright red against the falling snow. He felt weak as he watched the flames spread. It's not enough that they destroy us. They'll burn our memory to ash. Through the snow, Pirate could see the bridge leading from the central keep to the villa. He saw the three figures walking down it, and a growl rose from his throat. Sigrid. Suddenly, something moved behind him, and Pyrite wheeled, glaive raised. Before him, a small stone golem stood, unfazed by Pyrite's threatening blade. When Pirate recognized the golem, he lowered his weapon and breathed a sigh of relief. Ven. Where's the matriarch? The small construct, which served as the matriarch's personal assistant, turned away from him and half walked, half waddled over to one of the counters that lined the room. Its emotionless voice, semi-sentient as it was, appeared in Pyrite's mind via telepathy. The matriarch is on the west side patio. Of course she'd be in her grove. Pirate rushed toward the door, but the golem wasn't done talking. I was sent to retrieve further drakebone chalk and hellcat hair. Pirate looked back at the golem, who was reaching his small stone arms up toward the countertop. Help. Pirate sighed and set his glaive against the wall. He walked over, picked up the golem, grabbed the ingredients it pointed out, and headed back to the stairway. So she really is still trying to complete the ritual, he thought. Yes, the matriarch is certain she is on the verge of getting it right, Ven interjected. Pirate looked at the golem. Ven, get out of my head. The golem looked back at him. The two rubies the matriarch had set into its head to serve as faux eyes glinted as they passed the floating lights. Understood. After a few more moments in silence, they reached a set of double doors Pirate had passed on his way to the matriarch's lab. He set the golem down, pushed the doors open, and felt a chill run down his back. In front of him stretched a large field of flowers. Midway into the field rose two proud conifer trees, dwarfed only by the walls of rock that towered high on both sides of the square grove. The sheer rock face shone smooth, where the matriarch's matter manipulation magic had sheared away what had once been a mountain. In the center of the field stood a fountain trickling water through some magical process. The grove, which Pyrite felt to be entirely out of place on these frigid peaks, served as the preferred space for the matriarch, who had found the Tower of Kulvath too claustrophobic for her tastes and purposes. Pyrite followed the stone brick path that ran down the center. At the fountain, the path split in three. One path continued up to the patio at the back of the grove, while the other two circled the trees before joining back at the center, forming the overturned hourglass that was Perpetuum's sigil. That was when Pyrite noticed the lack of snow on both the grove and the patio steps he approached. He looked up and saw that overhead, a dome barrier glowed, keeping the furious sky at bay. And as he looked back down, having just reached the steps, another chill ran through him. From the moment he had opened the doors, it had felt like something was watching him. And as the two made their way up the steps, he saw the many gargoyles perched atop the marble pillars ringing the grove. They sat there in their death-like stone stillness, but Pyrite knew they were watching him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that even he wasn't welcome here. Finally, as he reached the top of the steps, he found her. Alone in the center of a large summoning circle that had clearly been drawn and redrawn was Matriarch Zara Melise Perpetuum. She knelt over one of the intricate patterns chalked onto the stone, looking from the etching to the book in her hand, then back again. Dust covered her hands and the bottom of her silver-lined robes. Pyrite's heart sank when he saw her tear-stricken cheeks. Ven walked up and handed her the ingredients, and she looked from the golem to Pyrite.
Pyrite.
She looked back down.
Sigil is dead.
Pyrite felt the blood drain from his face, and he hung his head. He had just seen the old spellweaver. He opened his mouth to speak, and found it too dry to form words. The matriarch continued.
He shared his memories with me just before he died. So Osgaroth and the guard have fallen as well?
Pyrite cleared his throat. Yes, along with my team. She looked at him.
This day has taken much then. I must make sure it's worth it.
She released the book in her hand, and it floated to a pile of tomes outside the circle.
That one is another fake. Of the 29 we found, 15 have been fakes. Which means the final tome is still out there. The final piece of the ritual. Just out of reach.
Pyrite met her gaze, concern in his eyes. So you can't complete the ritual?
I didn't say that. From what I've been able to gather, only this section of the summoning circle is incomplete.
She pointed to the repeatedly erased section of the circle she knelt over.
Every time I try to cast the summon, the lines of power collapse right here. That final tome contains the final piece of the puzzle, yes. But if I use what I do know from the other sections of the circle and my own knowledge of our history, I should be able to brute force it.
Pyrite looked at the large circle drawn onto the stone around them. It, like the overlapping paths around the fountain, formed the Perpetuum sigil, the symbol of eternity. The whole circle was made from etheric runes that, Pyrite was sure, told some tale of Perpetuum history. That was how these ancient rituals always worked. Both magic and history entwined into one. Matriarch, Segrid and his honor guard are right behind me. The rest of the house has already retreated to Neveos. We don't have time for you to guess at this. We have to— She stood up from where she knelt and walked past him, looking over the grove.
Pyrite, tell me, what did you see during your time with House Neveos?
Confused, he said, They're casters who specialize in ice magic?
Oh, I meant, what were they like? Their leader, their people, their culture.
Pyrite recalled the time he had fought alongside the casters of House Neveos during one of their yearly wars against their southern neighbor, House Aduro. They're militaristic, aggressive, but at their core, they're opportunistic cowards. They only ever attacked when they had an advantage and saw little shame in abandoning those they fought alongside. Aggravation at the memory burned in Pyrite's heart.
Opportunistic cowards,
She echoed.
And we have just sent all that remains of our house to hide within their walls. How long, I wonder, before they feel that the agreement you brokered with them is no longer sufficient payment? How long before they turn on us, on our people?
And we should have fought. Made those Imperios bastards bleed for every step.
We would certainly have lost. and our house would have faded into obscurity. No, this was the only viable choice.
She turned back and locked him with an intense stare.
But if I can complete the ritual, summon the Hellbeast, then not only will our house not fade. No, instead we will rise, return to the glory we once held.
But Matriarch, we don't have enough time.
I will not be known as the matriarch who let Perpetuum fall a second time.
She shouted. Then, quieter, she added,
Not while there is still a chance.
Pyrite looked at her tear-stricken eyes. Then you'd best get to work. He started past her, but she stopped him, and placing a hand on his shoulder, she whispered,
You need not die here.
He grasped her hand and pushed it away from him. Don't you dare, he growled, a slight quiver in his voice. Oz entrusted me with your safety. I'll be damned if I'm gonna be teleported away again. If you're staying, I'm staying. She stared at him, and Pyrite saw pride mixed with a tinge of sadness in her red eyes.
I understand. But at least allow me this.
Her staff appeared in her hand, and she touched it to Pyrite's lamellar chestplate. With a flash of magical power, he began to glow as she cast the protective barrier over him. The glow faded from sight, but he could still feel its protection.
This will strengthen both you and your armor.
He could feel the fatigue of the previous battle lessening, the pain in his wounds waning. Shouldn't you save your mana for the summoning? As he asked the question, he recalled the crystal that Zagil had given him. He took it from the pouch on his belt, where he had stored it, and held it before her. Actually, Zagil gave this to me. Surely it'll be of more use to you. The matriarch looked at the glowing crystal. It was one of the few magic crystals Perpetuum had left. She reached out and closed Pyrite's hand around it.
You need not worry about me. Zagil entrusted it to you. It is you who will make the greatest use of it.
Ven, who had been standing by silently, suddenly perked up. Intruders have entered the tower, he warned. Pyrite looked at Ven and returned the crystal to its pouch. He took a deep breath, summoned his glaive, and turned toward the door. Well, I suppose the time has come.
So it has.
She replied, but her voice came twice, and Pyrite turned to see two matriarchs standing before him. It was a perfect copy, with all the same abilities and even a combined consciousness. The double summoned her staff and walked up alongside him.
You will not fight alone.
Pyrite smiled, and he and the double walked down the steps as the original matriarch got back to work. They stopped just after the fountain and awaited their foes. Pyrite took his place in front of the matriarch as they began to hear the heavy footfalls from outside the tower door. He raised his glaive to guard and turned his head to look back at the double. Can you do it? Can you summon the beast? The matriarch before him met his gaze, her eyes burning with determination.
Yes.
Good. I trust you. Mother, he said, as his helmet materialized around his face. The door exploded out in a shower of splinters and rent steel. Pyrite took a deep breath as out from the rising dust walked the honor guard, with Segrid right behind. Pyrite's weapon, already reformed into a spear, shot from his grip, a blur of steel and wood streaking across the grove. The honor guard lunged forth and swatted it from the air with a swing of his axe. From over Pyrite's head, a boulder that dwarfed the great pines was flung toward the invaders. As it reached them, the matriarch opened her outstretched hand, and the boulder turned red-hot and erupted, showering molten magma over its targets.
I don't think so,
said a voice within both of their minds. Suddenly, a beam of green flame shot out from beneath the falling magma. It consumed the molten rock and carried on toward Pyrite and the double. The double raised her staff and a barrier appeared before them. The beam impacted and exploded out, disintegrating the grass, flowers, and bushes around them, everything it touched turning to dust. As it waned, Pyrite let out a growl. Segrid and his honor guard walked toward them unharmed, and behind them was someone Pyrite knew all too well. Disgust boiled within him as the traitor stepped into the grove.
Oh, Sargal,
whispered the double. The spellweaver, still wrapped in the embroidered purple robes of House Perpetuum, stood beside Segrid and his two remaining honor guard.
Hello, matriarch.
His croaking words carried the venom of hatred. Before the pair could start slinging insults or spells, Segrid spoke, not to the matriarch, but to Pyrite.
You must be the mercenary who led the defense outside.
Pyrite gave no reply. Rather, he was eyeing Sargal. That was him in my mind a moment ago, right? Is that going to be a problem? He asked.
I'm blocking any further intrusion. What are our chances here?
The matriarch asked in return.
Terrible.
Pyrite sighed internally. We're outnumbered, and while I might be able to hold out against one honor guard, I have no delusions of my chances against two. And I have no chance against Sargal. The admittance hurt his pride, but this was no time for ego. Even worse, I have no idea what tricks Segrid might have up his lordly sleeves. Segrid continued, unaware of the telepathic conversation.
Why die for a doomed house?
The Lord reached out a hand in offering.
Join me, and you will know wealth and glory more than you can possibly imagine.
Pyrite turned his eyes back on the Lord. Were this any other case, were Segrid any other lord, Pyrite might have genuinely considered the offer. But this was different. You don't seem to know who I am, Lord. I'm not just a mercenary. Segrid narrowed his eyes as the Perpetuum banner appeared on the haft of Pyrite's glaive. I am Pyrite Perpetuum, son of Matriarch Zara Malise Perpetuum. A sadistic smile crossed Pyrite's face. And I will be the one to claim your head. As Pyrite finished speaking, the double rose into the air, staff glowing with power. Segrid frowned and waved a hand to his honor guard.
Then you will die with your house.
At his word, Sargal's staff flared and the honor guard raised their axes. A blast of vicious lightning shot from Sargal's staff and spidered through the air toward the double. She barely had time to raise a barrier, and it cost her. As the bolt slammed into the barrier, it collapsed. The blast sent her flying back across the grove and into the steps. In the next moment, Sargal vanished, having teleported after the matriarch's double. Pyrite was just about to give chase when the matriarch's words reached his mind.
Focus on the enemy before you. I'll handle this damned traitor.
Her voice carried no sign of the impact she had just taken. From beneath his helmet, Pyrite smiled at his mother's confidence. Sargal had long been the house's foremost offensive caster, and he was a monster at that. But where he was a monster, the matriarch was like that of the old gods. The larger honor guard lunged forward, axe raised. The red scale of his armor blurred in Pyrite's vision. He was fast, faster than anyone his size had any right being. Pyrite wanted to dodge out of the way of the descending axe, but couldn't. All he could do was raise his glaive to block. It was a mistake. Pyrite's eyes went wide as the full force of what felt like a stone Goliath crashed into and nearly through his block. His legs gave and he fell to one knee, just barely holding the hungry axe a mere hand's width from his shoulder. With the blade so close, he could make out the carvings of runes. Pyrite released his block, letting the axe blade fall against his gorget. As it did, the runes ignited and the whole blade glowed orange. It let out a vicious hiss as it contacted the barrier surrounding him, coughing sparks as it tried to burn its way through. Pyrite roared and thrust his glaive's curved blade into the armored abdomen of the honor guard with as much strength as he could muster. It slammed against the hard scales and stopped, but it was enough. The demon rocked back and his axe came off Pyrite's shoulder with a crackling pop of arcane fury. Pyrite got to his feet. Whatever that weapon was, it was clearly imbued with some kind of magic. Pyrite gave thanks that the matriarch had cast the barrier over him, as without it, he didn't even want to imagine. He glanced at the other honor guard still standing beside Segrid at the entrance to the grove. His axe too bore the markings of runes, but they were different and looked burnt out. Do each of them bear different artifact weapons? He wondered. The honor guard in red hadn't re-engaged. He was just standing there, head cocked to the side as if studying Pyrite. The large demon tapped a finger on the haft of his axe, and a feeling of nostalgia hit Pyrite. Pyrite ignored the feeling. In his left hand, he manifested a spear and drove it into the dirt behind him, a contingency he knew he would need. Then he charged, glaive raised high. The honor guard reacted. Quick as ever, he swung his axe to parry the descending blade. Pyrite pulled the strike and watched as the axe swung through empty air. As he reached striking range, he rotated the glaive and thrust its deadly spike straight toward the red demon's throat. The honor guard's gauntleted hands shot out and caught the haft, stopping it. Pyrite tried to pull his weapon free, but found he was no match for the larger demon's strength. The honor guard pulled him close and sent a kick into his abdomen. Pyrite flew back, tumbling through the air, and into the backup spear, just as planned. He grasped it, landed on his feet, and launched it, aiming right for his opponent's head. With no time to react, the demon instinctively dodged, and as the spear passed him, he realized what he had done. The spear tore through the air toward its true target, Segrid. The second honor guard didn't react in time, and the spear gave a loud crack as it tore through the door behind them. Lordly blood fell from the gash in Segrid's cheek. His head cocked to one side, he let out a furious growl as he glared at Pyrite. He had dodged death, but his pride smoldered like the fiery red of his eyes. Pyrite, breathing hard, manifested a new glaive and pointed it at the Lord. "I told you, didn't I?" he declared through labored breaths. "I'll be claiming your head." Before Segrid could respond, the honor guard before him gave a hearty laugh.
It is you! I'd recognize that arrogance anywhere!
The guard threw his axe onto his shoulder and, with his offhand, removed the skull mask from his helmet. For a moment, Pyrite's focus faltered, because he knew that face. "Akarath!" he demanded.
It took me a moment to remember, but only you would have the gall to disrespect a lord so directly,
he bellowed in his rough voice.
Oh, how I've missed that.
Pyrite, his surprise fading quickly, maintained his guard, watching Akarath closely. Old companion or no, he was fighting for Segrid now. "Last time I saw you, you were fighting in the Bellicose arena. What happened? Did the blood-choked sand prove too much for you?" Akarath gave another chuckle, though it was quieter than before.
That was a century ago, Pyrite. And besides, Lord Segrid pays rather well.
The two were circling each other now. The second honor guard stood in front of Segrid, ensuring Pyrite could not strike him again. The Lord had fallen surprisingly quiet, likely wanting to see if Akarath could get through to Pyrite.
You really ought to consider his offer. If you swear yourself to his service, he may still let you live.
Pyrite scowled. "Oh, you think I should consign my soul to him just to survive?" Akarath sighed, his pleased expression falling to a frown.
It's not so bad.
Pyrite's eyes went wide. "He owns you." Amongst demonkind, contracts carry weight beyond what is penned, and nowhere else is it more true than for those of the Mercenary League. But if one were to break contract, to disobey or go against what was agreed to, they would find their souls claimed by the contract holder for eternity. It was why mercenaries were used so often, because disobedience meant permanent enslavement. Akarath stopped walking and turned toward him.
The pay was too good. Anyway, where are the others? I didn't see them outside.
A mixture of emotions welled within Pyrite's heart. They died a long time ago. The large demon gave an understanding nod.
Pity. And those two new ones, they were yours?
Were. The word caught in Pyrite's ears, and what minuscule hope had remained began to crumble. "So they are?" he asked, voice shaking. Akarath met his gaze and gave a resigned smile.
They fought well.
Anger, a curse placed on him by his past that had followed him his entire life. That ever-smoldering urge that always threatened to take control and leave a path of destruction in its wake. He had spent nearly 2 centuries learning to control it, to take hold of the reins and make it do his bidding. But in that moment, Pyrite released the reins, and it carried him forth as he shot toward Akarath, glaive swinging down toward his old friend's exposed face. Akarath hadn't expected the sudden charge, but still, he dodged out of the way of the falling blade. Pyrite let the weight of the glaive carry the bladed head down and swung the end of the weapon, already reformed into a sword, toward the demon's face. Akarath threw up his offhand and caught the strike on his vambrace. But before he could grab hold of the weapon and turn the fight in his favor, Pyrite released it. Ducking low, he dove into the larger demon with his whole weight. He howled with rage as he tried to bring his opponent to the ground. Akadoth staggered back, but remained standing. He grabbed hold of his axe and brought it high, about to drive its spiked end into the back of Pyrite. But he hesitated. He turned the weapon sideways and brought the darkwood haft down on the back of Pyrite's helmet, sending him crashing to the floor.
Pyrite, stop! Don't make me kill you!
Pyrite growled as pain seared through his head, but it didn't matter. Not anymore. He hadn't even heard Akadoth's plea. All he could think of was killing the bastards before him. They had to pay. He would make them pay. Rage consumed his very being, and he poured mana into his gauntlets. Hooked talons extended from the fingertips, and he grabbed at the legs of Akadoth before him. The talons found his unarmored calves and cleaved bloody trenches into them. Akadoth howled and fell backward, his axe clattering to the ground. Pyrite wasted no time. He pounced like a hellcat onto his prey. A dagger materialized in his hand, and he brought it down point first toward Akadoth's face. Akadoth caught his arms, holding the shaking blade a finger's width from his eye. Pyrite roared as he pushed harder, trying to break past the demon's desperate block. Suddenly, an axe slammed into Pyrite's side, throwing him off of Akadoth and into one of the great pines. The second honor guard pulled Akadoth to his unsteady feet and gave him back his dropped axe. Akadoth took the axe.
Pyrite,
He began, but before he could finish, Segrid stepped forward and cut him off.
Captain Akadoth, enough of this foolishness! Kill him!
As Segrid said the words, Akadoth stood up a little straighter, and his eyes flashed before his expression turned cold. Akadoth grabbed his skull mask from his belt, and, glowing eyes never leaving Pyrite, put it back on over his face.
Yes, my lord.
For a moment, Pyrite's fury had faltered, and he lay there on a bed of pine needles, trying to catch his breath. The blow had dented in the lamellar plates on his side, and he could feel them pushing into the padded coat beneath. Pain radiated from beneath the crushed plates. He clenched his fist, only to recall that he had dropped his glaive a while ago. They were coming again. 2 slaves to Segrid's will. He could see them approaching, axes at their side. Clearly, they didn't think he was much of a threat anymore. He expended more of his dwindling mana reserves into his hand, and a new glaive assembled itself in his grip. He didn't have much mana on the best of days, and today was not the best of days. His material transmutations and weapon summonings didn't cost too much to cast, that's why he used them. But still, he would run out soon. I need that on. Think I'll be joining you after all. He planted the spike of his glaive into the dirt and heaved himself up. His gaze snapped from Akadoth to the second honor guard, then to Segrid. His fury reignited and adrenaline coursed through his veins. He raised his glaive to guard and charged at the approaching demons. They reacted, swinging their axes at him from both sides. Pyrite parried the blow from Akadoth and took the second on his pauldron. Plates bent as the axe slammed into his shoulder. Pyrite let out a growl and kicked the second honor guard in the abdomen, sending him stumbling back. His shoulder free, Pyrite grabbed Akadoth's axe with his offhand and thrust his glaive's blade toward the red demon's throat. Once again, Akadoth caught the weapon by its haft, but Pyrite had expected this. He wrenched both weapons toward him, pulling Akadoth in, and slammed his armored head against the demon's skull mask. He felt it dent in, and Akadoth recoiled. Pyrite released the axe and pulled his glaive back to strike, but a second axe slammed into the exposed horn on the side of his head and sent him reeling. The shock of it stunned him, but he was recovered by a surge of adrenaline and turned to face his attacker. A second blow came, the axe swinging in an arc for his abdomen. Pyrite couldn't react fast enough, and the blade slammed into him. It sent him skidding, but he found his footing and pushed past the axe, closing the distance between them. He threw his glaive over the demon's head and tried to wrench him to the ground. He felt the honor guard punching him in the abdomen over and over. Just as he was about to pull his opponent off his feet, Akadoth's axe slammed into his back. The runes along its blade ignited against the magical barrier. Pain shot up his spine and he released his grip, his glaive clattering to the floor behind the honor guard. His legs felt wobbly, but he grasped onto the honor guard before him and sent a fist into his skull mask. Metal clanged against metal, and Pyrite fused his gauntleted knuckles to the mask before wrenching it off. Hate-filled eyes greeted him. Pyrite reached back, planning to punch the bastard with his own mask. but he didn't get to, as, with one hand, Akadoth grabbed Pyrite by the back of his gorget and pulled him off his comrade. With a heave, he shoved him to the ground, kneeling on his back. He looked up at his comrade and nodded. Pyrite raged, trying to grab at Akadoth, trying to wriggle free, but he couldn't. He was trapped. Why were they so strong? Akadoth had always been a beast, but this was something else entirely. Then he saw the answer. Off to the side, with an expression of sadistic satisfaction, was Segrid, and around his neck was an amulet of glowing gold. The way it glowed, Pyrite knew, even in his rage-addled state, it meant it was an artifact. It seemed to wash over the two honor guard. The second honor guard got into position beside them and raised his axe like the executioner he was. Pyrite looked up at the ravenous blade. It looked much bigger from where he lay. Fury filled his eyes, and they grew brighter as he cast the spell. Self-destruct. It wouldn't be much of an explosion, he knew that. But it would at least take the damned honor guard with him.
Pyrite, hold your breath!
Cried the matriarch. Pyrite reined in his anger and halted the spell, craning his head to look up. There he saw her, the matriarch's double floating above the stairs, her hand raised toward the barrier above them. The honor guard, too, were staring up at her, registering her as the greater threat. Then, all at once, the barrier vanished, and thousands of pounds of snow that had piled up on its surface fell onto the grove. It crashed into them, burying them alive. Part 1 done. So what do you think? Any thoughts? Matriarch?
I'm a badass.
Thank you. Thank you for burying me. It's so kind of you to bury your dying son.
You like snow.
Yes.
We call
yes.
him Frosty.
Frosty. Pyrosty.
Pyrosty. Pyrage. Yep. MVP. Oh.
Huh?
Are you gonna bring it up yet or no?
Yes. So Akadoth, eh? Let me go ahead and pull the picture back up.
I love Akaroth. He's a good character.
He's a very good character, I think. He doesn't get any lines after this because he's kind of been his personality's kind of been overwritten by Segrid's orders, but yeah. So as you can see, Akadoth has matching horn caps to me. So we were both a part of the Golden Ghosts. So that's where we know each other from. Although he left the group far earlier than the rest of us. Now I know why Pyra is where the Citadel Knights and yeah. Yeah. Former companion. I gave him a lot of shit in the early days, but we were basically best friends for a while until he left. Apart from me, he's the only remaining member of the Ghosts, but I don't really know if he qualifies as being a member anymore, considering his employment. I don't exactly blame him for taking a job with Segrid, but oh yeah, it's fine. I'll reset it. Let me see.
Damn, the contracts are the story of his exploits. Yeah, so the book he's writing now is all of his background.
Yeah.
So you'll know all about the Golden Ghosts.
I'll just tell you guys what time we're at. 20:55. I can't actually reset that. Oh, can I? Hold on, let me see. No, I can't. Alright, that's fine. But yeah. He's a freaking beast, though. I mean, even beyond some bullshit artifact strengthening, he was always the biggest one of the group.
But he's like a gentle giant.
Oh, he totally is. He's so fucking nice. So it was a novel at one point. I plan to. That is the idea. Yeah, he's such what?
That frickin' line, Pyrite, don't make me kill you. Oh my god, that tears me up every time.
Yeah, he was being genuine, though I didn't. I didn't hear it. Yeah, exactly. The thing with it, the thing with contracts in this is that you can refuse, and so ultimately what this means is that Akira took a contract to be a mercenary for Segrid, and then refused an order. So whatever he refused must have been pretty frickin' egregious, because he knew what the result was. But as a result, he became enslaved to Segrid. However, the one thing that Segrid is not able to give him an order on is the one thing that actually caused it in the first place. So that is the one thing he can't make him do, is whatever caused him to refuse the order in the first place. But, yeah. He's a big Bellicusian. Oh. I'll take some tea. Oh, no, I'm good with water right now. Yeah. Can we talk about his armor, though? That, the scale. Looks fantastic. I also love how the second honor guard is kind of third wheeling here. But yeah. If I had to choose a favorite scene from this, it is probably, I mean, like the entire part 1 of Act 3. I would probably say it is the anger scene. I like that scene. It's tragic. It's but intense at the same time. The music hits fucking wonderfully. But yeah, I like that scene a lot. This is a very nice start of my week. Oh. Yes, mage. Oh. Hold on, we're waiting for the matriarch to come back with tea. Anybody got anything else? What are all your favorite parts of this section? And also, so Lulu, how much of this have you seen? I forget. I think you said that you've only seen part of the beginning, right? That there. There we go. Oh. Almost all of this part? Okay. So okay. So from this point on, it's all new to you? Okay, cool. That should be fun. You want to hop on a Discord call? We can gush about it. Yeah? Was it a yeah to the Discord call or a yeah to the everything's new? You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm gonna be very, very honest. This is like the best part to me about writing all of this. Beyond just writing it, is seeing people's reaction to it. It's very fun. Okay, that's fine. Fine, you don't have to be in a Discord call. I see how it is. Ah. But yeah. Kizuna, what's your favorite part of this scene? Do you have one? And Sam, you too. Also, the frickin' music, I cannot get over how good Scott Buckley's music is. It is amazing. Fighting a sore throat. No! Wonderful setting for an epic RPG. Yeah, I agree. That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. Hold on. I want to pull up. I wish to pull up a picture. Okay, that's fine. Where is it? I have a picture. It played at the beginning of this, of the, where are we at? There? Yes. This guy. The map of Terrapicatus. Ah, gotcha. With how different all of the house territories are, I feel like it would make for a really good RPG. You know? Like Perpetuum Mountains, Diabolos with these like boreal forests in the mountains to the south, Prevectus being all smoke choked, Dido being all jungle, Imperiosis being the very thick, very watery riverlands, Equatorius being hilly, Umbra being dense forest, Adioto being fiery, Neveus being icy. I wonder what the theme there was. But yeah. I love characters who are not bad at all. Who's getting choked? Who's getting choked? So I'm gonna get choked? I'll make an unarmed matriarch build. I know what part you're talking about too. Yeah. Anyway, I love characters who are not bad at all. They're fighting because circumstances. So your mercenary friend was awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I love Akaras. He's a gem. Who's obsessed with gems. Okay, close this out. I'm only gonna wait a little bit longer, matriarch. Swear I randomly tuned in. Someone was getting choked. I don't think so. I hope not. He said, "The gems you're into rocks." Yes. Although he likes gold just as much. Now I see why you're best friends. Yep. Yep. You're here? Okay. Shall we continue? I'm probably gonna just forego the timer because it's kind of not accurate anymore. So we'll just forego the timer. I'll just turn that off. Hold on. See if we can make this a little bit bigger now. Yeah, it'll just stay up here. I guess not. There we go. That's fine. Okay. Continuing on. So now we get to some fun stuff. As if the stuff currently wasn't fun. Wow. Registering her as the greater threat. Hold on, let's get to the next. Then, all of this fell onto the grove. It crashed into them, burying them alive. Would love to play D&D in this world. That would be fun. That'd be an interesting experience, what do you think? That might be possible. We'll see. Okay. That is a good idea. I agree. Okay. All right. Let's continue. On to the matriarch stuff. Go ahead and mute myself. Goodbye. "3 days prior.
The matriarch took her seat at the head of the long table. The room around her, the Spellweaver's council chamber, was lit by blue flames that hung suspended in the air. 8 of the 9 Spellweavers bowed their heads respectfully from where they sat around the table. One of the chairs, the one just to the left of the matriarch, was empty. Her eyes caught on the empty chair. It was so unlike him to miss a meeting, especially an emergency meeting. "What's the situation?" the matriarch asked. Osgarath, on the right side of the table, stood with a polite nod.
Matriarch, House Imperiosis has crossed the border en masse. My conjurers are claiming they number in the tens of thousands.
The matriarch narrowed her eyes. "It's hardly the first time." The teleportation traps will send them back.
That's just it, my lady. The traps aren't working. Well...
The old spellweaver fell silent, at a loss for how to explain. Solmar, seated opposite Osgaroth, cut in.
It's not that they're not working, they're being disabled.
The matriarch's eyes widened for a moment, before again narrowing with confusion. Disabled? She echoed. How? The spellweavers exchanged concerned glances, and the matriarch raised an eyebrow at their uncharacteristic nervousness. Finally, Zagil spoke from his seat at the far end of the table. His voice was low and barely hid his fury.
What they are afraid to tell you is this.
He raised his staff, and the gem at its top glowed with arcane power. A portal opened above the table and showed the massive Imperiosis army marching through the mountain pass. Zagil raised his free hand and spread his fingers. The portal's view zoomed in on the head of the army. There, mounted atop a skeletal steed, was Sargal. He rode alongside Segrid. Sargal? The matriarch thought. She had to stop herself from audibly gasping. She watched as the spellweaver pointed his staff toward the ground ahead of the army. A moment later, the hidden teleportation trap flashed and died. Then he looked up at the portal and launched a fireball directly at it. The portal snapped shut before impact, and there was a collective groan in the room.
Sargal has betrayed us.
Zagil growled.
He is disabling the traps as he leads Imperiosis here.
The room was quiet for some time. The matriarch's mind raced with the shock of the revelation. Sargal had been openly critical of her rule, sure, but to go as far as betray the house? Even worse, to align with Imperiosis? The matriarch closed her eyes and let out a long breath. You are the matriarch of House Perpetuum, she told herself. Get it together. Osgaroth, have the conjurers engage. Osgaroth nodded and explained.
They already are, matriarch. But Sargal is countering them. They tried to catch the army in a landslide, but he teleported it away. The Goliaths and Gargoyles are engaging, but they're barely making a dent.
Solmar raised a hand and asked,
What about mercenaries? Could we send out a request for aid? They've proved capable of turning battles in the past. We could even teleport them in.
Tolmach shook his head.
It's unlikely any would respond. The Mercenary League is still recovering from the last mercenary war. Their whole leadership chain is in chaos. We don't need help from any filthy mercenaries anyway. We are House Perpetuum,
declared Ugrath, his arms crossed. We don't have the capability to face so many on our own, said Ulvan. Alone we face annihilation. Enough, the matriarch demanded, and her voice sent a flicker through the blue flames hovering above. What about House Nevaeus? Began Ulvan. While they have agreed to assist us in matters of war, they were exceptionally vague on how much they would assist us. The matriarch rubbed her brow. Ulvan, Renaud, go to Nevaeus and call in the favor Pyrite afforded us. If they won't grant us martial assistance, at least ensure they will house our people. Ulvan and Renaud bowed their heads, but Ugrath shot up.
You can't be serious! Matriarch! You would have us run?
She held his gaze. I would have you live. I would have you not die here. I would have House Perpetuum survive extinction. His furious glare gave way to a sadness so deep that she felt her heart ache in her chest.
But, Matriarch, we are House Perpetuum. We can't have fallen so far as to become refugees. Let us fight. If we are truly destined to end here, let us burn our memory into the hearts of all those who would see us fall, that we may be remembered for eternity.
She looked from Ugrath to the other members of the council. I would like to know where you all stand. All those in favor of retreating from Perpetuum Keep, raise your hands. Ovan, Azul, and Solmar raised their hands. And those in favor of fighting? Ugrath raised his hand proudly. He was joined by Osgarath, Bolgan, Renad, and Tolmak. And, at the far end of the table, his eyes glowing with ancient fury, Zagil held up his hand. You too, Zagil?
I mean no disrespect, matriarch, but I lived through the fall. Back then, we gave up too easily. The fall of the Hellbeast proved too much for the spellweavers of the day, and they decided to run. And we've been paying the price for that decision ever since. This one keep is all we have left. If it were up to me, I would never stop fighting for it.
Then, She hesitated, the weight of Perpetuum's future hinging on her next words. We will
I said, if it were up to me.
Zagil interrupted.
But it isn't up to me. It is up to you. What is your will, matriarch of House Perpetuum?
All eyes turned to her. Our house is more than this one keep, Zagil. It is all of us. Each one of you around this table, and all those who remember our legacy. We cannot fall here, for we are eternal. She met each gaze, but held Zagil's the longest. I will summon the Hellbeast. Prepare to stall the enemy for as long as you can. But in case I am unable to do it, we will evacuate the house to Nevaeus. That House Perpetuum may live on, and have the chance to reclaim what has been lost. That is my will. See it done.
Gonna pause for just this one, for just a second. I'm sorry, but like Zagil and also Ugroth. Ugroth's line, why does Ugroth's line go so freaking hard? And my boy! My Zagil. Oh, Zagil. Anything to add, matriarch? Oh, she's probably not at her desk. That's right. Ugh. Yeah, our Oshi's back. I know, right? He comes, but he has quite a few scenes. So, yeah. All right. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. It's okay. I forgive you. All right. So yeah, that was 3 days prior. Moving on. Zagil is Zagil, no more, no less. Yes. All right, let's continue.
I'll handle this damned traitor.
The matriarch told Pyrite and cut the connection, unable to spare the focus. Lightning erupted from Sargal's staff. 14 bolts of furious electricity danced through the air, painting the patio in purple and blue as they raced toward the matriarch. She was on her knees, scrawling one of the possible sets of runes onto the stone of the patio. She didn't even glance up as the jagged bolts closed in. The double appeared in front of her and swept a hand through the air. A wide barrier blinked to life. 13 of the bolts thundered into the barrier, expelling their energy into it before vanishing. The last bolt redirected just before hitting the barrier and arced over it. A moment before it hit the matriarch, a portal opened and swallowed it. The double closed her hand and glared across the patio at the traitor. Between them, the air still vibrated with the residual energy from the chaotic lightning. Not even a glance? Sargal asked, looking past the double.
I know you can't finish it. The Hellbeast has always been your greatest folly.
He took aim with his staff, and 50 fireballs appeared in the air before him, spiraling upon themselves before shooting across the patio. A portal opened, catching them and reversing them back at Sargal. He teleported to the side and watched as they exploded against the domed barrier behind him. The explosion sent a ripple through the barrier, but it held strong.
I'm surprised you even bothered to come.
The double said. Sargal smiled.
Oh, my dear matriarch, I wouldn't miss this for the world. At long last, Perpetuum will be free of your foolishness.
He tapped his staff against the patio's stone floor, and a small blast of green flame billowed out, an attempt to destroy the summoning circle beneath him. But as the fire burned out, the chalk-drawn runes remained unharmed.
Protecting it with abjuration,
he muttered. The double reached a hand back toward her true body and swept over it. Stone, glowing with lines of magical power, emerged from the patio floor and covered her and the space she worked in.
You call handing Perpetuum to Sagrid freeing it? What has happened to you, Sargal? I knew you disagreed with me. But to betray our home? This is a new low for you,
she declared, fixing him with a look of confusion. Sargal's lip twitched in the beginning of a snarl.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
He swept his staff through the air, and black flames shot out. The entire patio erupted into a spiraling inferno. It reached up and lapped at the barrier, still holding back the blizzard outside, making it flash with displeasure. The double watched the black fire smash against the fresh barrier surrounding her like a sphere.
Infernal Tempest,
she noted.
So he's going for a battle of attrition right away.
She could feel her mana draining as the spell raged against her defensive magic. But the bleed was slow enough that she would most certainly win if she simply waited for him to exhaust himself. Behind her, her true body was safe, completely enclosed within the shell made from her bulwark of eternity. Nothing could get through that stone, not while she still had mana. She narrowed her eyes on Sargal. With the storm still raging, Sargal leveled his staff toward her, and it flared, glowing bright red against the black tempest. Then, it fired. A wall of molten rock shot toward her. It shattered through the barrier, and she only just managed to teleport out of the way before it took her head off. Without the barrier, the infernal flame started to burn her instantly. She snapped her fingers and cried,
Realign!
The flames flashed to snow that fell gently down to the patio floor. Sargal looked surprised for a moment, but quickly composed himself.
You didn't think I was going to let you hide behind your barriers this whole time, did you? Oh no, matriarch. Here, today, we will finally find out which one of us truly deserves Lordship of Perpetuum. And it won't do for you to simply hide behind your shields.
The double brushed an ember from her shoulder and lifted off the ground.
I figured that's what this was about. And to think,
she summoned a great monolith of stone in the air above her.
You were considered the most devoted in your love for the house.
She raised a hand, and it shattered into hundreds of jagged pieces. She swung down, and the shards accelerated toward Sargal. He began his teleport, but the spell failed. His eyes went wide, and he conjured a wall of stone around himself that absorbed the shards and hid him from view. Arcs of lightning tore out from behind the stone wall and bore down on the double. She put up small barriers to meet each one, but they redirected around them, like hooks reaching around a shield. They slammed into the double and sent horrendous shocks through her. She fell to the ground, smoking and twitching with the residual shocks. The matriarch let out a sigh from where she worked on the final part of the circle.
So he can control their path.
She reached out a hand and gripped the air. As if holding a disc that wasn't there, she rotated it to the left.
Reverse.
She watched through her split consciousness as the double rose back into the air and the lightning retreated from her, back to the point where they had redirected around her barriers. She moved the barriers into the intended path of the bolts and let time resume. The lightning crashed into the barriers with cracks of thunder. The stone around Sargal crumbled away as he looked up at the double.
My loyalty to Perpetuum has never faltered,
he exclaimed. His eyes blazed with fury, yet were dull and lightless at the same time.
But I cannot simply watch as you let our house fall to ruin!
He genuinely believes that,
she thought, and conjured a barrier as another flurry of blasts, green necromantic flames this time, shot toward her. They collided with the barrier and exploded out, sending licks of disintegrating fire around the edges. She dropped the shield and stretched out her arms.
Look around you, Sargal. Osgarath dead. Zagil dead. Our soldiers all dead. The remnants of our great house forced to become refugees.
She pointed to where Pirate was fighting and seemingly losing against Segrid's honor guard.
You brought Imperiosis to our doorstep. This is all that you have wrought.
She noticed Sargal flinch, and his eyes began to glow brighter. She could swear she saw confusion on his face as he stood there, seemingly stunned. She didn't wait. She poured mana into her staff, and it flared with power. The snow lying on the surface of the patio turned first to water, then to ice around the trader's feet, holding him in place. Hundreds of diamond spikes began to materialize in the air around them, forming a hemisphere of glittering death, all aimed at the fallen spellweaver. But Sargal didn't react. He simply stared in a look of abject bewilderment.
What? Zara. I would never.
The double poured more power into her staff, and the spikes began to grow larger until each one was the size of a spear. She wove in another spell, matter acceleration, and the spears of diamond began to spiral and shake with potential energy, held in place only by the matriarch's telekinetic grip. She glared down at Sargal and whispered,
Now face the consequences.
She released the grip, and the spears ripped through the air, giving a thunderous crack as they broke through the sonic barrier. Sargal's eyes dimmed and grew focused once more. He took aim with his staff, and the air before him ruptured as the force of a volcanic eruption met the oncoming gemstones. It swallowed them, absorbing them into its molten mass, and carried on toward the double. She snapped her fingers, and the lava flashed to solid obsidian. She reached out and telekinetically took hold of the glassy stone beam. Grunting with effort, she reversed its flight back at Sargal. Green fire poured out from Sargal's staff and turned the oncoming rock to dust. Another wave of diamond spears, already formed, shot toward the traitor. They were followed by another wave, and then another, forming an endless sheet of lustrous rain.
You betrayed us for power.
Declared the double.
Then you can die by mine.
Sargal met each of the hundreds of projectiles with a blast of disintegrating fire. The green light turned the patio a sickly hue, refracting against the onrushing waves of diamonds, casting out their own dazzling flashes as they were hit. The double continued the onslaught, sending wave upon wave at Sargal, but he was meeting each one with a spell of his own.
More,
she thought. She glanced over at one of the nearby mountains.
If I can't outconjure him, then this will have to do.
She disabled the anti-teleportation field and stretched out her hand toward the neighboring peak. A massive portal opened within it, decapitating the proud mountain. Millions of pounds of rock fell into the portal. The double opened her hand toward the barrier-covered sky, and another rift in reality opened above their heads. Sargal's eyes widened as he looked up at the rock crashing down toward him like a meteorite. He spun his staff through the air and let forth a blast of light so bright it blinded the double and sent her flying back. It washed over the patio and the falling mountaintop, covering everything in its brilliance. The double, enwrapped in a fresh protective barrier, opened her eyes and realized what this was. It was the light of the sun being released from a portal in front of Sargal. The blistering radiation cooked the very air. It evaporated the peak, destroyed the double's portal, and smashed against the barrier above them, making it shriek as the energy overload threatened to shatter the magical bonds. Shouting with agonizing effort, Sargal turned the portal on the matriarch's true form, still hidden beneath her defensive shell. The double appeared in the way of the blazing star, arms spread as a massive glowing barrier appeared. She overlaid it with another and another as the vicious rays tore into them. Her feet skid across the patio floor as the solar winds roared against her until, at last, she collided with the stone that covered her true form. She could feel her barriers collapsing, one by one. She needed to recast the anti-teleportation field, needed to close Sargal's portal, but the slightest shift in her already split focus would mean death. She watched as the star's brilliance slammed into her final barrier. Sargal's portal collapsed, and the traitor fell to one knee. He was smoking, parts of his robes smoldering from the oppressive heat. He gasped for breath. Apparently, that technique was as damaging for him as it was for her, if not more so. The double dropped her barrier and forced herself back up. She was about to cast another spell when she heard an ear-splitting cry, one that filled her with such dread she could feel her heart lurch in her chest. It was the furious scream of Pyrite. She launched herself back into the air over the grove. There, she saw the axe raised above her pinned son. The sun about to cast a self-destruct spell.
Pyrite, hold your breath!
She cried. With her hand raised toward the glowing barrier above them, she disabled it, and thousands of pounds of snow fell onto their heads.
It was foolish of you to get distracted, matriarch,
hissed Sargal in her ear. Before she could react, she felt his hand touch the back of her neck, and an overwhelming feeling of pain burned within her, and both the double and her true self screamed. So, Lulu, what you think? Yes, he turned on light mode. Oh, that's funny.
That's fucking hilarious. So he turned on light mode. Jerk.
Yeah. You don't like that voice? What do you think, Matriarch? Did you like that voice being whispered in your ear? Light mode is hella destructive. Remind me who voices all of them again. I wonder who voices all of them again. Oh,
Some guy with horns.
yeah, some horny fella.
Some horny fellow.
Giving you the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, yeah. You can just
yeah.
imagine him like right in your ear, like.
it was foolish of you to get distracted.
So how much did that cut out?
Not at all.
It didn't? Wow.
Yeah.
I hate you.
So we're just gonna stream right through the night because no one's sleeping now.
Hold on a second. Let me actually do this. Oh, actually, that works.
For
Perfect.
free?
For free? Yeah.
Sargal ASMR. Yeah. Yeah, I hate when that man touches me.
Yeah. So yeah, I love how this part is literally you two just upping the ante continuously.
Mhm.
Like you're just constantly one-upping each other.
He's like, here's 50 fireballs. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Here.
Here, have them back.
Here, it's a bunch of fire. I'm like, I'm turning it into snow, you idiot. I'm like, wait, here's a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, here's a star, bitch.
I know.
I'm like, oh shit, all right, you win. You win this round.
I do love that spell. I mean, it wasn't even a spell, it was just a portal. That's all that was. It was just him opening a portal in front of the star. So he had no protection against it. I like that part a lot. I gotta be honest, I really like Sargal's voice. His voice is really easy to get into.
That's terrifying.
Isn't it? It's really easy for me.
Pyrite just walks around the house now. That's his new voice.
When we were listening to, what was it, 2 nights ago, when we were listening to the whole of Act 3, every time Sargal's voice lines would come on, I would repeat them, like verbatim.
He just spoke them with the video.
I fucking love his voice lines.
It's like having surround sound.
Yeah.
More.
Oh, you want more?
Yeah.
Okay.
More Sargal.
More Sargal? All right, let's just skip the rest of mine. Mine's all boring anyway.
No. No, this is good.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta go use the bathroom. Go ahead and enjoy the music, and then I will be back. Matriarch, entertain them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how he does all those voices. It was like all of a sudden. We were like, okay, we have to figure out how to voice act this thing. And so initially we were like, okay, don't watch. Like you have to be away out of the room, and then we'll make the noises out of our mouth to make the voices. Because we were just totally embarrassed. Do a backflip, entertain us. All right, ready? And then all of a sudden he comes out of his room one day and he's like here, and I'm Christ, how many people do you have in there with you? Like, oh my God, you have a split consciousness. I get it. Yeah, I'm not doing any more backflips. Maybe as a kid. Just flipping all over the keep. Something snakish. Yeah. It is very creepy, especially when it's right in your ear. There's one, I can't remember which part it is. It's in this act, but there's one part where, I don't know how he did it, but I'm like, nobody's going to believe you didn't have some kind of voice changer, because I don't know where that second voice from inside your throat is. Same time this voice is coming. It's like there's two, it's like it has like a second voice attached. I don't know. You'll see it. You'll hear it. You won't see it. You won't see anything. You'll just hear it. So you guys having fun? Anybody actually got popcorn? I actually just got some ready to make. I'll make it at the next intermission. We should play. What we should have done? We should have gotten one of those old, like little intermission, the things they used to play at the movies, where it was like let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. And it was like little dancing like candies and little dancing pops and things of popcorn. You should have got that for an intermission. Played that over the screen. Do wish I had popcorn. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even need it. Yeah, with extra grease. Yeah, exactly. How are you, Blizzburn? I haven't seen you in a while. I saw you too long ago, I guess. We're putting after the spot where we mention it, we're putting up your little drawing you drew me. It still makes me the happiest. Still my phone. It'll always be my phone wallpaper. My lock paper, whatever that is. And you see, it's gonna probably be my my YouTube banner forever. Could be better. That's it. I'm coming there. I'm gonna visit you. I'm gonna come over there. Make you cookies. Make dinner. Read you a bedtime story. Tuck you in. Make sure you're sleeping okay. Flashbacks of dancing Coke and popcorns. Phobos knows what I'm talking about. Why? No! No! He's in a no. Bad. No. I love it. I love it so much. It makes me so freaking happy. It's amazing.
I fucking love that picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's my phone background too.
No, not that one. Talk about the other one. The one that's my YouTube banner. Yeah.
I got cereal.
What? What was that? I'm cooking. Yeah.
I got cereal.
Mage, you're on a treadmill? Oh, you're off for a week.
Woohoo!
I'm glad.
Floor week.
Yeah, you leave my banner alone. Can't make popcorn. I'll make you some popcorn, Mage. I'll be right there. I'll stop over. I think you and Kizan aren't too from each other.
True.
I don't
Just a
think
bit of
I will.
ocean in the way.
You leave that alone. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, not a very big ocean. It's one of the smaller oceans. We were off. Damn it, foiled again.
You know what I was just thinking? Was that
Exactly.
the matriarch had a hard time with the voice lines. Sorry, my mouth is still kind of full. But
You're a mage. All right, Mage. Classes start on Monday.
But yeah, so she had a hard time with the voice lines. However, what I will say is that she is so much better than me at just talking on end. So like me being like, all right, Matriarch, entertain them, because I didn't have any idea how to entertain you guys. And she just goes off. She manages to find a tangent to just continue off on.
Yeah, we'll see later on why I'm able to do this. There's reasons for everything. Everything in this lore is based on obviously our real lives. It's just recounting.
Nice recovery.
No, I wanted to make sure I explained it right.
All right. Ready? Everybody ready?
Thanks.
Lulu, you ready?
Who's like in the kitchen? Wait. Yeah,
We will wait. We can wait.
we need to take in. It's like we're taking attendance. Like we just had like a field trip for kids.
Nobody
All right,
else is
we have
allowed to
everybody-
leave. Since you're all still here, you have to stay here until the end.
Get up. All right, is everybody on the bus? Let me do a head count.
The wheels on the bus go around. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right, let's continue. Back into my stuff.
Yeah.
I guess a historical documentary based on real history? Let's go! Pyrite liked snow. He always had. He liked the frigid beauty of it. It also made his armor less tiring, and there was little he found more amusing than watching an unprepared opponent slip on it in the midst of a fight. And, though he would not easily admit it, it reminded him of home. Being buried alive in it, though, he found he liked far less. Pyrite emerged from the snow, gasping. Violent wind buffeted against his helmet, sending a whistle through the slots. His blinding anger had cooled, and now he just felt tired. He looked around and found that the serene grove was completely covered. The matriarch was gone, and Pyrite could hear the rumblings of magical combat thundering from atop the patio. The honor guard, too, were nowhere to be seen, likely still buried beneath the snow. Pyrite hoped that they would suffocate, but he had a feeling he wasn't that lucky. Suddenly, Sigurd pushed out from the snow, his eyes wide with rage. Pyrite saw his chance and took it. He placed his hands in the snow around him and suffused it with magic. It hardened into ice, and Pyrite used its solidity to pull himself out. His boots refashioned themselves into wide snowshoes, and he stepped onto the compacted surface with a crunch. His winged spear manifested in his hand. He aimed for the struggling lord and threw, nearly falling over as the snow beneath the ice partially collapsed under his weight. The spear whistled through the air, but arced wide as a gust of wind roared through the grove. The spear slammed into the brick of the tower beyond, pulverizing stone as it came to a crashing halt. Damn it! Pyrite cursed, for a moment wondering if the lord had some old god watching over him. He dismissed the thought and took a deep breath, blowing out a cloud of steam. Fuck it. Manifesting a new glaive, he forced his tired body forward and took off across the snow. Sigurd saw him coming and struggled to get his sword free of the drift. Before Pyrite could reach the lord, a hand reached out from the snow and grabbed his boot by its flared edge. He fell forward, arms slamming into the cold crystals. Looking back, he saw first the emerging black horns and then the helmeted head of the second honor guard. His uncovered face was beet red from the cold. He tried to pull Pyrite toward him, but he had little leverage as the snow continued to collapse around him. Pyrite sent a kick into the guard's exposed face and wrenched the boot free before continuing on towards Sigurd. As he reached him, the lord got his sword free and raised it to block the descending strike. The glaive bit into the blade, but Sigurd held his guard. He was strong, perhaps not as much as the honor guard, but still strong enough. Pyrite held the bind and leaned over the lord, reveling in his misfortune. For a moment, he thought he detected the faintest note of magic being cast. Did he have something other than the empowering artifact? Pyrite narrowed his eyes. What's wrong, lord? Could it be? He scoffed. Could it be that Sigurd Imperiosus is nothing but a weak old demon? Without his minions? Pyrite's helmet demanifested, and he fixed the lord with a contemptuous glare. Pathetic. Then, Pyrite heard the whistling axe coming in from behind, and his helmet reappeared. He broke from the bind and dove out of the way, looking to see Akadoth pulling his strike before it slammed down into Sigurd. He had reveled too long. He jumped back, narrowly dodging Akadoth's follow-up swing. The larger demon tried to give chase, but he staggered as his feet sank deeper into the snow. Pyrite, on the other hand, had little issue and walked along the top layer of snow, glaive resting on his shoulder. He would take this opportunity to catch his breath while he could. He knew he couldn't match the endurance of the honor guard, and he was sure Sigrid was hiding something. Make him angry, he thought. You really shouldn't have come here, Sigrid. He circled them, glancing over to see the second honor guard trying to pull himself free of his freezing binds. You have no heir, right? And you killed all those capable enough to threaten your rule. So tell me, when you die here, and trust me, you will, what happens to your precious house? Akadoth pulled the lord free from his burial, and Sigrid fixed Pirate with a glare.
Be silent, dog.
Sigrid was practically boiling with fury, and Pirate wondered if that was how he had just looked when he lost himself to his own anger.
Make him show his hand.
Strike a nerve, did I? Oh no, what will I do? He waved his left hand before him in a dramatic display of mock despair. For I have angered the great and terrible Lord Sigrid of House Imperiosis. Then he broke down and laughed. Look at you, overcome by mere snow. What? Did you not plan for a bit of snow in the mountains? You think you're powerful with your little toy soldiers. Where are they now? Trapped behind rubble? True power is that which we hold, the power to rewrite the very rules of this world. And then there's you. Ugh, honestly. How truly pathetic.
Enough!
The Lord's eyes fumed with dark energy as he glared at Pyrite.
Your arrogance has gone on long enough, Pyrite of Perpetuum. Truly, you are a scion of this accursed house. You think yourself above the rest of demonkind, don't you? You think you are the only ones capable of such feats. Even when that was the case, House Imperiosis bested you, crushed your grip on power, and cast you back to the holes you crawled out of. And now...
Sigrid held out a hand, and an object appeared from nowhere. It popped into existence where nothing but cold air had been a moment before. It was a tome, and Pyrite recognized it as the 30th and final Chronicle of Eternity.
We, too, share in that cataclysmic power.
Pyrite's contemptuous smile faded, and he dropped back into guard. There it is, he muttered, as he jumped back a few paces. Matriarch, how strong is the barrier you cast on me? There was no reply. Guess I'm gonna find out. Sigrid drove his sword into the snow at his feet and grabbed the grand tome, holding it open before himself. The area began to glow, and snow began to melt as magic sparked into existence. Pyrite grabbed onto one of the branches of the great fir tree as the snow receded beneath his feet. Once it was gone, he dropped to the dirt and squeezed his glaive a little harder as he recognized the condensing plasma of Osgaroth's penultimate spell. Pyrite's eyes glanced to the other honor guard, who was back on his feet and was trying to move into Pyrite's blind spot. Then his gaze darted up high, and he smiled as a plan formed in his mind. Looking back at Sigrid, he saw that the Lord was still charging up the spell. No doubt the tome was doing all the work. The demon Sigrid was many things. A powerful lord at the head of one of the strongest military houses? Yes. A complete bastard. Pyrite was certain of it. But he was not a caster. Pyrite threw his arms out, as though welcoming the strike in. Well, come on then, Sigrid, he demanded. Show me that stolen power of yours. Show me just how strong we are. A growl escaped Sigrid's lips as he extended an open hand at the arrogant demon before him. The plasma sparked and jolted as it reached critical mass and shot forth, passing Akadoth and spiraling toward Pyrite. Pyrite saw it coming and smiled. He stepped to the side and watched as it slid by. Branches of curling blue lightning quested out and touched his armor, but did little more than send a prickle through him. Just as he presumed, the tome could cast the spells, but they were pale imitations of the true things. Without the mana of a true caster, they would never compare. The plasma ball flew across the grove and exploded against the stairs beyond. Pyrite turned back toward the invaders.
silhouetted against the blazing blue light. "It's not so easy, is it, Lord Pretender?" he asked with a slight cock of his head. Despite his haughty tone, however, his heart was pounding as he knew that had the Lord aimed for the ground where he stood, rather than his actual body, he likely wouldn't have survived the explosion. But he couldn't let Sigrid know that. He needed him angry. He needed him blind and focused solely on him. Sigrid's lip curled in a snarl, and he shouted to his guard, "Kill him! Rip that arrogant tongue from his head and replace it with the steel of a blade!" Akadoth and the second honor guard closed in on him, and Sigrid glared across the grove at him. "I will mount your head on a spike for all to see what happens to those who cross me!" Pyrite took a few more steps back and found the fountain behind him. The honor guard charged, axes raised, Akadoth from the front and the other from the side. And Pyrite smiled once more. "Gargoyles!" Beady red eyes looked down from atop the pillars ringing the room. "Kill the intruders!" Gray leathery wings beat as 20 gargoyles slammed into the onrushing honor guard. Akadoth held 3 back with the haft of his axe before 2 more slammed into him from behind. The second honor guard howled with pain and fury as one raked its claws across his exposed face before dragging him to the ground. "2 of you," Pyrite announced, "with me. The rest of you, tear them apart." 2 of the gargoyles peeled away from the embattled honor guard and landed beside Pyrite, letting out screeches of fury. Pyrite aimed his glaive at Sigrid across the grove. "You don't get to hide behind your slaves anymore, Lord!" Sigrid caught a charging gargoyle by the neck. It grasped and clawed at his hand, wings beating hard as it tried to free itself. Sigrid crushed its throat and dropped it. Grabbing his sword, he tore it from the brick and glared back at Pyrite. "Fine," he growled. "I'll kill you myself." Pyrite took off, his heavy footfalls drowned out by the cacophony of screeching gargoyles. Sigrid raised the Perpetuum tome, and it glowed with arcane light. Lightning began to spark from Sigrid's sword, and he sliced through the air, sending a wave of electrical energy flying toward Pyrite. The gargoyle on Pyrite's left dove into the wave, and it absorbed into the creature's magic-resistant skin, leaving a glowing gash upon its surface. The gargoyle landed unsteadily on its feet, and Pyrite ran past it. Sigrid charged another spell, and Pyrite felt the air around him boil. He kicked out with his legs and slid forward. In the next instant, the air above ignited, orange flames licking at his horns. Using his glaive's spiked end as leverage against the brick floor, he sprang up, nearly within striking distance of the Lord. Sigrid scowled, and the book vanished, disappearing from his grip. Pyrite lunged in, glaive sweeping in a flat arc. Sigrid met the blow, blade to blade. Pyrite, too close to use the back end of the long weapon, shoved Sigrid's sword up, and the gargoyle dove in. It rammed its horned head into Sigrid's armored torso. Sigrid grunted and slammed his pommel into the back of the beast's head with a blow that sent out a shower of stone chips. The gargoyle fell to the ground, dead. Pyrite thrust his glaive forward, aiming for Sigrid's neck. Most of the demon lord was covered in exquisite armor, a mix of gold and silver, with the sigil of his house emblazoned across his chest. The only parts uncovered were his head and neck. Pyrite felt an abject feeling of disappointment. He never did understand why lords refused to wear helmets. Sigrid dodged to the side, and the glaive slid through empty air. The lord pulled back his arm to counterattack, but Pyrite saw it coming and slammed the haft of his glaive into the lord's face. He felt Sigrid's nose crunch under the blow, and he staggered back. Pyrite followed, glaive swinging down from above. Sigrid raised his sword to meet the strike, but he was stunned, still processing the pain in his smashed nose. Pyrite was loving this, and he met the demon's gaze. Ah, that one looked painful. Not gonna help in the air-making department, that's for sure. Sigrid shoved Pyrite off and slashed at him. Pyrite caught the blow on his weapon. He grabbed the lord by the wrist, but a kick slammed into his abdomen and shoved him back. The blow had hit square in his lower ribs, knocking the air out of him. It was then that he noticed the artifact around Sigrid's neck was glowing, emanating arcane energy that swirled about the lord. Cheating bastard, Pyrite swore, and decided he should probably stop goading the lord and focus on killing him. Sigrid came at him, faster than before. His blade thrust in, and Pyrite smacked it aside, but it was followed by another, and then another.
The sharp tip of the sword smacked into the lamelier of Pyrite's chest and shoulder. As another blow came in, Pyrite tried to parry, but watched as the blade stopped mid-swing and redirected to the opposite angle before smacking him on the side of the helmet. His ears were left ringing as Segrid lunged in, throwing another strike that slammed against his pauldron. His armor was holding, but each blow was leaving a bruise that made it harder and harder to move. Pyrite leapt back. He was at a disadvantage so close, the length of his glaive hard to maneuver. Segrid summoned the tome and charged a spell. A blast of wind slammed into Pyrite, taking him off his feet and throwing him across the grove. He crashed into the fountain and felt it crack against his back. He tried to draw in breath, but found he couldn't. He couldn't breathe. Panic gripped him, and he clawed at his visor. Mustering enough focus, he managed to demanifest his helmet and gasped for air. For a moment, Pyrite wondered if he had gone too far with his goading, but as he regained control of his lungs, he decided he had not. Segrid approached, tome raised as it began to glow once more. Pyrite forced himself up, leaning heavily on his glaive. He was hurt. He could feel the hot wetness of blood on his back. The impact must have torn open his skin beneath the armor. Combined with all the rest of his wounds, it was growing hard to move. Pyrite watched as a large spike of ice formed before the Lord. He's really just trying all the spells, isn't he? Pyrite wondered. The spike shot toward him at blistering speed. Pyrite poured his dwindling mana into his vambrace. It grew larger, taking on the circular form of Daran's shield. The spike slammed into it, penetrating it before stopping against Pyrite's chestplate. Pyrite breathed a sigh of relief, and, as the shard of ice disappeared, he saw Segrid charging him once more. The Lord's sword came from the side, and Pyrite threw the shield in the way. The blade let out a loud clang as it bounced off the metal rim. Segrid grabbed the shield with his offhand and pulled it to the side. He was too close again. Pyrite considered his options and decided. He let his glaive fall to the floor. Segrid drove his sword toward Pyrite's exposed head. Pyrite caught the blow on the vambrace of his free arm, tore his shield loose of Segrid's grip, and plunged it, edge first, into the face of the Lord. Segrid recoiled, howling with rage. He stabbed wildly with his sword. Pyrite caught the blade through the hole in his shield and wrenched it. For the barest moment, the image of Pyrite's teacher appeared in his mind, the master he had watched Segrid murder. The metal groaned and snapped, the majority of the now broken blade clanging to the ground. Pyrite grabbed Segrid by the gorget and raised his shield for another blow, declaring, "That was for Daran!" He slammed the shield into the Lord's bloodied face again. "That's for a need!" For a moment, it looked as if Segrid might pass out, but Pyrite backhanded him, and the Lord's eyes snapped open. Pyrite reached down and picked up the broken tip of Segrid's sword, the same sword that had beheaded his master all those years ago. He raised it high and shouted, "And this is for Iramed!" But before he could bring it down, he saw, out of the corner of his eye, that the gargoyles were all but dead. His rage turned to horror as Akaroth cleaved through 4 of them, his axe's blade burning orange as it seared through gray flesh. The moment of distraction was all the Lord needed, as Segrid leaned forward and spat blood into Pyrite's wide eyes, blinding him. The Lord ripped from Pyrite's grasp and tackled him into and through the fountain. The stones shattered beneath the crashing demons, dousing them in freezing water. The broken blade was knocked free from Pyrite, and it clattered to the wet stone. Pyrite looked up through burning eyes to see Segrid raising the lower part of his sword, the jagged tip of its broken blade pointing toward Pyrite's unprotected face. He slammed it down, and Pyrite caught his arms, the blade only a hand's width from his cheek. The Lord reared back and slammed down again, pushing it past Pyrite's block. Pyrite thrust his head to the side, barely dodging death. He reached up, grasping toward Segrid's neck. Segrid shot back, out of Pyrite's reach. But Pyrite smiled anyway, because in his grip was the artifact. Segrid looked from the artifact to Pyrite, shock clear on his bloodied features. Pyrite put a boot against Segrid's chestplate and heaved, shoving the Lord off and ripping the artifact from his neck. Pyrite grabbed his glaive and forced himself back to his feet. As he did, Akaroth's axe slammed into his chest. The barrier around him collapsed as it took the brunt of the force. Pyrite felt the plates bend in as the impact crushed through them. He was sent flying back, where he hit hard brick and skidded to a stop against the steps to the patio. The second honor guard raised his axe over the last of the gargoyles, and the beast let out one last defiant screech as the axe came down. Akadoth pulled Segrid to his feet, and all three of them turned toward Pyrite. Pyrite looked up at the tumultuous sky, the snow spiraling down around them. He fought to keep himself awake as darkness closed like talons around his vision. Then, high above, flitted a banner, torn from its post and now floating in the maelstrom that surrounded them, the hourglass rotating as it tried desperately to stay aloft. It reminded Pyrite of the Perpetuum Guard, and how they had fought to the bitter end, never surrendering. He thought of Osgaroth and Zagio, and how they had sacrificed their lives, never doubting the Perpetuum would endure. And he thought of Anid and Daran, and how they had given their lives for him. They had trusted him, and now they were gone. Perpetuum, he thought. His house. It had been so long since he had held anything but contempt for it. It was under that banner he was born. In these halls he was raised.
Protect the matriarch.
Oz's words echoed through his mind once more. The fire of perpetuity burned within him. He grabbed hold of it and used it to turn the last of his mana into a new glaive and drove it into the brick beside him.
We stand eternal,
he growled and willed himself to stand. His entire life he had watched the slow and agonizing fall of their once great dynasty, decaying little by little.
No more,
he whispered, his eyes ablaze with furious determination.
Perpetuum shall fall no further.
The honor guard walked toward him, leaving Segrid standing in front of the destroyed fountain. Pyrite nearly fell over as he got to his feet, his body screaming for him to give in, to stop. Blood dripped from unseen wounds beneath armor that felt much heavier than before, and his eyes threatened to close at any moment. But a telepathic message made him smile instead. He fixed Segrid with a glare and shouted to ensure he was heard.
I was wrong to call you weak, Segrid.
Segrid summoned the Chronicle of Eternity, and it began to glow with power.
I have no doubt that against you, on my own, I would lose.
But you see, I don't actually have to beat you to win. Segrid perked up as the realization dawned on him. The ground began to shake. I just had to stall. Brilliant purple light erupted from atop the patio, followed by a far-off roar. Can you guys believe that that is only about halfway through? Actually, it's exactly halfway. I got popcorn now. Everyone thank the matriarch.
You don't have to, I didn't give you It's longer
You
than-
two
it
are
is
in
a-
two different parts of the world, and you said the exact same fucking thing.
Hold on, Lulu, you and Phobos are sharing a brain cell. I saw it earlier. What'd you do?
Oh,
Claps.
gosh, that was good. Man. Fucking love that. Oh, that was so good.
Great minds think alike.
I just had to stall.
Great minds think like Mage.
You're all part of the Golden Legion now.
Lulu just sucks them in from wherever they are around her. Or nowhere near her.
Oh. Man. That was quite the fight, eh? It's not even over yet, but whole. 115, okay. Yeah, it does. It totally freaking does. It's more than an audiobook. It is it's an audio experience. Yeah, Segred's really actually no pushover. Pyrite's rage baiting was just that. He was rage baiting him. Segred is at the top of his house for a reason. And also he was being empowered by the artifact on top of that, so
All right,
dang it.
Phobos.
Phobos is broken out of his bonds. Matriarch, get over there. Walk him back in. Don't let him leave. I'm just kidding. You're welcome. You're welcome to go.
You can't keep him awake. Bye, Phobos. Have a
Just
good
keep
night. Thanks
smacking
for
him. Just
coming.
keep going like. Psh, psh, psh. Also,
Yeah, like you.
Pyrite backhanding Segred to wake him back up.
You should've
Probably
let
a
him pass
mistake.
out.
Probably a mistake. But we all make mistakes in the
Gosh. Just sleep in his chains.
Exactly.
Told you, he can't go anywhere. He can go to sleep, though.
But yeah, we all make mistakes in the heat of
Good night,
passion.
Phobos.
But yeah, using Dodan's shield as well. And then smacking, well, not even smacking, punching the shit out of Segred with it. And then the first ever mention of Iramed.
Bye, Phobos.
Bye-bye. Pyrite's teacher. He
The
is
mentor.
extremely important in the contracts. And he has direct relation to not direct relation as in he's not like related to Segred, but he was associated for a while. So that's why. And as it just said, Segred executed him and Pyrite witnessed it. So the need for vengeance goes deeper than just he's attacking this house. Thank you for the popcorn, matriarch. More. That's true. One of my favorite. One of my favorite parts is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If anybody has anything else to add, go ahead. Well, we're gonna restart in just a second here. Or we continue. The popcorn's really good, matriarch. Thank you.
Welcome.
What? Tracking. Amazing. Drink your water, guys. Yeah, drink your water. Your Oshi, your Kami Oshi is gonna be, is gonna come back. Spoilers.
Thirsty.
You too, Kizuna. You drink your water too.
Exactly. All right, gimme.
More?
Give me more.
Okay. Okay, all right. Back to 115. Let's just hear that last bit again. This is fun. He fixed Segred with a glare and shouted to ensure he was heard. I was wrong to call you weak, Segred. Segred summoned the Chronicle of Eternity, and it began to glow with power. I have no doubt that against you, on my own, I would lose. But you see, I don't actually have to beat you to win. Segred perked up as the realization dawned on him. The ground began to shake. I just had to stall. Brilliant purple light erupted from atop the patio, followed by a far-off roar. "300 years prior."
Spellweaver Zar Malise took her seat at the council table between Sargal and Osgaroth. She still felt uncomfortable sitting amongst such powerful and experienced casters, For one as young as her to be inducted into the Spellweaver Council was unheard of, and yet here she was. The 198-year-old demon felt small amongst the much older demons. Ulvan was the next youngest, but even she was still 112 years older. Zara tried her best to look confident, but was pretty sure she wasn't doing a good job. She had only been on the council for a few months, but the feeling that she had them all tricked had yet to go away. Sargal suddenly patted her on the back, and it took all she had not to yelp.
Relax, Sarah,
he said with a warm smile.
It's just tradition. We all have to do it.
On Zara's other side, Osgaroth chuckled quietly. She sighed and looked down at her journal. In it were her notes on the direction she would take the house, should she be elected as matriarch. The previous patriarch, Akaz Perpetuum, had died in the most recent Imperiosis incursion, and the time had come for the Spellweavers to select a new leader. She looked at Sargal with eyes full of exasperation.
"That's easy for you to say,"
she whispered.
"as if it isn't already clear who's going to be chosen."
Sargal smiled and looked away. He was the obvious choice. While younger than some of the oldest council members, he was well experienced in both magic and administration, and where Patriarch Akaz had been inwardly focused, leading to an era of house stagnancy, Sargal had long been an advocate for a more aggressive position against their hostile neighbor. But most important of all, Sargal was one of the select few casters in Perpetuum, let alone Terra Picatus as a whole, with command of 4 schools of magic. The door to the council's meeting room opened, and the room fell quiet. Zigil entered, looking more tired than usual. His gnarled wood staff clacked against the stone floor as he walked. He slumped into his chair, leaving his staff leaning against the table's edge. He cleared his throat and declared,
You all know why we're here. So let us begin. Sargal, let's start with you.
Sargal bowed his head to the ancient spellweaver and stood.
Let me start by saying that I wish the Patriarch a peaceful rest in the eternal crypts. So too do I wish his end could have been more peaceful. But to give one's life in defense of our great house, who could ask for a better way to go?
He let out a sigh and looked at the banner that hung on the wall behind the empty chair at the head of the long table.
Now, it's no secret that I believe we should take the fight to our enemies, and I still stand by that. We are not House Umbra, or Nokens who play only in the shadows and cover of night. We are not Prevectus with their laughable mechanical toys. We are not Daito, who cares only for coin. And we are most certainly not Imperiosis, with their lust for war. But that doesn't mean we are incapable of doing as they do. The only way for House Perpetuum to reclaim what was lost in the fall is for us to raise our armies and take back what is ours.
His eyes burned with fervor.
For too long, we have wasted away, letting Imperiosis invade what we have left, over and over again, without reprisal.
He raised a clenched fist before him.
If I am chosen to be the next Patriarch, I promise you, I will lead us out of this dark age and reclaim what is ours.
The room fell silent as he said his last word, and they sat with that for a while. Finally, Ulvan spoke up. And how exactly do you suggest we do that? Even if we were to conscript every able body from the valleys, we would only have a fraction of what Imperiosis has at its disposal. And that's assuming Diablos wouldn't act against us. All eyes returned to Sargal, awaiting his rebuttal. He smiled, but Zara could see a bead of sweat forming on his brow.
All too right, Ulvan. All too right. I do have a solution. In fact, we have always had a solution, and I would be surprised if you yourself had never considered it. For you see, while we are limited in number now, it has not always been that way. The answer is beneath our feet.
Ulvan's eyes widened as the master of necromancy realized what he meant. She shot to her feet and exclaimed, "You can't be serious. You are speaking of our ancestors." Sargal seemed to have expected this response, and he met her glare.
They are. And they gave their lives so the Perpetuum would survive. Do you mean to say that they wouldn't gladly do it again if given the chance? Especially if it means we reclaim our stolen lands and rightful place?
Ovan didn't respond, seemingly conflicted. Sargal carried on.
I would. I would be first in line to give my life and unlife if it meant Perpetuum could thrive. There are 30,000 demons in our catacombs. With necromancy, they could be given a chance to exact righteous vengeance on those who betrayed us. Combine that with our casters and the thousands of summons we can put forth. Imperiosis, nay, the Demon King himself wouldn't stand a chance against us. Think of it, my friends. The return of House Perpetuum.
They were all quiet as they seriously considered the idea. Zara found it uncomfortable. The honoring of Perpetuum dead was sacred. But if it meant Perpetuum could return... No, she decided, goes against our oldest traditions.
Are you finished, Sargal?
Zagil asked, his tone neutral. Sargal bowed to those around him and said,
I am.
Zara didn't notice Sargal sit down beside her. She was still thinking about the flaws in his plan. Such an act would release their souls from the protection of the crypts, letting them be devoured by Heus.
Zara?
Called Zagil. Hearing her name shocked her out of her thoughts. Yes? Zagil motioned for her to rise.
It's your turn.
Her face grew pale and she felt dizzy as she stood. All eyes turned to her, waiting for her to speak. She glanced down at her journal. She could feel herself shaking.
Zara, relax. You are here because you have proven yourself worthy. You can do it,
said Sargal telepathically. She looked down towards him, and he gave her a supportive thumbs up. She took a deep breath and said, Our role is greater than just the reclamation of lost territory. While I share the wish that we could undo the damage of the fall, reclaim what was lost, damning our honored dead to be consumed by Heus, whether they would be willing or not, is not the correct choice. She saw Sargal's eyes widen slightly, but he didn't interrupt. We cannot forget that we have enemies greater and more dangerous than Imperiosis and Diablos. The gods will return. I don't know when. It could be a millennium from now, or tomorrow. But Perpetuum is and always has been the only house capable of stopping them. And to that end, I believe our primary goal should be the summoning of the Hellbeast. There were a few gasps and quiet muttering from the rest of the council, and Ugrath asked,
That knowledge has been lost for a millennium. How do you propose we perform a ritual we don't have access to?
No, she has a point,
said Osgaroth, before Zara could respond.
During my time studying with House Adjoro, I came across one of the Chronicles of Eternity, although I presumed it was a copy. In hindsight, I should have procured it anyway, but my point is they are out there.
That's all well and good, Osgaroth, but from our current position...
Silence!
Zagil snapped.
Zara, please continue.
Zara bowed her head to Zagil as both Ugrath and Osgaroth fell silent. With the Hellbeast's power, we would be able to tip the scales in our favor against Imperiosis, allowing us to have a great advantage in reclaiming what is ours. And simultaneously, it would ensure we are ready to face the gods when they return.
But that is still assuming we can even find the tomes,
sighed Solmar. Zara met his gaze. We are House Perpetuum, she declared. We are the ones who created our own magic. We are the ones who threw off the shackles of the gods. We are the ones closest in strength to the gods. And when the time comes, we will be the ones to stand against them again. While the rest of the houses are distracted, fighting their pointless wars, we will take back the tomes and resummon our legacy. The rest of the council stared at her, eyes wide and burning with a mix of emotions. Suddenly she realized how forward she had been, and felt like shrinking herself to the size of a dust mite. so she could hide in the cracks of her wooden chair. Zagil, who before had seemed exhausted, smiled and asked,
Are you finished then, Zara Melisse?
Zara quickly bowed to the council and took her seat, refusing to look any of them in the eye. Yes, I'm finished.
Then, Asgaroth, it is your turn.
The rest of the council went one by one, giving their speeches and rebutting any counter-argument. When the floor was yielded to Zagil, he declared that he was not interested in the role and forewent any speech. When he did this, Zara leaned over to Sargal and whispered,
I didn't realize we were allowed to do that.
Both he and Asgaroth had laughed quietly at that. Then came the voting. What surprised Zara was that as they went around the table, asking for votes for the other members, none raised their hands. I guess they planned to vote for Sargal. While she respected the ideas raised by the others, only Sargal had given a tangible path forward for Hus Perpetuum, even if she didn't agree with the method.
Any who would vote for Sargal, raise your hand now,
said Zagil. Zara watched as hands went up around the table. Ugrath, Tomak, Azul, and of course Sargal raised their hands. Zara was about to raise her hand when she realized the remaining 6 still hadn't raised theirs. What are they doing? Who are they going to vote for if not? She stopped mid-thought as she realized there was only one spellweaver left to be voted for. She glanced at Sargal, who seemed to have realized the same thing, a look of surprise on his face. The hands that had been raised went down, and Zagil said,
Any who would vote for Zara Melisse, raise your hand now.
Zara's eyes went wide as Asgaroth, Ulvan, Solmar, Volgan, and Renard raised their hands. And at the far end of the room, Zagil raised his hand as well. A hand tapped her on the back, and she turned to see Sargal looking at her, a look of regret mixed with pride in his eyes. His words appeared in her mind once more.
Aren't you going to vote?
She slowly raised her hand with the rest. She didn't even know why she did. She didn't want this role, not really. She had given the speech because she thought she had to. But with Sargal's encouragement, she raised it nonetheless.
Then it is decided. Zara Melisse, from this moment on, you are matriarch, Zara Melisse Perpetuum.
She stood and stared at Zagil. Her words failed to form. Her heart pounded in her ears, and she felt as though she might pass out. She reached out a hand, and her staff appeared. She turned it sideways and felt the hourglass grind down. Already her mana flowed into it as she whispered the words, Halt the sands of time. Time stood still as she slumped back into her chair. Her heart continued to pound, but all around her had stopped. Asgaroth, sitting beside her, looked up toward where she had been standing, his face frozen. Ulvan, across the table, sat immobile, looking at Zagil. And Zagil was still standing, his arms still raised as if giving the proclamation. Why? She asked. She pulled her legs up onto the chair and held them close to her chest. She felt like the weight of the role now bestowed on her would crush her. How did this happen? She looked at Zagil and slowly, tentatively, reached a hand out toward him. Then she snapped her fingers, and he blinked. He looked around, confused, but when his eyes reached Zara, he whispered,
So it is true.
Why? Why would you choose me? Zagil glanced at the frozen world around them and smiled.
You ask me that. After this...
She glared at the old spellweaver. Sargal was the obvious choice. I can't do this. I'm not cut out to be matriarch. I still don't understand how I've even been allowed on the council in the first place. Zagil teleported beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder.
Come with me.
He teleported them both outside, and when she opened her eyes, she realized they were on a nearby summit. Before them, Perpetuum Keep stood proudly, silhouetted against the rainbow smear of the night sky.
Zara, sit with me.
Zagil said as he sat down on the cliff edge. Zara joined him, glancing at the dark chasm below.
I like to come here when I'm feeling uncertain. I find it helps to clear my mind.
He let out a deep sigh.
You know, I have seen the ascensions and deaths of one matriarch and two patriarchs. I have witnessed our house at the peak of its power, and now at its lowest. But through it all, I have never felt as uncertain about Perpetuum's future as I do now.
Zara stared at the ancient spellweaver. Zagil, she breathed.
I know Sargal's plan is a path out of this darkness. I know that he truly believes the ends justify the means. But, well, it's as you surmised. We would be damning those who entrusted us with the future to consumption by the gods.
Then why can't you be the patriarch? She asked. Zagil smiled.
For the same reason I cannot go along with Sargal's plan. It is not our way.
He reached out a hand, and a stone shot free from the cliffside, floating in the air before him. He twirled a finger about the rock, and it began to spin, casting off dust as it transmuted into another shape, the shape of a flower. Finally, as the last specks of dust fell into the chasm below, Zagil teleported the stone iris into Zara's lap.
Those are the only schools of magic I am capable of. Perpetuum shall always be led by those most skilled in magic, that we may ascend to the heights of the gods. It was never my place to rule.
She looked from the stone flower to Zagil. But why me?
Because unlike Sargal, who would tempt us toward darkness with promises of grandeur, you have given us what he couldn't. Hope.
But I've made no guarantees.
True. We might not succeed. But the Hellbeast is the best chance Perpetuum has, without lowering ourselves to base barbarism. You remembered the meaning of what it is to be House Perpetuum, where we had forgotten. You showed us a better path forward, so we will follow you, Matriarch.
Zara let out a deep sigh. What am I even doing? I should be honored, not trying to run from it. She fixed Zagil with a look of fierce determination. Okay, I'll do this, but you better prepare yourself. You are going to help me. Zagil croaked out a dry laugh.
Ha! So be it.
He stood up from the ledge and offered her a hand. As he pulled her up, he declared,
Don't worry, Matriarch. I will always be there to advise you.
Zagil, I could really use your help now.
The matriarch thought as she scrawled another of the possible historical answers to the riddle that was the Hellbeast ritual.
A great war erupted between master and slave, god versus demon.
She thought as she wrote.
Terapacatus was racked with devastation? No, that's not it.
Sweat fell from her chin as her mana melted away. The curse of manic decay, which Sargal had cast on her double, was rapidly burning through her mana.
I know you'd be scolding me for lowering my guard like that.
She thought. On any other caster, such a... Alright, I wanted to let it play into the next part because they meld together perfectly. But I'm gonna pause it there. Mage, I'm just gonna warn you, Banhammer is prepared, and I will ban you. I don't care how much I like you. No, it's fine. I'm just kidding. Oh, no, you're good. I'm just messing with you. So yeah, what'd you guys think of that? That was a I learned humble magic from Zagia. The one thing I will say with regards to what you said, Mage, about Zagiel saying he's not skilled, this is unrelated to what I just said, is that he's not saying he's not skilled, he's saying he's only skilled in 2 schools of magic. Whereas Zara and Sargal are both skilled in 4. So that's what he's saying. He may be really good at his schools of magic, and he is, but compared to basically the rest of the council, he's lacking in variety. Is I think what he meant by that.
And Perpetuum's primary goal has been to prepare to be able to fight the gods off again when they come back and try to subjugate the demons.
Yeah.
So while all the other houses are like, yeah, it's been a while, so what? We're just gonna do our own thing here. Yeah, party on, dude, whatever. They're like, dudes, you know they're coming back, right? Yeah. All right, well, just us then? Okay.
Yeah. I fucking love how Zagiel is just like, he's unabashedly, like, it's so obvious that the rest of the council all sees him as their leader, at least amongst the council. But he's just like, I'm not in charge, stop fucking looking at me. Also, the I'll always be there to advise you, if you guys remember. Oh, right. I'll get to that in a second. If you guys remember what the message that Zagiel sent to the matriarch during the middle of his part when he like accepted he was gonna die, is he said, I'll no longer be there to advise you. So that started their relationship, quote unquote, started with him saying, I'll always be there to advise you, and ended with, I'll no longer be there to advise you. And it's very sad. Also, the song that played, it was called A Kind of Hope, which is the same song that played at the end of Act 2, right after Supernova. And I like that detail a lot, so I figured I'd let you know if you missed it. And that's when Mage took over backseating. Wait a minute, Mage?
Mage is actually Zagiel.
Yeah! Mage is the reincarnated Zagiel! That's why he's called Mage!
Exactly. Creative there, Zagiel. I guess my name, Mage.
Real clever. Ugh. Hold on, rubber my eyes.
Me too, Mage. Not really.
Oh, wish I had a beard like him. Yeah, honestly. Zagiel freaking rocked the
Yeah, Zagiel can teleport. He teleported the 2 of us.
Yeah,
he can teleport items.
His 2 schools of magic, what he was showing there is transmutation and teleportation. In this world, teleportation is its own school of magic, and it is the school of magic that Perpetuum created themselves. Meaning it is not descendant from the gods.
Put it up, put it up.
Oh, yes. So, Matriarch wants me to put up a picture that was from, hold on, let me pull up the scene.
So Kizuna, or Blizzburn here, he basically did a beta read for us of the text.
You can go ahead and keep talking. I'm just gonna play this in the background.
Okay. So he did the beta read. So then after he finished it, so Kizuna's an artist. So after he reads it, he's like, here, I had to draw this. And so he gives me this picture, and it's so freaking cute. Like it's my like the background on my lock screen on my phone and my profile picture on my YouTube banner.
Our house perpetual.
Kizuna, wait, don't, hey, what? Yeah, it makes me so freaking happy. I don't know why, but it's so cute. Put it up, put it up.
I'm going to.
Suddenly she realized how forward she had been.
Put it up.
Put it up, 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 put it up. Hold on, pulling it up.
Yes, we had to show you guys it because it's from that last. Oh, what? Ah,
No.
Kizuna, you know.
Hold on, be quiet for a second.
And felt like shrinking herself to the size of a dust mite so she could hide in the cracks of her wooden chair.
And so Kizuna drew this as a response to that part. It's hilarious, and we love it. It's called Dust Mite Madam. You know what I was thinking is that and it's amazing, and we will never not love it.
Made that on a whim. Yeah, that was a wonderful whim. Kizuna made me so happy. She's so cute.
She's extremely cute. But yeah, and so what was I gonna say? So Lulu, you know that anime you got us to watch recently, the Secrets of the Silent Witch? I feel like young Zara gives me major Silent Witch vibes.
I'm
me?
like, what the fuck? Don't put me in charge.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what? I also want to point out, though, this was written way before we ever saw that. It also happened, so, like, you know.
Right.
But yeah. Just put this down here. This is your new Fugi.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, it's great. Yeah, just put that over it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kizuna, I don't think you understand how happy this makes me.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
I mean, I tell you, and overly tell you, probably. But look how freaking cute this. It just, that encompasses that scene 100%. I'm like, oh shit. I shouldn't have tried so hard.
But yeah, did we
Somebody
also
noticed.
all notice that it was kind of brought up or hinted at in the first one, but Maya's matriarch has time manipulation powers, eh? She's not just a
Just love it.
transmutationist. She can stop and reverse time.
Takes
She
a lot of
can-
mana.
Transmute time itself.
Mage. Oh.
This is important for the future.
Very useful. Doesn't always work though. Very hard to do. So OP. Can't let me
Okay.
get it to work.
God, I fucking love that. Also, Sargal, can we talk about Sargal for a second?
He's so sweet. He's my
He was
bestie.
so nice. 300 years ago. I mean, a lot can happen in 300 years, but still. God, what did you do to him? What did you do to him to make him hate you so much?
You know.
You know?
You know.
Hides hides in the crack of the chair.
Oh no.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna play it again from a little bit before so it can like kind of meld into the next part. And yeah, we'll resume. We're actually getting pretty close here. I mean, we're about it's almost 3/4 the way done. So we're getting close. All right. Ouch.
And offered her a hand. As he pulled her up, he declared,
Don't worry, matriarch. I will always be there to advise you.
Zigil, I could really use your help now.
The matriarch thought as she scrawled another of the possible historical answers to the riddle that was the Hellbeast ritual.
A great war erupted between master and slave, god versus demon.
She thought as she wrote.
Terapacatus was racked with devastation? No, that's not it.
Sweat fell from her chin as her mana melted away. The curse of manic decay, which Sargal had cast on her double, was rapidly burning through her mana.
I know you'd be scolding me for lowering my guard like that.
She thought. On any other caster, such a curse would quickly burn through all of their mana and then kill them. But Zara Melise was no ordinary caster. Her mana was decaying, and at a nauseating rate, but she could hold out for a while. Her attempts to rewind time to before the curse had been laid hadn't worked, and now she was in a race against that which she had once thought she had control over. Time. She felt the magical stone that surrounded her tremble as another blast of disintegrating flame slammed against the outside.
For 300 years I waited for you to summon that damn creature!
Sargal exclaimed from outside.
And nothing. You've nothing to show for it.
Another blast of lava slammed against the rock around her, sending a shock through and shaking the Drakebone chalk on the ground.
We could have reclaimed all that was lost, but you had us waste away while your brats searched for the tomes!
The matriarch's double fell back against the outside of the sphere of rock covering her true form, her most recent barrier collapsing under the molten barrage. She pushed off the stone, back to her feet. She nearly fell over as the wind roared in from the blizzard surrounding them. She steadied herself and her staff and cast a fresh barrier, layering a thin film of her bulwark of eternity over the front of it. Sargal took aim with his staff and launched another blast of eruption. It slammed into the barrier and exploded out, sending searing hot rock raining out over the sides. He recast the spell, sending another torrent of glowing lava into the barrier, and then another, and then another. The double's feet slid across the stone until she found her back against the bulwark again. Sargal, still launching lava, raised a hand and innumerable miniature stars appeared amidst the snowstorm high above. He thrust his hand down, and the stars fell. The double cast a barrier in the form of a sphere as they rained down upon her. Shocks rang out like thunder as the mini stars exploded against the magical shield. The double fell to a knee as the barrier grew smaller and smaller. As each new star crashed into the surface, it left a small tear that she had to repair.
Ven? Any time now?
She demanded. Almost there, matriarch, the golem replied. Another set of 3 disintegrating beams smashed into the barrier in front of the double, and at last, it collapsed. The barrier around her dissolved as a new set of falling stars shot down toward her. Location reached. The double aimed her staff at Sargal, only she wasn't aiming at him, but past him, at the small golem with ruby eyes on the other side of the patio.
Colossus!
She cried. The little stone golem that was Ven shook as his rocky surface began to grow. In an instant, he towered over the comparatively tiny Sargal. The patio shook beneath the trader's feet, breaking his concentration. The falling stars winked out of existence just before collision. Sargal turned toward the deafening roar of grinding stone and saw the raised arm of the colossal Ven. Then slammed his arm down, shaking the mountain, but it hadn't hit the trader. An equally massive skeletal hand held Ven's arm mere inches away from Sargal. The rest of the bone giant finished manifesting as it shoved Ven back and stepped protectively over its summoner. Ven came to a slow stop, the edge of the patio just behind him.
Obstacle encountered,
Ven said, his voice far deeper now. He slammed his boulder-sized fists together, and magic sparked between them.
Eradicating obstacle.
Sargal aimed his staff toward Ven, but just as it started to glow, he felt the charge of mana from behind him. The double was already running for him, her staff sweeping through the air. A torrent of snow swept in from the blizzard and shot for the trader. Just before impact, the snowflakes condensed, forming spikes of ice. The bone giant stepped in the way, the ice shattering against its massive leg. Ven swung his fist toward the bone giant, catching it on the side of the head. The impact shook the patio. The spell activated, and a secondary impact slammed into the bone giant. Gravitational waves reverberated from Ven's fist and through the giant skeleton, sending it teetering toward the floor. Sargal's eyes went wide, and he conjured a stone cocoon around himself to block the falling giant. It crashed to the patio with a boom that echoed off the distant peaks. Fragments of the skeleton's skull fell away as it tried and failed to get back to its feet, before the baleful fire in its eyes winked out. The double, now hovering in the air above them, poured mana into her staff and watched as the raging snow condensed in the air, spinning together until at last it was a massive spike. She sent it flying down, aimed right for where Sargal was emerging from his stone cocoon. The double watched his lips part as his staff glowed green. A wave of emerald energy shot out from him, washing over the bone giant lying motionless around him. The summoned skeleton, its head repairing, reached up and shattered the falling ice into thousands of pieces. The double took hold of the shards, and they turned toward Sargal. Again they accelerated and shot toward the traitor, but a blast of black fire exploded out, absorbing the spikes and knocking the double back. Her barrier, only just raised in time, flashed angrily as the infernal tempest threw her to the ground. She crashed down as the tempest died. The bone giant caught another of Ven's blows. Its arm shattered as the gravitational waves rippled through it. But before the shards of bone reached the ground, another flash of green shot from Sargal, and they reversed their flight, reforming the giant's arm. The bone giant rose from where it had been lying and charged into Ven, the two of them slamming into each other with an impact that shook the patio again. Sargal smiled and turned back toward the double.
Such a shame, isn't it, matriarch?
He sneered.
All that effort, and you've not managed to land a single blow.
The double heaved a deep sigh.
Can't match him in combat magic. Without evocation, I can't hope to match his casting speed.
She could still feel her mana decaying. She had about 64% left, but she needed at least half for the summoning. Her thoughts drifted to Pyrite.
How does he manage with so little mana?
But the thought gave her an idea. It was a gamble, but for a demon like Sargal, whose skill in evocation meant he never had to deal with a close-up attacker, it might just be enough to make him panic. She grabbed her staff, and the winds intensified. The wall of falling snow around them began to spiral. She rose back to her feet and spread her arms wide as if offering herself as a target. Sargal took aim, but before he could fire, she brought her arms and the storm in. The entire patio disappeared as snow blotted everything out. The double took off, and not a moment too soon, as a blast of molten rock shot through the space she had just been. Under the cover of the storm, she cast spells on herself, both conjuration to summon the stone and abjuration for added protection. Another blast of molten rock shot through the air behind her. Her footfalls grew weighted and loud. Finally, she released her staff. She wouldn't need it now. A blast of black fire exploded out from Sargal. It engulfed the snow and cleared the patio. But as the fire dissipated, he was shocked to see the stone-covered fist coming straight for his face, and the stone-armored matriarch it was attached to. He cast Disintegrating Beam, but the green fire merely bounced off the stone. He could do nothing, as for the first time in his life, a fist slammed into his face. Sargal recoiled, howling with a mix of pain and fury. He looked at the double, shocked.
Are you insane?
A second fist slammed into his stomach, and he doubled over, gagging. She wound up for another strike, but Sargal staggered back, sending multiple blasts of lightning streaking toward her. She raised a hand and a barrier blinked to life.
That's right.
She thought, as the lightning sent sparks showering over the top of her magical shield.
Don't wind up a punch.
She recalled the time she had watched Pyrite half play, half train with the Perpetuum Guard. She kept the barrier raised and charged into Sargal again, smashing the barrier into him and driving him back off his feet. The self-strengthening spell she had cast was working remarkably well. Sargal crashed to the patio floor, his staff falling from his hand and clattering away. He was bleeding from a cut on his cheek, and his face twisted with rage. He reached out his hand to resummon his staff. The stone-clad double grabbed him by his embroidered Perpetuum robes, beautifully woven velvet, now stained with the blood that fell from his cheek. She lifted him and was about to punch him in the abdomen again, when a telepathic warning from Ven intruded on her mind. She looked to see the bone giant reaching for her. Ven tackled the enormous skeleton, and they both tumbled over the embattled casters, barely missing the demons. Sargal capitalized on the distraction and aimed an open palm at the stone-clad head of the double.
Disintegrate,
he said, and necromantic fire engulfed her. The slot she had been looking through closed, sealing her face away from the flames. The fire hissed violently against the magical reinforcement. The double reached forward with her free hand, and a new barrier appeared, catching the flames and sending them shooting over the edges. She expanded the barrier and inverted it, so rather than covering her, it curved towards Sargal. His own flame shot back toward him, the edges licking at his robes. He cut the spell and shouted,
Fine. Aura of death.
The eye slots blocking the double's view opened just in time for her to see a dark cloud of green mist erupt from the spellweaver, enveloping them both. In an instant, her strength vanished, and she dropped the traitor before falling to her hands and knees. She could feel the spell trying to stop her heart.
No!
She cried within her mind, unable to even speak aloud. She forced herself back to her feet, and her heart lurched, barely able to take the strain. Her vision darkened, but she looked up to see the charging light of Sargal's staff, now back in his hand and aimed at her. The spear of light shot straight through the barrier, then the stone, then her. The impact sent her flying back, and she once again found herself up against the bulwark. Her true form winced from the shared pain. Ven came stomping in, putting himself between both matriarchs and the traitor. The bone giant stood, once again recovered from what should have been fight-ending damage. It stepped in front of Sargal, who watched from the other side of the patio.
I could rewind time. Is there even a point? It would just be a waste of mana,
thought the matriarch. She still had her trump card, but if she used it with so little mana to spare, she would have to ensure it would end the fight. The double still lay on the ground, glaring at Sargal. The effect of the spell was passing, but the clone was bleeding from the wound that went straight through her abdomen. Sargal had no doubt been aiming for her core, just in front of her spine, but the blow to his face must have affected his aim. She let the stone armor fall away as she forced herself back up to a knee.
Why?
She asked.
Why do this, Sargal? This will mean the death of House Perpetuum.
Sargal, still rubbing his jaw, looked at her and smiled.
Fool. I'm doing this for House Perpetuum.
The bone giant charged, and Ven answered. The two slammed into each other with a deafening crash, sending out bone and stone chips that clattered to the patio floor.
That doesn't make any sense. How does helping Segrid do anything for Perpetuum?
Sargal shook his head as the two summons battled between them. He glanced at her, and she felt his telepathic knock. He was asking her to open a link to him. She narrowed her eyes, but if he was willing to gloat, it would give her more time to figure out the last part of the ritual. Slowly, she opened a channel, being careful not to let him in too far.
Ah, much better. It is so loud out here,
he said.
How does this help Perpetuum?
She demanded, her tone short and cold.
I'm not surprised you can't see it, but I really should thank you. After all, without you doing exactly as I expected, my whole plan wouldn't have worked out so well.
The double's eyes widened, and the matriarch paused in her work.
What? Sargal, what are you talking about?
Sargal's smile deepened.
Oh yes, I knew you would evacuate the house, but I also knew that you wouldn't abandon it. And so I have everything I want right in front of me. Perpetuum is safe, and both you and Segrid are in the same place. So I thank you, matriarch.
The bone giant slammed its head into Ven's, and the double watched as the two rubies that served as his eyes were knocked loose. They fell to the patio, their once shining surface darkened with cracks. Ven stumbled back, coming dangerously close to the edge. The double pushed back to her feet.
Segrid and I? Why would that?
She paused as the dots began to connect in her mind.
What is it that you want?
Sargal looked taken aback, and for a moment the double saw his eyes brighten before once again returning to their strangely dull state.
I want what I've always wanted, the return of Perpetuum to its rightful place. But you and the others refused to act, so I had to.
The bone giant sent a stone-shattering punch into the chest of Ven. The rocky surface cracked and fell away, exposing his glowing core. Sargal glanced over at the grove. Blue light and electrical sparks shot into the air where Segrid and his honor guard battled Pyrite.
Imperiosis has to be destroyed,
he continued.
And I gave us a solution. But no, they chose you because your pretty little speech touched their hearts. But that was when I realized there was another solution. One that would give us an army and deal with our enemy. Imperiosis is controlled by Segrid, so whoever controls Segrid controls the largest army in all of Terra Picatus. But I knew you would never agree to it, so you will have to be removed.
You're using Segrid as a way to kill me? You're planning to kill him and enslave his entire house. Like the gods.
Brilliant, isn't it? Everything we have ever wanted.
He smiled, but it wasn't the warm smile he had once worn. It was a wicked smile, as though he was reveling in it all. As she came to realize the scope of his plan, she remembered the kind demon he had once been. It had been he who recommended her for the council. It had been he who supported her during the meeting those 300 years ago. He had always been willing to make hard decisions, but not once had he enjoyed it.
Zagil and Osgaroth are dead,
she said.
They died because of you, because of this plan of yours.
Sargal stared for a moment, his gaze impassive, his smile faded.
They got in the way.
The matriarch went cold.
Who are you? You wouldn't do this. You've never put your own desires ahead of the house.
I'm doing this for the house,
he shot back. She pushed him out and shut the connection.
No, you're not. If you were, you wouldn't have cared to ensure you could kill me. Sargal was never that petty, and he certainly wouldn't have gone through with a plan that would have harmed House Perpetuum like this. This is a plan that will devastate both Perpetuum and Imperiosis. This will cut the heads off of both Perpetuum and Imperiosis. No, this is something else. You're trying to gain an army, but it's not for Perpetuum. You are not Sargal.
She felt numb as the demon before her smiled that wicked smile. Sargal sighed.
You're a clever one, aren't you?
His eyes narrowed, their light now gone completely, but the smile remained, and his head cocked eerily to the side.
Then who am I, matriarch of House Perpetuum?
Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from him and nearly brought the double to her knees. It evoked a feeling deep within the matriarch, something primordial. A fear that felt so ingrained and yet so foreign, it felt like it didn't belong to her. But within that fear was the answer she had been looking for. Monstrously powerful magical energy radiated out from the traitor as his smile deepened. The double steadied herself and manifested her staff.
Though I don't know which one you are, I know what you are. You are one of the gods.
Sargal lowered his staff toward her and let out a laugh. The unseen god controlling him spoke through him.
Correct. I knew you could do it. Oh, but be careful. You wouldn't want to use too much mana and not be able to summon your dear old pet, would you?
The gem atop his staff glowed with arcane fury. But he was right. She only had 53% of her mana left. She couldn't afford to make any extraneous moves.
Forgive me, Double. You'll have to go first.
Eradicating threat.
Then broke free of the bone giant and charged Sargal, his colossal footfall shaking the patio with every step. Sargal turned his staff on Ven, and necromantic flames poured out. Ven raised an arm to block, and the beam slammed into it. The green flames burned through, and his boulder-sized hand fell to the ground with a crash. But he continued his charge undaunted, as the disintegrating fire got to his chest. The Colossus was nearly on him when Sargal dragged the beam down, and it severed Ven's right leg, sending him to the patio with a thunderous boom. Finally, Sargal's spell ended, and he looked with disgust at the Colossus before him. But Ven didn't give in. He began to pull himself towards Sargal with his one remaining arm.
Eradicate.
He continued to report as he closed to nearly grabbing range.
Protect the matriarch. Eradicate.
The matriarch had to fight back tears as the words boomed in her mind. She drew furiously, only a few more runic letters. Her Drakebone chalk, the one Ven had brought her, was nearly used up. Ven reached out to grab Sargal, but he was stopped as the bone giant closed its hands around Ven's head and torso. Sargal looked from the Colossus to the bone giant.
So loyal, and yet so futile. Bone giant, get rid of it.
The double watched in horror as Ven was lifted over the giant's head. It carried him over to the ledge and heaved. As Ven began to fall, he reached out with his one arm and grabbed hold of the bone giant's neck. It was pulled toward the ledge and tried to catch itself.
If I go,
Ven declared, his rubyless eyes fixed on the bone giant's baleful sockets.
you go with me.
The bone giant's hand slipped, and they both tumbled over the edge.
Ven!
She tried to catch him with telekinesis, but it was no use.
Goodbye, matriarch. I hope my 91,250 days of service was to your satisfaction.
The connection cut as the being known as Ven ceased to be. She stared at the ledge where her adorable little golem had disappeared. Sargal let out a bellowing laugh.
Look at you. It's pathetic. So forlorn over a simple summon.
Your service was perfect. I will not let your sacrifice be in vain, my loyal little golem.
Still biting back tears, the double turned toward Sargal. Her sclera flashed black, and her eyes blazed with fury.
You!
She growled.
There isn't a member of this house who wouldn't recognize your cruelty.
She aimed her staff at the demon who was once her friend.
By my name, Zarmalis Perpetuum, matriarch of House Perpetuum, the ones called eternal, I make you this solemn vow. No matter what you have planned, whatever dark cruelty you have in mind, I will see you fall.
The traitor tilted his head.
So brave, so righteous. Do you feel better now?
He mocked. The double smiled.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Because you just reminded me of an old tale. When the dust had settled and the fires had died, Tadapakatus was free of the old god's enslavement, and the time of demonkind had come.
As the matriarch completed the last rune, she sent Pirate a telepathic message. The stones surrounding her crumbled away, and she stood. She raised her arms, and the circle erupted with brilliant purple light. A far-off roar rang out. The ritual had begun. Segrid. I'm not crying, you're crying. Angry tears. So yeah, you guys like that one? I like that one a lot. That's my favorite fucking scene. Actually, this entire one, this entire part is like my favorite. Oh my god, Fen.
I hate it. Hold on, I should give you another picture.
Oh my gosh. And the reveal? The frickin' reveal? Lulu? What did you think of that? This is your first time watching it. Oh, the music as well.
Here, put this one up.
Oh.
This one here. Are you gonna put it up?
Yeah, just give me one sec.
This one here is help from the other one. I forgot. Yeah, so there's gods.
Yeah, and they're here. At least one of them is. I feel like the gods have got such like daddy's home energy.
Daddy.
Well,
Thanks
yeah.
for rising. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, let me find it.
Lulu's. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh. How cute he is. Oh
Do the help.
gosh.
Do the help.
Help. He's such a good character. He's so freaking cute. And then Big Ven dropping into the super duper deep voice.
Eradicating threat.
Oh. And then his fucking sacrifice. Charging past the matriarch, taking the fucking disintegrating beam, and then trying to crawl in. And his line about, if I go, you go with me. I mean, like, this is more than just like casual sentience. He knew he was gonna die there.
Yeah, mage. See, when I'm fighting in like Skyrim, it's not about like the fight, it's about the damn controls. I'm used to a staff. Yeah, the freaking voice, Lulu.
You like that
Jesus
one?
Christ.
You like that one, Lulu? I feel like Lulu has been one of my strongest supporters of the voices.
The voice. Ven, best
And-
boy. Ven is best boy.
Also, the descent of Sargal's voice more and more into the god voice.
Make me a staff for PC. Yeah, they've got like, airplane simulators, like wheels for like, Euro Truck Simulator. Can I get a staff?
I fucking love this up here. These two. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Ven and the Bone Giant facing each other in the picture, and then the fucking reveal on the picture. I saw you mention that, Lulu. How the top and bottom pull away. It's called a Wii remote. There is so much good in this fucking scene, in this part. I swear.
Fair keys in it.
It's so
Okay.
freaking good.
Keep going.
Hold on, I'm still gushing. This is like
Okay.
my favorite fucking scene. And the music, oh my gosh, the music. When you two are having the conversation in the telepathy and the freaking music cuts in, like the creepy music.
Hey, on a broom, we all have a staff control. Staff controller, that's called the manager, right? Wherever you work. Jesus.
Oh
But
my gosh. And then the freaking piano. The do 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 do.
This Scott
do,
is amazing.
I know.
He has so many songs.
Hold on, I want to go. You talk to them. I want to pull something up and point something out to them that they will absolutely love.
Yeah, I know, right, Kizuna? That and like just the I don't know, just the writing. I love it. But yeah, exactly. It was just all of a sudden one day he woke up and he's like, yeah, so I can do this now. Like, where did that come from?
I feel like most of it's confidence. I'm gonna be very
It is.
honest.
It is.
Hold on a sec. Can we
10 out of 10.
Can we get this to track? Is this?
Oh,
It is coming
I'm
through.
so-
Okay, yeah. So this is the song that played during Ven's death, and on top of that, it played at the beginning of this act, for Pyrite going from the bridge all the way to when he ran into the matriarch, basically. And it's called What We Don't Say. And it's just... it's so pleasant, but also, like, very bittersweet. And the actual, like, let's jump ahead a little bit here. But then at the end, it slows all the way down, because like right in the middle, there's like a crescendo part where like it's like the climax of the song and it plays really loudly. At the end, though, it cuts everything back out and it just plays the piano motif. Where is it? Here? Here. At a slower cadence. And this is what plays during Ven's death. And if you look, if you listen closely, you'll realize it has this motif. It goes do 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 until the end, where the first part cuts out and it just repeats the ending. The do 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 do.
Yeah, you know what, Mage? I might do something like that. Because some of my, like this Skyrim, one of my Skyrim videos and all of my Bioshock ones have gotten like copyright claim for music, or not copyright claim, but like some issue with some of the music. And sometimes I kind of want to cut the music out of the game and just put some kind of music behind it. Although Skyrim, you can't, I mean, you can't, because it's Skyrim, but music, but that's a good idea.
Here, hold on, let them listen. I'm not done pointing out this thing.
Oh,
because
sorry.
This is pertinent to Ven.
Mm-hmm.
Hear it repeat there without the beginning motif. And so that part where the beginning motif disappears, so there's basically two parts to this motif. There's the beginning where it goes up, and then the other part where it goes down. When Ven disappears, when the connection cuts and he hits the bottom and he dies, that part of the motif disappears, and it's fucking perfect. And it's really hard to notice unless you actually look at the waveform, because you realize it then. But oh my god, when we noticed it, when we were doing the actual editing, it like added another level of tears. Sorry, I just want to point that out. Also, this song is practically the song of Act 3. Fucking love this song. Okay. Apologies. Do you have anything else to add, Matriarch?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You can take down help then if you want. Oh,
No, it's kind of distracting. If it wasn't
He's a
moving, I
little
wouldn't mind.
Oh, he's so cute. Okay, Lulu. Yeah, I know. It's a long time. I know everybody's got the different time zones, but thank you for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. See you later, Ben.
Okay. Let's continue.
Bye, Lulu. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
Lulu. All right.
Yes.
Lulu, just so you know, the epilogue will be up very, very soon. So you can watch that after you watch the rest of Act 3. All right.
Go sleep.
Let's continue. I don't think I need anything else. We're all good here. Good. All right. Go ahead and play.
This house, who wouldn't?
I'm going to play from this part. Actually, I'm going to play from the part. We're going to re-experience this. Because I love this part. Did an amazing job. Thank you for bringing the story to life. I'm so glad that you like it. You are welcome. Thank you for the vote of thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
Matriarch of House Perpetuum.
Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from him and nearly brought the double to her knees. It evoked a feeling deep within the matriarch, something primordial. A fear that felt so ingrained and yet so foreign, it felt like it didn't belong to her. But within that fear was the answer she had been looking for. Monstrously powerful magical energy radiated out from the traitor as his smile deepened. The double steadied herself and manifested her staff.
Though I don't know which one you are, I know what you are. You are one of the gods.
Sargal lowered his staff toward her and let out a laugh. The unseen god controlling him spoke through him.
Correct. I knew you could do it. Oh, but be careful. You wouldn't want to use too much mana and not be able to summon your dear old pet. Would you?
The gem atop his staff glowed with arcane fury. But he was right. She only had 53% of her mana left. She couldn't afford to make any extraneous moves.
Forgive me, Double. You'll have to go first.
Eradicating threat.
Then broke free of the bone giant and charged Sargal, his colossal footfall shaking the patio with every step. Sargal turned his staff on Ven, and necromantic flames poured out. Ven raised an arm to block, and the beam slammed into it. The green flames burned through, and his boulder-sized hand fell to the ground with a crash. But he continued his charge undaunted as the disintegrating fire got to his chest. The Colossus was nearly on him when Sargal dragged the beam down, and it severed Ven's right leg, sending him to the patio with a thunderous boom. Finally, Sargal's spell ended, and he looked with disgust at the Colossus before him. But Ven didn't give in. He began to pull himself towards Sargal with his one remaining arm.
Eradicate.
He continued to report as he closed to nearly grabbing range.
Protect the matriarch. Eradicate.
The matriarch had to fight back tears as the words boomed in her mind. She drew furiously, only a few more runic letters. Her Drakebone chalk, the one Ven had brought her, was nearly used up. Ven reached out to grab Sargal, but he was stopped as the bone giant closed its hands around Ven's head and torso. Sargal looked from the Colossus to the bone giant.
So loyal, and yet so futile. Bone giant, get rid of it.
The double watched in horror as Ven was lifted over the giant's head. It carried him over to the ledge and heaved. As Ven began to fall, he reached out with his one arm and grabbed hold of the bone giant's neck. It was pulled toward the ledge and tried to catch itself.
If I go,
Ven declared, his rubyless eyes fixed on the bone giant's baleful sockets.
you go with me.
The bone giant's hand slipped, and they both tumbled over the edge.
Ven!
She tried to catch him with telekinesis, but it was no use.
Goodbye, matriarch. I hope my 91,250 days of service was to your satisfaction.
The connection cut as the being known as Ven ceased to be. She stared at the ledge where her adorable little golem had disappeared. Sargal let out a bellowing laugh.
Look at you. It's pathetic. So forlorn over a simple summon.
Your service was perfect. I will not let your sacrifice be in vain, my loyal little golem.
Still biting back tears, the double turned toward Sargal. Her sclera flashed black, and her eyes blazed with fury.
You!
She growled.
There isn't a member of this house who wouldn't recognize your cruelty.
She aimed her staff at the demon who was once her friend.
By my name, Zarmalis Perpetuum, matriarch of House Perpetuum, the ones called eternal, I make you this solemn vow. No matter what you have planned, whatever dark cruelty you have in mind, I will see you fall.
The traitor tilted his head.
So brave, so righteous. Do you feel better now?
He mocked. The double smiled.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Because you just reminded me of an old tale. When the dust had settled and the fires had died, Tadapakatus was free of the old god's enslavement, and the time of demonkind had come.
As the matriarch completed the last rune, she sent Pirate a telepathic message. The stones surrounding her crumbled away, and she stood. She raised her arms, and the circle erupted with brilliant purple light. A far-off roar rang out. The ritual had begun. Segrid turned to his honor guard, his voice desperate.
Go! Ignore him and stop the summoning!
He dropped his broken sword and aimed his outstretched palm at Pyrite, magic beginning to appear around it. Pyrite braced. His barrier was gone, and his anti-magic rune long since burned out. Suddenly, there was a screeching cry, and Pyrite looked to see a gargoyle, the one that had taken the electrical blast earlier, soar out from the raging blizzard. It latched onto Segrid's arm and started slashing. The second honor guard turned toward the struggling lord, raised his axe over his head, and threw. The axe tumbled end over end and sliced through the gargoyle. It went limp and fell to the ground, head no longer attached. But it had done enough. The tome was shredded, small pieces of ancient parchment falling away. Pyrite gave silent thanks to the loyal creature and raised his glaive to guard. The matriarch had started the ritual, but it would need time to complete. He had to buy that time. The second honor guard pulled a sword from a scabbard on his hip and followed Akadoth toward Pyrite. Pyrite glanced at his glaive's curved blade and sighed. He loved this weapon. It had been his favorite since his contract with House Equitarius. But against the two armored juggernauts, it simply wasn't enough. He focused on it and forced mana he didn't have, into it. He felt his scraps of stamina burn in place of his absent mana, felt his withering strength wane to feed his demand. The head began to change and shrink, the metal condensing into a sphere. Spikes extended from the spherical head, and Pyrite let out a breath. His old friend's morning star complete. Osrin, I'm gonna borrow this for a bit. He smiled, as he knew what the zealot would have said. The two honor guards sprinted toward him. They were slower than before, but they were still fast enough. Pyrite jumped back, trying to gain the advantage of height. Akadoth reached him first, his deadly axe reaching out in a heavy overhead swing. Pyrite dodged the blow, sidestepping the deadly blade and swung low, the Morningstar Great Mace slamming into the demon's red-scaled chestplate. The spiked head crushed in, and a shower of shattered scales fell, clattering to the steps. They shattered? Pyrite thought. Akadoth staggered back, growling. The second guard crashed into Pyrite, shoulder-charging him down onto the steps. The honor guard fell upon him, but Pyrite planted his boot on the demon's abdomen and kicked him off. Before Pyrite could get back to his feet, Akadoth's axe swung down toward him again. Pyrite rolled out of the way and watched as the axe burned deep into the brick stairs. Pyrite grabbed the haft, holding it in place, and, one-handed, thrust his Morningstar into Akadoth's skull mask. The blow rocked his head back, and he smacked the mace aside. The red demon wrenched his axe free of Pyrite's grip and raised it for another strike. Pyrite drew from his fury and exploded forward off the steps and into Akadoth, catching the descending blow on the haft of his weapon before it had gained any speed. Akadoth pressed down harder. He didn't need any force for the arcane weapon to do damage. It just had to touch. Pyrite was about to sidestep, let the axe fall harmlessly to the side, when he saw the gleaming sword blade coming for his face. Pyrite released his block and jumped back, further up the steps and away from the second honor guard's strike. But as he did, the axe fell, its magic-infused blade catching the edge of his dented chestplate. It burned through and scored the flesh beneath. Pyrite howled in pain. He backed up a few more steps, looking down at the gash in his chest. It wasn't deep, merely a glancing blow, but it hurt. The smell of burnt flesh wafted up from his smoking chestplate, and he had to swallow the nausea it induced. The honor guard didn't delay. They followed him up the steps. Akaroth came at him again, axe swinging toward Pyrite's left. Simultaneously, the second honor guard came from the right. Pyrite jumped back again, and the blows swung through the air before him. He had to focus on the axe, but without his helmet, the second honor guard could kill him just as easily. He needed to separate them, but if he focused on one, the other would pass him by and go after the matriarch. As he considered, they approached again, weapons raised. Pyrite decided, and launched forward with his failing strength into the second honor guard. The guard met his charge and caught his descending morning star at the base of his blade. It gave a sonorous clang, but before the guard could strike back, Pyrite kicked him in the chest, sending him staggering back down the stairs. Akaroth's axe swung at him. Pyrite reached out and caught it by its haft, careful not to touch its ravenous blade. The force from the swing sent a shock of pain through his hand and up his arm. He held the axe just barely away from his chest. Suddenly, Akaroth pulled the axe, and Pyrite with it, slamming his armored head into Pyrite's. The blow shattered his nose and blurred his vision. He struggled to stay upright.
It would be so easy to close my eyes. So tired,
he thought. An image of the matriarch appeared in his mind, and his eyes snapped open. Akaroth pressed the axe closer to Pyrite's chest. Pyrite growled with effort and kneed Akaroth between his armored legs. The demon grunted from the strike, but didn't give in. He ripped his axe away from Pyrite and readied to swing it again. Pyrite was faster. He slammed his mace down onto the ridged helmet of the demon and felt the metal cave. As he pulled the strike back, the spikes left small holes behind. Akaroth stopped mid-swing and took a few steps back. He shook his head, trying to clear the shock of the impact. Pyrite swung again, sweeping low to catch Akaroth on the faceplate. He saw the axe coming only a split second before it hit. It was only enough time to move so that it didn't cleave his head in two. The axe bit into his gorget, and Pyrite cried out. He felt something crack beneath his layers of armor, and his left arm went limp. He looked down the haft of the axe to see Segrid standing beside him. Pyrite had been so focused on Akaroth, he hadn't even seen the Lord approach. Segrid pulled the axe back and raised it again. For a moment, some part of Pyrite's mind thought the Lord looked strange, wielding such a brutal weapon. But then again, his bloodied face did seem to match it rather well. Pyrite dismissed the stray thought and tried to step back, to retreat further up the steps. But as he did, he found no step, and fell back onto the patio, having reached the top. Segrid glanced over at the second honor guard. The two traded weapons, and, as Akaroth got a hold of himself, all three stepped onto the patio after Pyrite. Pyrite heard a thunderous crash from behind him. When he looked, he saw a massive burst of lightning rip across the patio. At its source, he saw Sargal, arms raised and staff spitting the electrical blast. And, at the other end of the purple light, he saw the matriarch's double, with a barrier raised before her. He noticed that the double was injured, bleeding from her abdomen. And behind her was her actual body, her own staff raised and glowing as she cast the summoning. Once more, a distant roar rang out over the thunder and wind. Just a little longer, Pyrite thought as he got back to his feet. His mind went to the crystal that sat in the pouch on his belt. He knew full well what using it would mean. It's why he hadn't. Because if he did, he would have minutes at best to end the fight. He took a few more steps back, giving himself time to think. Akaroth didn't let him. The scale-clad demon rushed in, axe swinging low. He had clearly recovered from the earlier strike. Pyrite tried to raise the Morningstar to guard, but his left arm merely twitched. Panic gripped him, and he used all of the strength in his right arm to swing the Morningstar into the oncoming axe. It was a pathetic excuse for a parry, but he didn't have any better alternatives. The mace smacked into the axe, diverting its course if only slightly. Rather than bisecting him from hip to shoulder, It glanced off his pauldron, narrowly missing his ear as he craned his head out of the way. Akadoth stopped the axe mid-swing and reversed it, bringing it back down the same path. Pyrite could do nothing. He watched as the axe sliced into his shoulder, felt as the blade ignited and burned its way through him. His eyes closed as he slumped to the ground. The scale-clad demon rushed in, axe swinging low. He had clearly recovered from the earlier strike. Pyrite took a breath. What? This had just happened. He saw the swing coming, knew its path. He dodged it, letting it slip a finger's width from his chest and face. As the axe hung in the air, Akadoth began the reversal. Pyrite swung out, twisting his body to force the Morning Star forward. It crashed into the already shattered scales of Akadoth's chestplate. The demon growled as more scales crushed to dust under the blow. Pyrite jumped back and found himself at the glowing edge of the summoning circle. What just happened? I died! I know I did! He tried to make sense of what he had just witnessed. And that was when he noticed the traces of magic flowing toward him from the matriarch's double.
Focus! I can't do that again!
She shouted in his mind. The three came at him. He didn't have any other play. No other plan or tactic. He dropped the Morning Star, grabbed the crystal from its pouch, and crushed it against his rent chestplate. Magical energy exploded out. The prismatic light blinded his assailants and stopped their charge before blowing them back. White fire consumed Pyrite and he cried out. It hurt. It hurt more than anything he had ever felt. He opened his eyes and energy poured from them. He fell to his knees, clutching at the air. He could feel the veins of mana that ran through him like blood vessels fill and stretch. The power of a spellweaver burned within him. It was too much. He had known it would be too much, but this was so much worse than he had imagined. It felt like he would explode. With ragged breaths, he rose back to his feet. The pain remained, but he didn't have time to waste on pain. He felt his shoulder repair, not from healing magic, as such a thing was never granted them by the old gods, but by the complete reconstruction of each piece of muscle and bone. So long as there is breath in my body. He took a tentative step forward. I will not let you hurt her! Sargal, his attention now fully turned on Pyrite, raised his staff, and the sky opened to reveal the blazing blue of a star. Pyrite's weapon appeared in his hand, only it wasn't a glaive. Where once was the curved blade, formed a blazing gem. Just as he started to be lifted off his feet, and his armor started to smolder, he raised his staff to the sky, and a barrier opened against the portal, holding back the star's blinding fury. The matriarch's double slammed the base of her staff against the brick, and all at once, the portal collapsed. Sargal turned back to his true target and began to cast his next spell. Pyrite couldn't focus on it, as Akadoth was coming again, with Segret and the other honor guard close behind. They swung at him from every angle, and Pyrite's helmet closed around his face. Well, at this point, I don't think there's anybody here now who hasn't already seen this, right? I mean, I know Mage, you said you've watched it. Matriarch, you've seen it a bajillion times.
Yeah.
Freaking Kizuna, you've seen it. You read it.
He's like, really?
What, be pausing it?
I know, really. I know. That's what I was thinking too. Just play.
Yeah,
You've seen it.
these final parts are not that long. So I'm just going to let it play through to the end. Okie dokie. We're almost there. We're almost there. And once we do get to the end, I'll public the epilogue, and we can watch that as well.
Woohoo!
Ready?
Go.
Okay, fine. Fine, noisy muter. Let's go! All right. Closed around his face. The matriarch poured her mana into the circle. She could feel it draining into the summoning. On the far side of the patio, the deity controlling Sargal glared through his eyes at her. Any semblance of her old friend had faded.
You think this matters? You think you've won because you started this disgusting excuse for magic?
The monster's voice twisted with rage.
You will kneel in my presence, slave.
He stretched out his hand and, as if grasping hold of something, clenched it shut. The matriarch felt her spine seize. She felt discs pop and displace. She nearly crumpled to the ground, and would have if she were any other demon. But she was Zara Melise Perpetuum, matriarch of House Perpetuum, and she would not kneel to anyone, especially not a fallen god. She remained standing, her body held up by her telekinetic magic. She continued the ritual, and more of the Hellbeast's titanic form began to appear. The double appeared from the billowing white curtain of snow. She barreled into the cruel god. Only she didn't. Rather, she flew straight through him before a blast of unseen energy smashed into her, sending her sliding across the summoning circle. She looked to see the form of Sargal distort before vanishing completely as another Sargal appeared further to the side. Sargal opened his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, the words smashed into her mind, overriding her own mental defenses and imprinting themselves where they wished.
You demons,
boomed the dark voice.
Always thinking you have it all figured out. The arrogance of your disgusting, grasping little species. I told Alphion you were a mistake. I told them all the risk you posed. But they didn't listen. They never listen.
The matriarch felt nauseous as the dark god's deafening voice thundered in her ears. She felt herself grow faint.
Get out of my head, tyrant!
Sargal walked forward and stood over the fallen double, pinning her staff to the brick with his foot. He reached back with his staff and swung it down toward her. The matriarch and double screamed as the soul lash ripped across their conjoined soul, and the matriarch felt something in her consciousness snap.
You will listen when I speak. I will suffer your arrogance no longer. For my plan.
The old god paused and glanced past Pyrite as he held back both honor guard with his newfound magic. It stared at Segrid like a predator stares at its next meal. That wicked smile crossed its face.
Is complete.
Both the double and the matriarch stared at Sargal. It reached out its staff and raised it to the sky. What began as white light turned black as dark energy started to pour from the staff.
I call upon you.
Reality began to distort behind the puppeted demon.
Hear my plea and answer my will.
The matriarch, barely able to spare the focus, reached out with her hand and telekinetically pulled the double away from the old god. She recognized this spell. It was as old as it was forbidden. As old as demonkind itself. It was a spell that would mean the death of everyone present.
Heus of death and decay, of fate and what will be. Heed me.
The distorted reality behind Sargal twisted until at last it resembled an enormous set of closed eyes. The double pushed herself to her feet, fighting off both the horrible pain of her twisted spine and damaged soul. Just behind her, the Hellbeast manifested, and a low growl permeated her entire being. And she felt, just for a moment, her mana swell.
Cast me your gaze and grant me your power. Hear me as I say.
She would only have minutes, but that had to be enough. The staff in Sargal's hand dissolved as the eyes behind him began to part. He raised his hands and exclaimed,
Open the eyes of Heus.
Halt the sands of time!
The double turned her staff, and the hourglass obeyed. All was still. The world around her, cast in inverted colors, froze as the hourglass completed its turn. Beside her, Pyrite was motionless, glaring at his opponents. Segrid, just rising to his feet from where Pyrite had thrown him, stood immobile, his eyes wide with distress. And before her, Sargal still had his arms raised, the eyes behind him only partially opened. She tried not to look into their Stygian depths, for she knew that even if only partially enacted, the power of the god of death could easily destroy her, or at least drive her mad. But she didn't have time to focus on that. Her mana was trickling down like the sands it held still. She walked toward Sargal, and as she drew close, she saw the threads. Attached to him, like strings to a puppet, were faint lines of magical thread. She followed them up to the puppeteer high above. It towered over them, a figure of starlight taken form. As her eyes focused on the god, she swore its face changed, but finally, she realized it wasn't a god, but a goddess, as she saw the features in that leering smile.
Amadus. Goddess of enchantment.
That made sense. Of course, the goddess of enchantment would have been the one to corrupt and then puppet Sargal. The double pointed her staff toward the air behind Sargal and poured her dwindling mana into it. She had planned on killing Sargal. That was the only way to free him of Amadus's enslavement after all. But that was no longer possible. Magic, like what he had just started to cast, was forbidden because it was not just magic, but a direct request of the gods. And, as with anything to do with the old gods, it exacted a heavy price. Sargal was no longer able to die. He was, for all intents and purposes, immortal. But he would, from now until eternity, decay endlessly. Always aware of the pain of his body turning to dust, but powerless to stop it. The double imagined a place. She imagined darkness. She imagined silence. And then that place existed. Unable to kill him and give him eternal rest, she would have to put him in a place where the gods would be unable to reach him. The portal opened, and the pocket dimension she had created showed through in its eternal darkness. She looked at Sargal, her eyes misted with regret. She laid her forehead against his and whispered,
Thank you for everything you've done for our house.
Her vision clouded, and she closed her eyes.
Forgive me for not realizing. Forgive me for not being able to save you. But know that Perpetuum, no, all of Terrapicatus will endure.
And with that, she pushed him in. The moment he crossed the boundary, the lines of magic snapped. He floated deeper into the space, and then he blinked.
Zara?
He asked.
Her voice. It's gone. Thank you.
She snapped the portal shut and glared up at the fallen goddess. Her fury burned with the hatred of eons. All of House Perpetuum, all of demonkind, flared in the depths of her blazing red eyes.
It is said,
She began, knowing the tyrant above her would hear.
that one day the old gods will return. Most have forgotten and carry on their lives, ignorant of what approaches. But not I, not House Perpetuum. We know your return spells the end of us all, should it be allowed.
She glanced at her son, frozen in his desperate last stand. Her gaze softened.
All that we love.
She turned her glare back upon the goddess.
We stand ready, as we always have and always will. So know this, you cruel god, who knows only hatred and domination. When the end comes, eternity shall rise to face it.
Pyrite caught both the axes with a barrier, leaving Akradoth sparking viciously. At the same time, he sent a blast of pure mana into Segrid, and he was sent skidding back. Akradoth swung at the barrier again and again, each time showering Pyrite in sparks. Behind Pyrite, a massive paw appeared and stepped onto the patio, followed by a third mountain-shaking roar. Pyrite cried out as the pain got worse, sending shocks through him. It took all he had to remain standing. He had seconds. He had to use this mana before it killed him. It wouldn't be hard, though, because he was burning through it far faster than usual. He dropped the barrier, and both axes came at him. He opened his hand, and a portal ripped open before him. As the axe blades were consumed, he snapped it shut, leaving both honor guard holding only the darkwood hafts. Pyrite dropped into guard and brought back his staff, as it reformed into its familiar curved blade. Pyrite was not a caster. Not really. His lack of mana had been the sole source of most of his life's hardships. Ostracization, bullying, and failed expectations had been the gift of his so-called failure. He tightened his grip and felt the magic flow. The edge of the blade began to glow a deep purple. But despite his failings, he had long fantasized about what he would do with his magic if he had it. The matriarch had her powers of creation, Zagil had the void, Oz had his fire, but Pyrite was not like them. He wasn't a caster like them. He wasn't the caster Perpetuum had expected him to be. Pyrite was a warrior. He swung out, the magic leaving a trail as it swept in an arc toward the second honor guard. The guard tried to jump back, but found his way blocked by a barrier. There would be no escaping this. The guard caught the blade on his vambrace and screamed as the displacing edge teleported each individual atom out of the way. The blade cleaved through the arm and into the guard's body. His screams were cut short as Pyrite cut through the other side. Pyrite continued the swing, cutting straight toward Akadath. A part of him grieved that it had come to this, but he found solace that he was freeing his old friend from eternal enslavement. When the blade contacted the red scales, it stopped. Pyrite's eyes went wide. Dragon scale! Then aloud he said, "No!" He swung again, this time from above, but as the blade slammed into the metal helmet, the spell died. It had burned through too much mana to sustain any longer. Akadath gave no response as the blade clanged off his helmet. He grabbed Pyrite's weapon by the haft and pulled him in before kicking him so hard his chest armor collapsed, caving into his chest. Pyrite was sent flying back. Pyrite's vision fluttered on the edge of darkness. No, he thought. It can't end like this. As he flew, he saw Segrid standing off to the side. He watched as the matriarch's double appeared behind Segrid and grabbed him before she turned to stone, holding the Lord securely in place. Mustering the last of the mana, he felt a new weapon form in his hand. But it wasn't his glaive, or his winged spear, or even the Morning Star. It was the spear of another. Inamed, guide my hand, he whispered, cast the delayed spell, and threw, as his eyes closed. The matriarch watched as the spear left Pyrite's hand. It shot towards Segrid as a blurred line. As it did, the red honor guard jumped in front of his lord, ready to catch the oncoming spear. But as his hands closed around its haft, it vanished, and his arm swung through empty air. There was a gasping cry, and they both looked to see the spear protruding from the lord's chest. There was no blood, as it had teleported directly into him. Wide-eyed with a mix of fury and horror, Lord Segrid Imperiosus went limp in the stone arms of the double. The matriarch's attention turned back to Pyrite. He was coming right at her. In that moment, her entire focus became the will to save her son. She stepped in, arms raised to catch him. But as she did, she stepped into the summoning circle, and it erupted with light that consumed them both. She felt them rip through the damaged veil of reality. They plunged into the place between dimensions. And, in another moment, they slipped through and were someplace else. Pyrite slammed into her, and she felt horrific pain shoot through her bones. She collapsed with her unconscious son. She looked around.
What just happened?
Around her rose tall trees. At her feet was thick undergrowth. Numerous small creatures, shocked by the sudden appearance of the demons, scurried off squealing. They were in a forest, but not one that she recognized. Oh. We're just gonna let this play. So yeah, I know you guys have seen that before, but actually, Kizuna, have you actually seen this up to now? You've read it, but did you see it? Have you actually seen this video? Ah, what'd you think? Oh, the ending is so good. It's so good. Yeah, I got it. I gotcha. Oh, that music is so good too.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite too. Ready for? Are you gonna play the
I will.
epilogue?
I will. I want to talk for just a little bit, but yeah, I will. I've got it pulled up over here. Look at that. That's perfect. the They're perfectly between it. Or on the other side of it.
Oh yeah.
I'm just enjoying the music.
Oh, I have to mute the stream when you go off.
Ah,
Unmute. I can't hear the stream.
gotcha. So, Mage, what was your favorite part? Not art, but part. Yeah, I'm fishing for compliments. What are you gonna do about it? Well, he types, what's your favorite part, Matriarch?
I don't know.
No?
I don't know. I like a lot of it. There's a lot of my favorite parts.
Yeah, it's true. My battle with Akadoth is your favorite? At any particular point? I'm kind of surprised if that wasn't evident.
Pyrite's like, the fuck?
Because my favorite part is definitely the part with the goddess. Which we've confirmed is a goddess. It was Amatus. Sorry, Theron Pyrite. Instead of me dying, yeah. 2 warriors fighting to the death, yeah. And especially because we're old friends. It's extra emotional. When you guys eventually see /read/listen to whatever ends up happening, the contracts 1 through 7, you're gonna freaking love Akadoth. He's such a fun character.
I love him. He's great.
Such a fun demon. Shouldn't call him a character, that's rude. Yeah. Yeah, I fucking loved the goddess reveal, Ven's death, as sad as it is, and warriors forever. As well as the goddess, like her like rage out moment. God, that shit's good. The voice was so fun to do. And then the final bit where the matriarch freezes time just before before Halus's eyes open. Also,
oh, shit, that's gonna kill
Yeah, that would kill everything in the immediate area. When the eyes of the death god open on you. God's reveal shooketh me. Didn't suspect it. I just assumed Sargal can do. The thing is that Sargal can do death magic, but not to that extent. So yeah, Sargal's death magic is, he's got necromancy. It's one of the schools of magic he can do, but not to this level. It's a very specific reason why Sargal was winning pretty much against Matriarch almost the whole time. It's because she was not just fighting Sargal, she was fighting a god. But yeah.
Yeah, no fair.
I know. And she was holding her own pretty well, considering 1v1ing a god and a spellweaver. I say that, but that's not totally true. The god was, I think, feeding mana, but I don't think the god was directly involved.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like he would have definitely not won a 1v1 against a god.
Hey, you don't know.
Just saying.
You don't know me.
If our own tales are to be believed, that is not a battle a single demon wins. Not usually.
Right. We're gonna need the Hell Beast for that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, and the part saying, "True failure, you've been an for yourself in a world full of magic." Yeah, that's true. Pirate Perpetuum. Just not good enough for Perpetuum.
We've got issues.
Mm.
Like every place.
Although I will be honest, this whole battle made me feel quite the marketed patriotism for Perpetuum. It's like being top 3 math students despite being bad at the math. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it was good. Gosh, it was good. Zagiel's parts. Man, I appreciate you guys sitting through this with me.
Yeah.
Good fun.
Definitely. It's long. It's like sitting here watching a book with somebody.
Yeah. I mean, it's a short book comparatively, but still. I'm just gonna say it. This is how lore should be. This is how VTuber, this is the potential that VTuber lore has.
Mm-hmm.
This is my hill and I will die on it. Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, shall we epilogue?
Yay.
Epilogue. It cheered me up so to win.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Exactly.
Yay. Cheered you up. All the sad parts. My life could be worse.
I could be fighting a god. All
All I
right.
have to do is get up to go to work at a job I hate.
If you wish to watch it yourself, it is here.
The fall.
Ah, the fall. Hold on. Let's go ahead and pull it up.
Yay, I'm so
Before we
excited.
begin, give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. Anybody else need to use the bathroom? Go ahead. Matriarch, entertain them.
I think you guys are more entertaining than I am. Mage? Kizuna?
I second this.
What do you got? What do you got for me? Mage, backflip. Let's go. You used to watch Harry Potter, yeah. As if, oh yeah, Kizuna, you're pretty entertaining. I laugh all the time at you. I'm just kidding. That was a total joke. That was a joke. I don't laugh at you at all. Matriarch always saves Pyrite and Terror Gods now that you guys are in the mortal realm. Guess who has all the built-up experience without magic? It is exactly. Oh God, I cannot wait. There are okay, so right now there are 3 books planned because basically there's just there's so much to the world and the characters that there's enough for so like the third one planned, um freaking awesome. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I can't give away anything. So let's see, what can I say? Um, don't ever underestimate people. If you think that they aren't, if you think they're not living up to what you expect of them, take a minute to find out what they do have to offer, I guess, is kind of a lesson for like the third book kind of thing. You know, if I may. Oh, I'm so glad that we finally got this done. He was yelling at me this weekend because I said that we would have it done by Monday, I think. It is true. And he's like, we were like up all night. He's like, why did you promise them Monday? Why did you promise a date? And I'm like, because we've been working on this months and months and months. And I don't care if we have to stay up for like 3 days straight. We're getting this done. No, we did it again today.
True.
Yesterday, this morning. I feel like every day has been like 3 days lately.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Sorry to cut you off, but let's do this. This is 21 minutes long. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. Ready for it? This will be the first time you guys have seen this. All right. You guys are beating yourself up too much. We would understand if it came a little late, though. It is already a little late. It's 2 months late, basically.
Yeah, we tried to get this out before we debuted. Like, that was August 1st. It's been like 6 weeks.
All right. All right, everybody shut up. We're gonna watch this now.
The Fall of Eternity. Epilogue. Before Pyrite had even opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the smell. It was an earthy smell and carried hints of recent rain. What he smelled now was far different from the stench of scorched air and metallic rank of spilled blood that had surrounded him before he fell unconscious. Then came the sounds. The chirps of crickets and rustling of leaves as wind passed them by. On top of these sounds was a soft purring, steady and quiet. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He was on his back, and above him, between the canopy of swaying leaves and branches, was a clear night sky filled with twinkling stars. It took him a moment to realize that he didn't recognize those stars. The sky above him was missing the hues of red and blue nebula that colored the night sky over Terra Picatus. This sky was naught but white dots. Realization hit him like a hammer, and it all came flooding back. He tried to sit up, but a hand held him down. He was about to react, counterattack whoever was assailing him, but a gentle voice calmed him.
Hey, you. You're finally awake.
Said the matriarch.
I wasn't sure how long you'd be out.
He pushed up anyway and turned to see his mother sitting on the ground behind him. But as he did, a displeased mewling came from something as it fell off his chest and into his lap.
I tried to stop you.
His mother sighed. Pyrite looked down at the black mass recovering from the surprise fall. At first, he didn't recognize it, appearing like a nondescript black void. But then, 2 golden eyes opened and stared up at him. It was a hellcat, but one unlike any he had ever seen. It was tiny, for one, and was missing the characteristic red eyes that hellcats always had. He reached down and grabbed the little creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it so he could inspect it closely. Matriarch, what is this? He asked, with a sidelong glance at her. She looked away, embarrassed.
Well, I think it might be the hell beast of Perpetuum.
The thing, dangling in front of Pyrite's face,
reached out and placed a paw against his nose. Pyrite's eyes drifted from the matriarch to the hellbeast of House Perpetuum, the creature that was said to be the most powerful summon ever conceived by Perpetuum's casters. The creature that fought and defeated gods. The kitten before him gave a long blink.
The what?
Pyrite exclaimed, more confused than upset.
This?
This is the hellbeast of Perpetuum. The matriarch flinched.
Yes, I think so. He seems to have replenished your mana. So he is, to some extent at least, the Hellbeast.
The so-called hellbeast meowed at him, and he set it down. It curled up in his lap, purring softly as it fell into a carefree slumber. But why is it so small? I thought the hellbeast was supposed to be colossal. She let out a sigh.
Well, I'm not totally sure, but in those last moments, when you were knocked back over the circle, my focus on the summoning turned to you. I wanted to save you. And I think it overrode the summoning.
She glanced around at the unfamiliar forest around them.
It turned from conjuration to what I believe to have been teleportation.
And all that mana was converted with it. Just how large of a teleportation was it? He wondered. But then reality hit him, and his confusion gave way to utter dread. So... we failed? He felt sick, as if a knot had formed in his stomach. All the effort, all the sacrifices made, had been for naught.
No.
The matriarch declared firmly, and Pyrite met her fierce gaze.
Don't you remember? Sigrid is dead. He died on your spear. And with most of Perpetuum unharmed, we'll be able to regain our lands. We have endured.
He's... dead. Pyrite sat with that. It didn't feel possible, let alone real. Sigrid Imperiosus had been untouchable for centuries, and Pyrite, of all demons, had ended his tyrannical reign. At last, it's over, Itamed. He thought of his mentor and felt renewed, felt the weight off his chest that had hung on him for 2 centuries. I only wish you could have been there to see it. He traced a hand along one of the golden caps that sat upon the tips of his horns. May your ghost finally find rest. Pyrite of House Perpetuum, the sole remaining member of the Golden Ghost Mercenary Band, let out a long sigh. I'm glad I didn't kill Akadoth. He'll be free now. The matriarch looked at him, concern in her red eyes.
Pyrite, are you okay?
With Sigrid gone, House Imperiosus will collapse. He was the only thing holding that damned house together. Without him, there will be no clear line of succession, and those beneath him will probably end up fighting for control. There might even be uprisings from the houses Sigrid subjugated.
That's good.
The matriarch said, but her words felt hollow, distracted. Pyrite eyed her. What is it? Why'd you say it like that?
It's just... I discovered something while I was fighting Sargal. One of the gods was there at the battle.
Pyrite's blood ran cold, and he stared at her wide-eyed. The gods, he breathed.
Sargal was merely her puppet. She was planning to kill both Sigrid and me. She was planning to turn the entirety of House Imperiosus into her own puppet army.
Puppets. Amatus, then? He asked. Pyrite knew the lore of the gods. Any Perpetuum-born demon did. But Pyrite had read extensively in his younger years, and the gods were a topic he had focused on when searching for a way to improve his lacking magic.
It seemed to be. She wanted both Perpetuum and Imperiosus destroyed or subjugated, which makes me think
that the rest of them will return soon, Pyrite finished. The hellbeast yawned and sat up. It looked up at him before crawling up his arm and, despite Pyrite protesting, curled up between his horns. Pyrite ignored the creature now pawing at one of the golden caps on his horn and asked, And Sargal?
I banished him to a pocket dimension outside of the god's reach. He's free of their domination, at least, but he'll never be able to leave that place.
A look of grief passed behind her eyes. Despite everything Sargal had done, Pyrite still felt a pang of sorrow for the Spellweaver. But more than that, he felt for his mother. He manifested his glaive. Evidently the little hellbeast had indeed restored his mana, because using a magic crystal as he had done, his mana wouldn't have normally returned so quickly. He planted the glaive's spiked end into the soil and pushed himself up, only to immediately regret it. His mana had been restored, but his body was still exhausted. His muscles screamed at him, and he flinched, nearly groaning with the strain. Once he was standing, he lowered a hand to the matriarch. Well, come on. No point staying here. Let's see if we can't figure out where we are. She took his hand, and he pulled her to her feet. She winced as she rose.
You're right. Do you recognize this forest?
She replied, trying to hide the pain in her voice. Pyrite gave her a concerned look before glancing around. He had been in all manner of forests and swamps throughout Terrapicatus. He had seen the vast plains of Equitarius and the black stone mountains of Domos. He had fought from the glacial plateaus of Neveus to the molten gate of Adioro. He had been all over Terrapicatus, but he did not recognize this forest. The trees around looked different, and Pyrite couldn't determine their types. Their leaves were in shapes and patterns he'd never seen. Even the very air felt foreign. He looked at the matriarch and shook his head. I don't. The matriarch sighed.
I see.
She took a step forward, only to wince and cry out in pain. She began to collapse, but Pyrite caught her. Matriarch! What is it? What's wrong? He demanded. The matriarch took a deep breath and steadied herself. She met Pyrite's concerned gaze and said,
During the fight, Amadus used some kind of bone seizure spell on me, and
she rubbed a hand along her back.
I think it did something to my spine.
Only then did Pyrite realize that the matriarch was shorter than before. Not by much, but enough to be noticeable. It's a miracle you're even standing. Can you fix it?
I tried, but nothing worked. It seems to be some kind of curse.
She reached up and ran a hand along the fuzzy cheek of the hellbeast. At her touch, the little kitten let out a purr, and the matriarch seemed to recover a bit. Her cheeks, which had looked slightly gaunt, recovered some of their color and fullness.
Give me a second.
Her staff appeared in her hand, and she pointed it at the ground before them. A small sphere of purple glass blinked into existence, and as the shining gem atop the matriarch's staff began to glow brighter, the sphere doubled in size. The ground beneath the sphere began to tremble until, at last, it split open and multiple large rocks tore free. They snapped to the sphere, covering it and forming together until a golem took shape. It placed an earthen hand upon the ground and pushed itself up, standing over them, about double their size. The matriarch beckoned for it to lean down toward her, and it did. She opened a hand, and in it appeared 2 rubies. She placed them into the empty eye sockets of the golem, securing them with a small melding of the stone. She then placed her hand on the golem's cheek.
You are Ven.
The golem stared at her impassively for a moment, then lowered itself to a knee and bowed. Its voice, familiar but different, appeared in their minds.
I am Ven. I am at your service, matriarch.
Pyrite noticed the matriarch's eyes grow cloudy as one tear rolled down her cheek.
I know you will be as wonderful as your predecessor.
They walked quietly. Ven, in his enlarged form, carried the matriarch as he stomped alongside Pyrite. As they walked, Pyrite became more and more certain. Have you ever seen trees like these? And the stars? The sky is empty. Where are the nebula? The matriarch looked up at the star-dotted sky.
I don't know.
She whispered.
I recall us passing momentarily through the void. But where else could we be but Terrapicatus?
Pyrite sighed, but as he did, his breath caught. Through the thinning trees, he saw light. He took his glaive in both hands and set off at a run. As he exited the trees, he froze. What he saw made his heart skip a beat.
What is it, Pyrite?
The matriarch asked telepathically. Lights, he thought, and as Ven came to a stop beside him, he pointed with his glaive. There, far in the distance, glowed a city unlike either had seen. Buildings of metal and glass, built tall and thin, towered high into the night sky. From their many windows burned a light that seemed to chase away the stars with its radiance. The entire city seemed to emanate that yellow glow, as if ablaze, but neither of them saw any fire. Matriarch? Pyrite began. Where are we? The matriarch stared, wide-eyed, at the strange metal city.
I don't know, but I don't think we're in Terra Picatus anymore.
In the realm of Earth, humans reign supreme. All across this blue world surface, innumerable human nations rule the many regions of this realm. But this is a world without magic and without demons. That is to say, demons are not welcome here. The many religious organizations did not take kindly to the appearance of those with magic and horn. And now, 50 years after first finding themselves stranded in this strange realm, these two demons have remained in hiding. Pyrite attempted to find work as a mercenary, but with his lacking mana, he found he was unable to keep his horns and red eyes hidden for long. Repeatedly, he was chased away. And so, with much downtime, he discovered the many electronic devices that were increasingly being invented to provide entertainment. But more than that, he dedicated his time to chronicling the adventures he had been on, the places he had seen, the people he had met, and the world of Terra Picatus he had lost. Even if only in this realm, he would not let all that had happened be forgotten. The matriarch didn't have Pyrite's issue. Though her mana was diminished from Sargal's curse, she still had enough to remain hidden amongst the humans. She found work as a doctor in an attempt to find a solution to her cursed back. Thus far, she had had little luck, for where their technology seemed to perform many of the same miracles as magic, there were still many things the humans didn't know. But the larger issue remained, whether or not they would ever be able to return home. Her attempts to recreate the dimension-leaping ritual had yielded no results. But she wasn't done trying. Pyrite pressed the period key one last time and sat back in his chair. The glowing screen before him was blindingly bright in his dimly lit room. He couldn't wait for the program he was using to finally implement a dark mode. Music blared in his headphones, and he tapped his pen against his journal. He read and reread the last line to make sure it sounded right. Finally, he thought, good, and let out a deep sigh. It's done. The back door to the house opened and shut, and Pyrite took off his headphones. He stood, and with a flush of mana, his pen turned into his glaive. The matriarch isn't supposed to be home this early. Did the hunters find us again? He crept to his office door and peeked out. But as he did, the hellbeast trotted by, tail high and eyes beaming. Pyrite turned his glaive back into a pen and slipped it into his pocket. If the hellbeast was acting like that, it could only be one person. Pyrite found her taking off her shoes. Matriarch Zara Melise Perpetuum, his mother, sat next to the door, wearing a doctor's lab coat and lacking her proud horns. Pyrite hated the look, always felt it made her head look empty. Thought the same thing for himself when he tried. On the bright side, it looks like she's still moving well. That surgery really did help. You're home early, Pyrite asked, leaning against the doorframe. The matriarch looked up at Pyrite and sighed.
I got fired.
Pyrite raised an eyebrow. Again? The matriarch glared at Pyrite, and for a moment, her sclera flashed black as the red returned to her eyes.
Don't be difficult. The surgeon was being a moron. And, well...
Then, in his usual small form, half walked, half waddled past Pyrite and raised his stone arms to take the matriarch's coat. Pyrite's eyes narrowed. What did you do to him?
Teleported him into the sewers?
She said. She waved her hand over her head, and her horns reformed, each segment building itself until they reached a needle point. Pyrite howled with laughter. Hey, that's still better than last time.
I didn't know he was that afraid of snakes.
The matriarch sighed again.
I'm not sure I can keep doing this doctor thing. And I guess we're gonna have to move again.
Pyrite continued to laugh. Once he had finally contained himself, he said, "Well, anyway, come here. There are two things I want to show you." He led the way back to his office and pulled up a video on one of his side monitors. On it was a girl, an anime girl, who was talking at length about yet another random topic. The topic didn't matter, as the topic changed frequently. What did matter was her horns and red glowing eyes. The matriarch's eyes widened and she stared at the girl.
What? Who is that?
Pyrite smiled. That is a VTuber. And it seems the demons are pretty common in their industry. We won't have to hide our horns anymore. There was a crash behind them, and the matriarch looked back toward the doorway, where Ven was wrapped up in her lab coat. The Hellbeast patted playfully at the entrapped golem.
I could do with a change.
Then it's decided! We can finally meet other demons again! Pyrite howled. Years of hiding inside their home had made him go more than a little stir-crazy. The matriarch smiled at her excited son. But then, her eyes caught on the wall of text on his main monitor, and she tilted her head.
Oh, what's this? Another story?
Pyrite glanced at the monitor and beamed. This is the other thing I wanted to show you. I still gotta write up an epilogue, but... He scrolled to the top of the page, where in large letters were the 4 words of the title. I call it The Fall of Eternity. So you guys like it? Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna just leave this playing because it's really fucking cool and I want this song to play through. And we have a lovely little thing at the end that to show as well. A little surprise at the end of the epilogue. I'll have to say that for next time. That's funny though. You know that in most cases, that would be the moment where like the whole epilogue would be the most extensive like VTuber lore you'd usually ever see. But hold on. We're going to watch this. And that's it. Ah, yes. Anthem Archives map in the beginning was amazing. I absolutely love that. But yeah, Kizuna, the second from the last one was Goopoi. Acts 1 and 2 were Goopoi. All of Act 3 was she, and that's it. Oh, the epilogue was also she. The bridge stuff makes you want to go to the gym. Yeah. Become the buff badass that I always knew you could be. But yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I got nothing. Oh, actually, I do actually have a thing. So that song that played at the end, it was called Titan from Scott Buckley, unsurprisingly. And we have had that one in our playlist for use from Act 1. We have not found a single fucking spot to put that in. Just constantly trying to find a spot. And we could not find one. There was just nowhere that it would work. Until, because it was always too happy. It was always too like, yes, we're winning. Because most of the lore is all about us losing. And then, so I told the matriarch at the end when we're like to the end of the epilogue, we're like, okay, we need some kind of like triumphant rising song. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and we'll decide. I come back and she's like, we're using Titan. I'm like, that's a great idea. I became shorter after sacrificing my home world for saving my son, and it's a light novel. That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. Hold on, let me turn the music back on this. There we go. That was an adventure. Matriarch, come back here.
I'm here.
Get up here, you dust mite.
My little gremlin self.
So yeah, you guys like that? That was good? You like the epilogue? I'm fucking words. I freaking love the pictures at the end. I love how it like scrolls back through the acts in reverse order. Oh, it's so good.
The thing I worried about is we basically skipped like the 50 years in between, kinda.
So?
And so it was like, well, it's kind of like the okay, you just lost your entire house and all these people died, and you're like, let's become VTubers, but it's been 50 years.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going fucking crazy. Being stuck in the house.
Bad manners by Sargal to curse the height. What the fuck? I know he's like always bullied me.
He actually
like, hey,
hasn't
shorty.
though.
No. It's like, hey, shorty. Just makes me shorter.
Oh. What do you got?
What time is it? Wait, it's probably the same time where both you guys are, isn't it?
Yeah, it's daytime for them.
Yeah. Daytime. Yeah, but they started very daytime, very early. No matter what, there was sign up to be a hike. Do you know where mercenary sign-ups are? Where's the guild?
Exactly.
You guys have a guild around here?
Oh, it's funny.
He's like, hold on, my mana's running. Do you guys mind if I bring my cat? I need my help, my constant little source of mana.
Oh, fun fact. Not so fun for me, but still a fun fact in general. That nick on my horn, on my left horn, is actually where the second honor guard hit me in the horn during the first part.
Yeah.
People point.
They're like, so I guess the mob might be able to use you. I don't know.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, the Yakuza.
They're like, you fit right in.
This explains what you were Indian there. This explains your trip to Japan.
The time. Oh my god, that in and of its own right is a fucking good like light novel story.
Yeah, exactly. Why'd you go to Japan? Well, I had an interview.
Yeah, Matriarch became a doctor, trying to fix her back.
You know, and the medical community was very open to, they got like the HIPAA can't really discuss what you tell them.
The hippo
So I was
thing?
like, yeah, hey, HIPAA, not hippo. They can't tell anybody about it. And so I'm like, hey, so I have these. They're like, wow, that's quite a growth. That might be cancer or something. This growth. What do you mean? I'm like, red eyes. They're like, oh, you're a demon. No, they didn't say that right away.
They were like, are you an albino?
I'm like, no, but you can study me if you'll teach me your ways. Fix this freaking bone thing. Controllers. Controllers should be easy for me if I'm a doctor. No, a scalpel and a pair of forceps. Those are easy. The controller. See, I haven't had time to play games.
Yeah, I have.
I've been busy doing other things.
How I became a demon shut in.
My doctor, the demon.
My doctor, the demon. These would all like freaking do really well.
What are these? I know exactly.
What are these medieval procedures?
I'm like, why do you actually cut them open? Can't you just cast them at? Jesus Christ, barbaric. Pyrite looks refined in his warrior ways.
It's funny.
It's great. This is great. I appreciate you guys sticking to the thing tonight.
You are cutting out like crazy.
Because I'm talking too low, or
Glow?
because I have my gain, my glow. I have my gain turned up too high or something again. I have to fix my settings on my mic again.
You need to fix your mic.
I have gremlins that come in and they're like, let's just fuck with their OBS settings.
Well, I don't know. What would you consider it?
It's futuristic compared to where we were.
Yeah. I mean, we
It's
didn't
just
have
different.
healing magic, right? So
No, I could
with
just teleport
Alphion's
things
like,
too.
oh, I don't want them to have this very nice, wholesome, happy magic. This is mine.
Heavenly dessert to a heavy meal. Yeah. Yeah, I know it is. And it almost sounded like Disney music. Do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You guys want to talk about the
Sorry.
houses?
No, I want to go to bed.
So House Neveus.
They're like, so we have to go.
That was good fun. Matriarch, feed me. Tackle the science versus magic with actual magic.
Yeah, really. Can you imagine? I'm just like, okay, I know medical. I'm not supposed to do magic here, but this is an easy fix here. Your cancer's gone. Let me just take care of that for you.
Oh, one thing I can actually explain now that you guys have seen the whole Act 3, the wall on the weapons on the wall back there. You now basically know where all of those belong to. Inject what into where?
Not in 100 million years.
Yeah.
Which one's Irmet?
Iramed spears on the bottom. Yeah.
Your tumor's gone, but actually, you've got to go to a pocket dimension now.
But yeah, so the axe is Akadoth, the glaive is mine, the spear behind the shield is Anid, the shield is Dadan, the spear on the bottom is Iramed, and the Morningstar mace is Osrin.
Zealot.
Yeah, the Zealot.
You'll meet him later.
Mm-hmm. He's a very fun character. I like him a lot. I didn't like him in the beginning, but I like him a lot now.
You know what the best part of all this is?
Hmm.
We don't have to stay up all night anymore.
Oh my god, I know. Exactly, it's a shrine to the homies. With the Perpetuum banner sitting above it.
I love how the banner. It's like you've got wind in your room.
I do.
How the
Did you see
banner
the
moves.
dust?
Yeah, when you need to dust your office over there.
I'm busy. I've been busy with this.
I know. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired, man.
So, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
no more excuses for missing fire bolts that are literally in your face.
Yeah, I know. I get sleep now. Oh,
So I was thinking, probably not this weekend, but next weekend I think I might start doing the lore Saturdays, where I just like I work on lore bits, and people can come in and like ask for lore consultations, VTuber lore consultation, as well as just like using it as an anti-ADHD work together type deal. I was thinking about doing that for the Saturdays. Thought it could be fun.
what's otskare? Otskare.
Atskare. It's good work. Thanks for your hard work.
Ah. Yes, I get to sleep now. I will go to sleep now.
And now that this is done, now that this is actually finally completed, we can I can both work on the contracts, which I've got one done. The second one is about half done, and I can fucking finally get on to working on the remaining lore that I promised months ago to what's their face? The
Anime Wolf.
Anime Wolf, and I forget the second one. But yeah, basically the group who asked for lore from me a while ago on a tweet that I made. It's where I actually met Nag and Nell. So I wrote their lore for them. They're like, "Hey, I'll take you up on this offer." Funny story about that.
Yeah, the offer was
Yeah, go ahead.
the offer was like, hey, if you want me to write lore for you, I'll do it for free. It's 500 words, 500 to 1,000. So he gets 5 people that sign up. First one he does. Did you do Lupoi first?
It was Nag first, and then Lupo, and then
So first
or
one
Lupus.
was 2,500.
Lupo?
Lupus. 2,500 words was Nag's.
Something like that.
And then what was the second one? About the same?
About the same.
Nell's was 10,000 words.
It.
He's like,
Nels
yeah,
is very
500
good,
words.
and you can if you dig deep enough into her Twitter, I think you can find it. She tweets a lot though, so I'm not sure you'll find it.
Yeah, that might be difficult.
But yeah, it was a good story. I wasn't gonna cut it off early.
I know.
But yeah, I gotta actually work on the next one. I feel bad because I haven't messaged them either. They probably think that I forgot about them.
Probably.
But I haven't. I just wanted to get this done first. And it took a lot longer than I was expecting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Like literally our first debut date was like June 13th or something like that, or 21st or something like that. And we were gonna have it done by then. Silly us. But then the artists couldn't get it done. Couldn't finish. They needed more time. So we were like, yeah, okay, well we'll just go a couple weeks later.
Yeah. Okay, well, tomorrow I'm playing Elden Ring. Matriarch, what are you doing?
BioShock.
Ah, shocking.
Yeah, I moved. I was supposed to do Skyrim for like 6 hours today because I can only sleep, but I think I'm gonna do it Saturday instead. I don't need the day off.
Kizuna, come over here and smack some sense into the matriarch, please. She refuses to take time off. But yeah, so I'll be playing. I would no thanks. I've seen her fight a god.
I'm sorry, Kizuna, what were you about to say?
Into a sewer specifically full of snakes.
Exactly.
It's still
I think I'd
fucking
play it
funny.
again. What did you do? Teleported him into the sewers. He was being a moron. Just a humble swordsman. I know, I worked yesterday on my day off too. But it was only to play Minecraft.
And then work on this.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-huh.
My biggest part for actually like tweeting out this morning that I wasn't going to do Skyrim today was because I was like, crap, I haven't made a thumbnail. I'm like, okay. If I'm like, oh, I have to make a thumbnail, I shouldn't probably stream for 6 hours and then do this for like another 6 hours.
Yeah.
I'll get a day off one time.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow doing Elden Ring. Normal time, 5 p.m. EST. And then
Okay.
and then the day after that, we'll be doing modded Minecraft together. Me and Matriarch.
And in the
Matriarch and I.
afternoon, I'm doing Portal 2 second half with Lily in the afternoon.
See you then, tarnished.
Pyrock.
Pyrock.
Pyrock and Madam. Make the dust mite Madam big again.
It is big again. It's right here.
Make it big. One last big. Yay! Look at how cute she is. Look how cute she is. Can I adjust your brain to think with portals again before Friday? I know. See, I'm supposed to be a what's it called? An expert in portals.
I know, right?
We were doing better. We did start to do better. We'll do better this time. Alright, I'm out. Thank you guys for coming. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe. I'll be zipping our lips again. I know you guys. You guys did a good job keeping your damn mouths shut.
Oi.
I took one of the screen.
All right.
Alright, see you guys.
Lines
Love
of
you.
Full Size
Bye.
again. We love it. All right. Bye. That's all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Toodaloo.